Welcome to the December 5th Board of Education meeting. We will now call to order. Everyone, please rise for the invocation. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. The Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yes. Oh, but I don't have it. Oh, thank you. Okay. On Friday, our country lost its 41st president when George H.W. Bush died at the age of 94. The nation will say goodbye this morning with a state funeral, and President Bush will be laid to rest tomorrow in Texas. Please join me in a moment of silence for our 41st president, George Herbert Walker Bush. Thank you. Now we are pleased to welcome our new board members this morning, and I'm going to introduce each of them and let them give you greetings as well. First, from District 1 is Ms. Candace Antwine. If Candace, if you want to say anything, yeah, just push your button.
So I'm learning up here all the buttons. Good morning. It is an absolute blessing to be sitting as your District 1 representative for the Board of Education of Anne Arundel County. My goal is to work with this super team to do the things that are best for our teachers, for our students, and for the entire Anne Arundel County public school system. Thank you.
All right. From District 4, Ms. Melissa Ellis.
Good morning. It is an extreme honor to be here this morning. I'm just so happy to have this opportunity, and I've said a few times now, I intend to serve as a board member the way I did as a candidate. I'm accessible to you, and I want to hear the concerns, and I'm looking forward to working with this board to making our school system the very best. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam President. It is my honor on behalf of District 5 to welcome officially to the podium Dana Schalheim.
Hi, good morning. It is an honor and a pleasure to be here. It's an honor to serve not only the residents and the students, teachers of District 5, but on behalf of the entire county. I concur with what Melissa said. I will continue to work as I did as a candidate. My door is always open. I'm always willing to listen, to chat with any of you. The good, the bad, the ugly, I want to hear it all. I care about it all, and I will serve with integrity, transparency, and accountability. Thank you.
From District 7, Ms. Michelle Corkadell.
Well, as I sit here on the dais for the first time, I find it to be a very humbling, historic occasion. And so I just want to thank the voters and the residents for having faith enough and confidence enough to participate in our first fully elected cycle. And so, as I've always said, the students, the children, they're our number one constituents. And I will serve them and work hard. And I will always be available. And I look forward to working with all of you in the room and all of our residents in Anne Arundel County to make sure that we continue to improve and build on the successes and work together as a community and as a larger family of a county to make sure that our students receive the best quality education. and I look forward to working with our fellow members and thank them for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you all.
And Mr. Bob Leib.
President Hummer, Superintendent Orlado, my fellow board members, and the citizens of Anne Arundel County. I am so very, very pleased and proud to have been afforded this opportunity to serve on the Board of Education of our county, representing District 30. I'd like to offer my personal and professional congratulations to the newly elected board members of Anne Arundel County Board of Elections, which represents a very historic step in our county, and I'm proud to be part of this group. When I entered the United States Naval Academy in 1968, I swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and bear true faith and allegiance to the same. When I was commissioned as an ensign of the United States Navy on June 7th, 1972, I took an oath and repeated those same words and went on to swear, I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I'm about to enter. Every day for more than 20 years of active duty, and while rising to the rank of commander, those words guided my service to this country. Monday, I also took an oath. I swore to support the Constitution of the United States, and that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of Maryland, and support the Constitution and laws thereof, and that I will, to the best of my skill and judgment, diligently and faithfully, without partiality or prejudice, execute the office of the Board of Education of Anne Arundel County. I have lived every day of the 50 years since I was a plebe at the Naval Academy in accordance with the oaths I have sworn. And today I pledge and affirm to the citizens of Anne Arundel County that I will continue to live and perform my duties according to my oath. Thank you, and I'm so proud to be here.
Thank you, Mr. Leib, and welcome to everyone. So again, welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and live streamed on the internet. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. Item number 2.03 is approval of the minutes. Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, if there are no questions, we will just, it will be approved by affirmation. If there's no, everybody's good with that? All right. Item 2.04 is establish agenda order. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. I understand we have students as part of the presentation for item 6.02, Global Community Citizenship course, on today's agenda. So that they can return to school as quickly as possible, I move that we take that item out of order and hear it after the CAC report this morning.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion on that? All right. Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Ms. Urea.
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland.
Aye.
Ms. Antwine.
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim.
Aye.
Mr. Leib.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Mrs. Humber.
Aye.
8-0. 9-0.
So item
Motion
6.
passes.
Item 6.02 is now moved to be after item 2.11 on the agenda. Okay, Ms. Schallheim.
Eric, would you like? I want to defer to Eric first.
I move to add item 5.00, election of board officers, to the top of the action items. The legislature and public have sent a powerful message about a new direction for the board, and there's no reason to delay an opportunity for that message to be reflected in the board's officers.
Okay.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any board questions or comments? Ms. Antwine?
Yeah, I have a question. Are you saying that we would do this today?
Yes.
just as a clarification for board members, well, we'll get to that if it's added. Just a minute. I have a question for Darren? For board counsel. I'm sorry, just as a clarification.
For the record, Darren Burns, Board Counsel.
Okay, so when we are making a motion to add to the agenda, this is a time where we would discuss the actual motion, not the actual agenda item itself.
That's correct. The pending motion is, Mr. Granite's motion was to add an agenda item. I believe it was 5.00, and that is what the topic of discussion would be now that it's been seconded.
Okay, so it wouldn't be the merits of what's on there, just whether that's something that people want to add today to discuss.
I think there are, there's some range of what's appropriate, but the motion itself should be the focus of the discussion.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Ms. Schalheim.
Well, after we vote on that, I have another agenda item. Got it.
This is still this motion pending. We're still discussing on this motion. Is there
Perfect,
any
thank
other
you.
board questions or comments on this item? Ms. Ellis.
Yeah, I want to, I know I second, but I want to express that I'm in full agreement that now we have a board that 5 of us are new now, and so and 4 of us were selected specifically as a voice of the voters. So I do think it's important that our voters have a voice in who's our leadership for this board. So I agree that we should do this.
Ms. Schalheim.
I also agree. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other board discussion or comment? Okay, Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll on to add item 5.0 board leadership elections?
Mr. Grannon,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Urea,
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Ms. Antoine,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Mr. Live,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
and Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
9-0 motion passes.
Ms. Schalheim.
I would also like to move to add another item to today's agenda to go immediately following the election of board officers, moving all the other items on Section 5 down just very slightly, and that is discussion of the Shady Side cell tower project.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. So any board questions or comments regarding adding the Shady Side cell tower? Ms. Urea.
So, Ms. Schalheim, you're saying it go right after 5.00?
Yes, that's correct. Thank
Okay.
you.
So is there any other board discussion on adding this amendment? Ms. Corkadell.
Messing up on the buttons here. Sorry. As a clarification, is it to open as a clarification to open up an actual discussion on the issues pertaining to Shady Side, or to add it to a future agenda?
Both. I want to discuss it today, and then I want to also add it to the next meeting's agenda as well, a nighttime meeting for the benefit of the residents, parents and teachers, and just community members of the community. Thank you.
Ms. Ellis.
I think, just to clarify, I think the benefit of a discussion today is because this board has in the past made it seem like this is an issue that is now closed for public discussion or any change on the position of this board. So this is just an opportunity to open that discussion to indicate that moving forward, we're looking to revisit this topic, correct?
Okay. For clarification, is the point to have to take an action today on this item, or at a future meeting?
Depending on where we go, it could be either, to be honest.
Ms. Antoine.
As a point of discussion, I think we should take an action on this today because there are additional pressing issues as we move forward to include our upcoming budget, and we want to be able to know how we're moving forward on this specific issue.
Ms. Corkadell.
I just want to add as a public record that I think it's important, the issue is large in District 7, more so than other parts of the county because it is my district school. And I would encourage us to forego any actual action in this, if that is its intent, so that all the residents, not just a few who may have found notice of it at last minute, to actually be prepared and to make sure that we are well prepared with all of the information. So I will request a clarification on that in the interest of transparency for my district residents.
Ms. Urea.
I would like to second what Ms. Corkadell said, just because I agree that it is a very pressing issue, and I think it's something that we should definitely discuss today, but I think taking any action on it would do a disservice to the constituents in that area because it would be jumping the gun, essentially, on what is going down there. So, yes.
Ms. Schalheim.
I understand. I agree.
Ms. Antoine.
So for clarification, what is the motion today?
The motion is to discuss the Shady Side cell tower, to ask questions that need asking, and clarifications that points that need to be clarified, and then also to move to add that item as an action item for the December 19th meeting, which is a nighttime meeting, making it accessible for all involved to participate if they choose to.
That actually would be two different motions that would have. So the first one, I believe that one you have pending would be to add it today. I share the concerns with Ms. Corkadell and Ms. Urea about this being transparent and available that any discussion we would have that the community would be able to hear everything. That's why we publish things ahead of time, and so even a discussion today that would have not all the community has been able to be notified to have this. I agree this is something that should be discussed and brought about with here. I think there's been some significant changes within the county government, but also in the county land acquisition about things in that part of the county that could open up some changes for this, and I would like to get some more information and answers. I'm also concerned that because there was not notice that our staff may not be prepared to answer those questions as of this morning. So I would support the second amendment to put it on for the 19th so that we could have all the information available to us from the staff viewpoint, and all of the community could be notified as well. That's my position on that. Mr. Grannon.
Madam President, I've got a point of order just so that everyone understands. The addition of the Shady Side cell tower to the December 19th meeting does not require a motion, nor does it require 5 votes. Any 2 board members can support that. I can tell you right now, Ms. Schalheim, I support that, so consider it added to that agenda. But I also support your motion today to add it nonetheless as a discussion item.
And thank you for that point of order. That's exactly correct. We do not have to vote to add that. That would be a separate issue that's not included in the motion that's before us, but at that the request can be made to add that, and that does not require a vote as of today. Ms. Urea.
Just for clarification, Madam President, you're saying that you want it to just be added to December 19th and not discussed today, or discussed today and added as well?
I actually believe that for the sake of transparency that it should not be discussed today, because this is a very sensitive issue that has come up a number of times before, and I think in all, as I said, transparency and fairness to the community, that sufficient notice be given to everyone for it, but also for our own sake, that we can get the correct information here. I believe if we call up staff and we're having discussion, they may not have all the information at their fingertips. We will get a better picture if everyone comes prepared with everything in place. We can direct Dr. Alato we can ask him to meet with his staff and have them prepare. We can also submit the questions, what we have, so that they can do the research and make sure all the information is available for us at the next meeting. Mr. Leib.
Yes, as I understand the motions, I would support adding the Shady Side subject to the agenda today. And I believe it is in the best order of business for the school system and the citizens for action on the item to be at a future date. If that be the 19th, so be it. But I would support that.
Ms. Corkadell.
I just want to also just mention and bring to the awareness of the members, part of our conversation stems out of concerns over transparency. And I think the public knowing what's on our agenda and what is going to be discussed, accepting emergency items as a consistency at the very least, needs to be considered in this conversation, because I want to make sure that we are 110% transparent, as I have committed to my residents, and adding this onto the agenda would not promote the transparency I believe that my spirit and intent of of this body would incur.
Ms. Ellis.
I understand and agree with all of the concerns. Transparency is a very important issue for this board. My only concern is that this is an extremely time-sensitive issue, and there's work still ongoing to moving this project forward. So I just want to be assured that we're going to get the opportunity to address this on December 19th, and that this project will not have moved too far along for that to happen.
Ms. Schulheim.
In the 5 new members' defense, there was not an opportunity to add items to this agenda prior to this agenda being published. This is our opportunity to add items. If I had had the opportunity to add it before it was published, I would have done so, and I know I would have been seconded at that point.
And as a point of order, that is correct. And this is an unusual circumstances that board members were just sworn in Monday, so they could not add items to the agenda before it was published, so it comes out. But that still does not negate that the whole purpose of publishing the agenda ahead of time is to provide transparency so that the public has an opportunity to arrange their schedules to come testify or to weigh in with written testimony ahead of time. And if it's just this morning, there's going to be a large portion of that community that is not going to know that any type of discussion would be happening on this item. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. In the interest of one of the original motions to move and advance the global community citizenship course upwards so kids can get back into school, I'm hoping we can come to some quick consensus here. I would be interested, knowing full well that a decision or decisions will not be made today and would be made at a future time. It seems as though December 19th is that meeting. If this discussion gives us an opportunity even to get some questions on the record that staff may not necessarily have the answers to today but could come back on December 19th, for that reason I would support adding this specifically as a discussion item, even though it would be under the action items on the agenda, but specifically as a discussion item. I would support that.
Just as a point of order, since it could, if we were to do that, it would not be under as an action item. Action items would only be items that we would take a vote on. It would go under 6 under review items, and then it would be a point of discussion that would come out. Ms. Schulheim, would you be open to that, but to put it under the review items?
I would prefer that it be earlier. I'm looking out in the audience, and I see a fair number of residents from Shady Side, and so in the interest of their time as well, I would prefer it to still be under 5 point, well, moving things down. So that would be my preference.
Well, we can't, if we're not taking an action on it, it cannot be moved under action items. We could have the motion to move it up to review item, a review item early, before that, but it cannot be put under action items if we're not going to take a vote. Mr. Grannon.
I guess I just wanted to say that I like all you new board members because you kind of make me look like a conciliator, which is a new role for me. So I guess just want to make clear for the record so everybody knows there's not really any sacrifice of transparency in discussing this issue today, because this meeting is obviously fully recorded Anybody who wants to address the issue at the December 19th meeting can look at the recording of this meeting and have the benefit of any comments today. I think we could probably also thread the needle that the President has referred to and make it item 6.04, but then simply take it out of order and do it earlier, just like we did for Mr. Gilliland's motion.
So are you making a friendly amendment to
Sure.
make it at 6.04, but move it up to after item 4.08?
No, I would do it right after the whatever the item is coming after the CAC report. So it'll be the CAC report, then it'll be the student group that Mr. Gilliland referred to, and then it would be item 604, discussion of the Shady Side cell tower.
After, okay.
So in other words, it would live between 2.11 and public comment.
Okay.
Just like
Actually, it would be between 6.02 and public comment.
Correct.
So, okay. All right, so the motion is to put it as a review item, as item 6.04, after item 6.02, which is after item 2.10. Okay, Ms. Corkadell.
Since I've hit my button, it looks like there was a resolution of an amendment proposed that I would be willing to support as a review item. If we remove it from action item, I think we could still achieve the necessary transparency for the residents.
Any other questions or comments? All right, Ms. Connolly, call the roll, please.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mrs. Hummer?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, President Hummer. I would like to pose a motion as well to the action items. Since that one did not make the action item list, I would also like to make that action item after 5.00. I have a motion to have public monthly reports from the supervisors or department heads of the following public school areas: anti-bullying, diversity and inclusion, school safety and security, and transportation. I am offering this because I believe it builds on that consistency of transparency, and because we are newly elected officials, I must say those were the top items I believe helped me to get here today. Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Ms. Antwine, could you repeat that again so just so I can get it all down?
Yes, ma'am. I even wrote it. I have a motion, please, to have public monthly reports from the following supervisors or department heads of our public school system in the following areas: anti-bullying, diversity and inclusion, school safety and security, transportation.
And just as a further clarification, so you want this to be an action item that the board would vote on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
A yes or no vote, please.
Okay. Mr. Grannon.
Oh, my button's not lit. I was just going to second it.
Oh, okay. It's already seconded. Okay. Are there any board questions or comments on this item? I would say again, in the sake of transparency, I am hesitant to have an action item that would be a vote before something was put out to the public so that they would be able to come and comment on. It's not at all saying that I'm not for these things, but I think this is something that we could get some real feedback from the community on before this would go to an action item as to what the community may want to hear, and there may be other topics as well. I would suggest a friendly amendment that this be put on the December 19th as well, so that we could advertise it and really get public feedback on this topic, because I think this is something that, as you said, we've been hearing from the community, and we could actually perhaps make this better when it's advertised and we get more public feedback for that. Ms. Antwine.
I I appreciate that, President Hummer. I would like to amend the motion that the actual reports start in January, in the first January meeting, but the yes or no vote to have those reports monthly be done today, please.
Okay. Ms. Shaw.
I second this.
Okay. Already seconded. Mr. Grannon.
Yeah, I think Ms. Schalheim is correct in seconding the newly amended motion, but I guess I would just say I'm not sure, especially as Ms. Antoine has revised it to call for these reports starting in January, I'm not sure how there could be any credible concern that the public would not want such information provided at each meeting, including, you know, things like good news, like the statistics are even better in anti-bullying, or there's nothing to report on transportation because everything's working smoothly. If these are the issues that the constituents were most vocal and animated about, having specified items on at least every meeting to discuss, or at least once a month, I think would be completely in accord with the public's desires.
And as I said, I'm not opposed to these. I just think for transparency and to get community feedback that this is another one that would be better to be put out to the public so that people are aware and that they can contact us ahead of time before we take a vote on something like this, because as I said, I believe this is something that could actually be expanded even to more to this, and that we can be more detailed rather than trying to set something today that, as people are just hearing about, give 2 weeks to hear from the community and for us to also formulate, because as I said, I think it's a good idea and I'd like to add things to it, but as I just heard about it, it's not time. I would like to have time so that it could be considered thoroughly in all areas. That's just what, it's not opposing your amendment, it's just wanting to have the time for that. Ms. Corkadell.
As a point of clarification, the newly amended motion, does that mean that if January was not realistic, for example, to cite an example for the administration to perform to, due to logistics, operational, and procedurals, and needed an extra month, does that mean that we would then be just voting for it to occur in January? Because I would prefer that we have a discussion about it through the agenda to determine what is the best month to start, whether it's tomorrow or 2 months from now. If I could get clarification on that.
Ms. Antoine.
So for clarification, I amended the motion. The original motion was to start the monthly reports in these areas. In consideration of what President Hummer shared and some of the other things that have come up since this motion was made, I recommended that the report start in January. I personally believe enough is out there right now for the heads of those departments to build the public's trust and as soon as possible start reporting for the positives, and then the concerns that will come in, they should have the time as we move this forward to address those as well.
Ms. Schalheim.
I just want to put on the record that I totally agree with everything that Ms. Antoine just said.
Mr. Gilliland.
Madam President, I'll defer. Just
Pardon the bit unusual of me coming up before called. Again, Darren Burns for the record. I just want to make sure the board stays on course from a Robert's rules and your handbook. Remember that you have not yet voted on a motion to add this item. You're now starting to discuss the substance of it. Again, there's a range within which you would have to do that in order to understand what you're voting on. But I wanted to point out to you, as you currently do your agenda with respect to what the public anticipates, remember that action items encompasses several varieties of action items, depending on what type of thing. And so you have some flexibility in Ms. Antoine in your motion. You can ask for something to be added under the action item category as an action item, as an information item, and we sometimes see as I/A, information action. And that imparts a different meaning. And so I just want you to know that if your intent is to add the item, and that's the discussion for today for the first time, the best would be, from a record standpoint, as an information/action item, because you're bringing it forward for the first time if it's approved, and apparently going to try to discuss acting on it. So I just wanted to point out that those are ways you can be on an action item, but you were starting to stray into the substance, and you've not yet decided whether or not you're covering it and how you're covering it. So I would just suggest that try to take care of that point of order first.
Ms. Antoine, did that?
Okay, so I am introducing a motion for information/action that this motion that I made earlier be added to the action items
As an information/item.
as an information/item in order that we address these pressing issues and take a vote as to whether or not we have reports on it each month.
So,
I second and would like to call the vote on Ms. Antoine's motion.
all right. Ms. Connolly, would you call the vote, please?
Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Ms. Urea.
Aye.
Ms. Ms. Antoine.
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim.
Aye.
Mr. Live.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Are there any other items for established agenda order? Then the agenda stands as amended. Item 2.05 is board recognitions, and there are no recognitions today. Item 2.06 is Educator of the Month. So, today, the Board of Education honors an instructional leader whose work is literally closing the reading achievement gap in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. As an educator for 12 years, Jane Friend, coordinator of elementary reading and integrated literacy, believes in the power of reading, the door that opens possibilities for all students to be college and career ready. Ms. Friend is devoted to literacy development of our youngest learners. During her tenure with the Elementary Reading Office, she worked relentlessly with colleagues from multiple offices to develop a balanced literacy curriculum for kindergarten through 5th grade. She collaborates with central office staff to secure the necessary resources to support students and classroom teachers. Jane Friend's passion for growing both her students and her staff is remarkable. She has implemented unprecedented change in elementary reading instruction, and AACPS is seeing amazing results. The students who started kindergarten the same year Ms. Friend was hired as coordinator have gone from 66% meeting or exceeding grade level reading expectations to 81% at the end of 2nd grade. Yes, Jane's work is literally closing the reading achievement gap. Jane has built an incredible team. Jane has built an incredible team to lead our elementary focus work with our principals, our reading teachers, and all our 3,000 plus elementary classroom teachers and their support staff members. She has been the mastermind of the implementation of our elementary intentional focus, all students reading at or above grade level by the end of 2nd grade. Her passion for early literacy is driving the work, and her clear mission to accelerate students' reading not only eliminates gaps in 2nd grade, but also reduces the chances of gaps persisting in later years, as reading is a foundational skill for all future courses. Jane Friend is not only one of the finest instructional resources that our county has, she is also the moral compass of the Elementary Reading Office. She goes beyond normal preparations to plan system-wide professional development opportunities for principals, reading teachers, and classroom teachers. As an instructional leader, Ms. Friend collaborates with school teams to support progress monitoring of student growth. She is an empathetic individual who can sense that someone has a need, and she will offer assistance even before they ask. Ms. Friend, you, like our students, are a lifelong learner, always on the cutting edge of the latest research, which you enthusiastically share with our colleagues. Reading teachers always look forward to your monthly symposiums, as they know they will be productive and meaningful. You have the gift to motivate colleagues who trust your thoughtful and deliberate decision-making to ensure student success. So on behalf of the students, teachers, and staff of Anne Arundel County Public Schools, the Board of Education is honored to recognize you as Educator of the Month. Congratulations, and please come forward. behind our initiative. It's been amazing work that the school system's done the past couple of years to work with our earliest learners and really closing that gap in between. And you've made amazing progress in just a couple of years, and I know it'll just continue. So
Thank you.
we have a nice certificate for you, and you have a bell so you can get all their attention.
Yes. Thank you so
Yes.
much.
So stay after a little bit. We'll have pictures in just a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Item 2.07 is Employee of the Month. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. Working with children in a middle school setting can be challenging, even on a good day. By their sheer nature, adolescents can be moody, curious, delightful, sarcastic, pleasant, and crass, all in the span of one class period. My daughter turns 3 next week, and I'm dealing with this already. Add to that special needs and sometimes poverty, and you have the makeup of the children that our Employee of the Month works with every single school day. Jill Kohler. There we go, over there.
Jill.
Teacher's assistant at Old Mill Middle School North. Jill has a can-do attitude. She works to find solutions in some of the most challenging situations. She is proactive in her approaches to keep her students in class and engaged. Her ability to adapt to circumstances with sarcasm, humor, empathy, or clarity make her a huge asset to Old Mill Middle North and its students. Jill goes above and beyond her duties on a daily basis and is so much more than a teacher's assistant. She consistently gives her students the emotional and academic supports they require to be successful. She treats all students with respect and dignity while making sure that her students are held accountable for their learning and their behavior. She greets everyone with a smile and is a cheerleader for all those who cross her path. Working in a middle school can be as awkward as the physical development of its students. Ms. Kohler is always willing to jump into those awkward moments with a high level of professionalism. She interacts professionally with teachers, administrators, support staff, bus drivers, and custodians to provide support for the students she serves. She meets with parents as new students arrive to the school and ensures that the students know she is there for them. Jill's willingness to pitch in and help with whatever task or assignment she is asked to perform is without measure. She is an invaluable member of the special education department and the entire school. Jill Kohler, you are a pillar of support that helps shape the climate and the culture of Old Mill Middle North. You were born to work with children, and that is evident through the way students gravitate to you for help, care, and support. So on behalf of the Anne Arundel County Board of Education, the students, teachers, and staff of Anne Arundel County Public Schools, we congratulate you on being selected Employee of the Month for December 2018. So a very good tool in a middle school is a bell. So we've got that for you, along with a certificate signed by President Hummer. But I do need to ask, how were you tricked into being here today?
I was told we were just coming for a meeting.
Kind of.
Kind of.
So you heard all about agendas and how they get
Yes,
formulated.
this is new to me. So. Who else is new?
And who's here with you today?
That is my husband taking pictures, my daughter who is at Old Mill High School, my sister, my friends, my parents, and my oldest son.
Awesome. Well, welcome and congratulations. We'll have a picture at the recess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 2.08 is Volunteer of the Month. Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you. Powerful volunteers can transform a school. Through their tireless efforts, student progress can be made and goals met and even surpassed with greater ease. Today, we are here to celebrate the dedication of one such volunteer. Ms. Shannon Pugh, the Board of Education, is thrilled to honor you as December 2018 Volunteer of the Month. Ms. Pugh Miss Pugh has volunteered at Mayo Elementary School for a little over 5 years, starting when her eldest child began kindergarten. The time and dedication she has given the school has helped to make Mayo Elementary a great place to learn. Closing in on nearly 1,000 volunteer service hours, she is truly worthy of this honor today. According to kindergarten teacher Suzanne Jones, she has taken on a myriad of tasks, from secretarial duties in the office to organizing the reading closets, keeping found tests and Pinnell record sheets copied and prepared for each testing window, to generally help every day. Ms. Jones went on to commend Ms. Pugh by stating that she, quotes, values teachers and education and wants to do her best to help her children, other students, and the school grow and succeed. Principal Kathleen Fitzgerald remarked that, quote, she is always willing to help at a moment's notice, no matter what the task, and went on to express how happy she was that Ms. Pugh took on the challenge of helping in the school office when one of the secretaries was out, perhaps on medical leave. School librarian Julie Preeb noted that she had volunteered to help with the Chessie Book Club every year, and that this school year she signed up for every day. She mentioned that she also helps with the Scholastic Book Fair and says, I couldn't have done the fairs without her help. Her dedication is not limited to the classroom. She has also been involved in and held many positions, including president on the school PTO, and has been largely involved in school fundraising efforts. When it comes to volunteering, Ms. Pugh doesn't just give her own time. She also helps to recruit new volunteers. Definitely have a bonus in my book on that. They're always hard to come by. According to our reading teacher, Nancy Hack-Berenger, she effectively encourages, involves, and engages families and community members to volunteer at our school. Ms. Pugh, you are an invaluable resource to both Mayo Elementary, my peninsula of Mayo, and the Anne Arundel County Public Schools community. We're truly grateful for your years of service as a volunteer. Would you please come forward? It was with great appreciation that I would like to present this Volunteer of the Month certificate and belt to you.
Mrs. Berenger is my reading teacher. She said she needed something. When Mrs. Berenger asks, I don't ask. I just truly worthy. And is there folks that you're with here today that you would like to recognize? The neon green shirt there is my third grader Loretta. Paige is my older daughter in sixth grade at Central Middle School, and my husband. And I know I saw Mrs. Donna Hardesty, our our school secretary, sneak back there, and of course Mrs. Berenger. Thank you so very much. Real quick, we're going to be getting some photos at recess. Got our children up here. The reason Mom gets this award. You're the reason she's so awesome. There. Right, look at that.
Item 2.09 is school and community highlights. And Ms. Ellis.
I had the great privilege of attending movie night at Brockridge Elementary. I was able to pop in, and I was just overwhelmed by the amount of participation. I mean, that cafeteria was loaded with kids and families. I believe they were watching The Incredibles 2. I didn't bring my blanket and pillow, so I didn't get to lay down and watch the movie with them. But I was able to meet many of the parents and staff there, and I was just very impressed with the sense of community they have going on in that school there.
Ms. Urea.
A couple of weeks ago, I got invited by Ms. Davenport, the principal at Arundel High School, to not only speak with students that are currently in the community citizenship course and have taken it, but to actually meet the author and have discussions with other teachers there on how it's really affected and just created this positive environment in the school. And I know there's going to be a presentation on it, so I'm not going to spoil it because it's great and wonderful. But I think it was just really awesome that she extended that invitation, and it was just really great meeting the author and having this discussion with him about ways that he learned what he did in his book, and so it was great. Thank you.
So I had the honor of going with Patty Nally on her last official visit to a school right before Thanksgiving. She and I and Dr. Arlotto went out to visit the Carrie Whedon Early Education Center, which just opened this year out in South County. And what a gem. It is fabulous. It's a wonderful little school. They already have over 60 pre-K students all day there, and it'll be expanding another class next year. And that was a great need out in South County. And to see it humming along, I mean, it is already a vital part of that community, and it was very exciting. And then right after that, last week, I testified on behalf of the school board and the Maryland Association of Boards of Education before the Kerwin Commission, who will be making recommendations for changes to the way we fund schools. And I spoke specifically about increased funding for our pre-K programs so that we could receive. I don't think most people realize that we do not receive any state funding, any or local funding for our pre-K students. They are not counted as our full-time students. So the 2,000 students that we serve in this county, when we say we have 83,000 plus students, we only receive funds for 81,000 of them. But we know the value of serving preschool, pre-kindergarten students, and especially some of our most vulnerable students. So we, as a board and as a school system, along with everyone else across the state, are really pushing for the legislature to increase that and to give us the funding so that we can expand those programs and really serve our students. So it was great that I had just visited Carrie Whedon so I could share the great successes that we're seeing in our county and how we'd like to do more of that. And then yesterday, Dr. Arlotto and I had the pleasure of attending one of my favorite events of the year, the Baltimore Symphony Orchestra side-by-side concert, where 35, I think, of our students performed with the Baltimore Symphony. And then we had a packed house of students from all over the county, and it was phenomenal. And the young lady, Lauren Bang from North County, was the featured soloist, and she played the flute. And I was exhausted just listening to her because I don't know how she breathed and all that. She was just incredible, and it was really an amazing day. And they ended the concert playing Star Wars, and so what's better than that, to have the theme from Star Wars? So that's a great opportunity that our school, our students have each year, and I just think that's an amazing partnership that we have in the school system. So I was very happy to be able to attend that yesterday. And item 2.10, superintendent's update. Dr. Arlott.
So I won't talk about Carrie Whedon, and or side by side. Now I did want to mention us opening the Carrie Whedon Center. We're delighted that we've got those now 3 classrooms, and we've taken that building back and updated that building. It's a delight to have that now open in South County. The side by side, for those of you that are not familiar with our students trying out for and working with these professional museums, the Baltimore Symphony. We've been doing this in Anne Arundel County for over 30 years. And we talk a lot about opportunities, and many of those opportunities will never show up on a transcript or never show up on a report card, but will have profound effects on our students, and this is one of them. And to see our students work side by side with these professional professional musicians, and the sound and clarity, it truly is amazing. And our young lady that performed, and each year they pick a soloist. This year it was a flautist, as Mrs. Hummer, President Hummer mentioned, a senior at North County. Her proud parents were in the audience. They both are musicians. In fact, her father is a musician with the President's Own. He's part of the Marine Corps band stationed at 8th and I in Washington, D.C., and he's part of the Marine Corps band, the President's Own. She was phenomenal, and again, like you, I'm not sure how she was breathing. Lastly, I just want to remind everybody, it's very exciting that we have 4 half days built into our school calendar. One of those days is coming up this Thursday, where we get to focus on opportunities for our staff, opportunities in professional development so that we can get better at working with our diverse student body. So each of those 4 days, those half days, is dedicated to training in various areas around diversity and inclusion, including implicit bias training. And we will be, many of us in senior staff and executive team will be deploying ourselves out to schools to join individual schools as they go through that professional development with their equity liaisons. And that's this Thursday afternoon. We're looking forward to it. Thank you.
Item 2.11 is the CAC report. No report today. All right. And then now we will move to item 6.02, which is review item, the Global Community Citizenship Course. And we do have a presentation.
Good morning, President Hummer, Dr. Arlotto, and Board of Education members. I'm Rich Berger, Lead Teacher Specialist for Signature Programs. It's my pleasure to be with you this morning. I would like to begin by asking my fellow panelists to introduce themselves.
My name is John Cardwell. I'm from sophomore at Arundel High School.
My name is Eliana Anderson, and I'm also a sophomore from high school.
Good morning. My name is Gitara West. I'm a math teacher and intervention specialist at Arundel High School.
You may recall that 2 years ago, in response to an incident of racial bias and the impact of that incident on the community, Arundel High School initiated the design of a global community citizenship course. This course, written through the school's signature theme, supported student self-exploration of events, traditions, cultures, and circumstances that shape views, behaviors, and individual goals. A citizenship movement began with this course's approval for Arundel in 2017. We have seen significant positive results as the Global Community Citizenship course has allowed students and staff alike to express their voices and to feel valued. It has also enhanced relationships between and among students and staff, as well as promoted values of acceptance and inclusion.
Good morning once again. As Mr. Bergen mentioned, in January of 2017, Arundel High School experienced an incident that nearly removed me from a place that I have grown to love for over 13 years. Several students of Arundel acted in a way that was demeaning to many and hurtful to others. And while I was extremely disappointed in the students' decision, I could tell that our leadership, whose direction and guidance that I have valued for years, was struggling to come up with solutions. At times, I felt unmoved by efforts to smooth things over or to get past the situation. But I knew, and thankfully our leadership knew, that we had to do more. We started off with community conversations, then a community forum on how to begin discussions with young people about race, then to community circles with faculty and students. And with each activity, each event, I gained some confidence that we were heading in the direction of effective healing. And even in this rebuilding phase, my soul needed more. More to make me feel that Arundel was a space where everyone was valued, seen, and heard. I felt distraught, numb and invisible, and empathized with those students and colleagues who felt the same. I can even remember looking in my closet in the morning and making the conscious decision not to wear the color green or anything with the Arundel logo on it. Now, to some, that might seem trivial, but for 10 months, I had to deal with not being able to represent myself in a way where people every day through apparel represent their Wildcat pride. I just couldn't bring myself to represent a space that I wasn't proud of at the time. In the weeks and months that passed, my principal, Gina Davenport, and our signature program facilitator, Sherry Billheimer, and I have had countless conversations on not just the current climate of the school, but the overall desired culture of Arundel. How do we want students to treat one another? How do we want students to relate and communicate towards one another? And how do we want them to work together in times of differing opinions? How do we foster a level of appreciation in order to embrace the differences of those around them? And how can students be empowered by their own strengths while being vulnerable enough to share their areas where they may feel faint? How do we do that? And the community citizenship course emerged. 5 marking periods and over 750 students later, we think we may have found the answer. Community citizenship is a course that was born out of despair, but built on passion and now lives in hope. However, it's not merely just an instructional course. It's evolved into a movement that intends to change mindsets, broaden horizons, and build a community of learners, both youth and adult, that fosters curiosity and constructive dialogue by understanding and appreciating differences while valuing the things that we have in common. Community citizenship allows students to experience a journey of development through 4 primary modules that ultimately lead to civility and respect. That journey begins with connecting relationships. Here, students and teachers engage in a variety of team-building exercises that are embedded throughout the curriculum. They develop safe and respectful spaces through the establishment of class norms and expectations of behavior. Students also engage in community circles as they learn to listen for understanding and recognize their basic commonalities in thoughts and experiences. We all know how emotionally charged that first year of high school can be. And wouldn't it be nice to know that there was a place that every student feels linked to others on purpose? Students are made aware of how they connect to the larger scope of the community in the context of the signature program and where their participation in the community citizenship class is a natural fit. Community citizenship shows students that they belong. The second module, Awareness of Self and Those Around Me, affords students the opportunity to safely discover their authentic selves through reflection and a host of activities designed to uncover their strengths, personality types, and core values. It's here where students can unapologetically define themselves and what they need to thrive. Community citizenship encourages students to be vulnerable enough to who they are while also teaching them to appreciate how others identify themselves, because it's when we are confident in ourselves and are well informed about others that we can boldly advocate for one another. Finally, in that awareness stage, students study topics such as Maslow's hierarchy of needs and begin to analyze how those needs are and are not met in our society to reveal any discrepancies between different groups. They become aware of the potential impacts and behaviors of those not realizing their very basic privileges, rights, and responsibilities and basic needs. The community citizenship journey then provides space for students to now dig even deeper in the third module, Exploring My Community. They begin by discovering the characteristics of a community, the roles, expectations, and behaviors that a group of individuals with like and unlike perspectives need to work together to sustain that community. It's here where students begin to explore the evolution of both personal and the global communities that they are a part of. We explore the historical journeys of marginalized groups within communities and assess how previous actions can impact current behavior and thought. It's usually at this point where students begin to ask the question, how could that happen, or why did that happen? Some of those answers to the questions are revealed in our investigation of implicit biases and stereotypes of others different from ourselves. Simulations, current event analysis, and hearty discussions provide the backdrop for students in community citizenship to examine the cultural experiences within communities through real-world problem-based learning challenges that support individual student roles in demonstrating civic virtues. After teachers have built safe spaces for students to increase their awareness levels and explore past and current community behaviors, the final leg of the journey involves students growing in their environment by becoming advocates for civility and respect towards all. Community citizenship provides the techniques for students to practice empathy over sympathy. It gives them the structures and allows them to practice conflict resolution strategies seen in community circles and restorative practices. And it persuades their belief that they do have self-control over language and thought, both face-to-face and in the digital spaces that they reside in. It is the intent of this course that students become advocates for themselves, for others, and the communities that they belong to. But no one else can explain better the impact of this course more than the students who have experienced it.
All right, well, I'm going to go first, of course. And before I start my piece, I would love to thank God for the opportunities and how grateful I am to be here. You don't get to, kids like me don't get to experience this every day. He's talking in front of a few people like y'all. So I guess I'm going to start with my story first. In middle school, I wasn't the best person. I wasn't the most open person. I mean, obviously, our family would probably disagree, and they'd all say I'm a nice kid, but I never really agreed with that. But until freshman year, you see on your schedule list that you see this class that you never even saw in the classes to begin with. You think, what the heck is this class? And first, there's a second day, you walk in, you see a overly positive teacher that just greets everyone with a smile, and it's just, oh my, she was hilarious. And she introduces the way this class is and what you will learn and take from this class. And it was kind of like, am I really going to take all this from this class? And by the end of it, you do. And things like talking to other people, getting to know more about yourself, feel more confident in yourself, something that I know from personal experience a lot of kids in high school don't really feel. They don't have the confidence in themselves. And this class kind of empowers the student voice and can make them do something like this where they can sit up and talk to you guys. And it also builds the teacher relationships, the student-teacher relationships, something that, not every kid gets to do. And they get to love each other, and you learn to respect and talk to each other in a manner where it doesn't disturb others. So this class, by all means, I think should be taken by everyone.
Okay, I guess it's my turn now. So when I was 6 years old, I was adopted with my younger brother from Ukraine. It was a very poor country, and I lived in an orphanage that was terrible. In the orphanage, you couldn't call anything your own, and you never had people there that honestly cared about you. You were just another one of the 60 to 100 kids that they just had to watch. So after I was adopted, it took a while for me to start trusting people and to start putting my walls down that I had already built up being in the orphanage for years. But eventually I started to. And it wasn't until 9th grade when I took this class that my walls just completely came down. Like John said, when I walked in that class, he was in the same class with me that time. When I walked in, the teacher was so hyper, and she was so excited and enthusiastic, and she was excited to meet all of us and to get to know us. And I went up to John because I knew him from middle school, and I met Miss Reynolds, and I told John, I was like, this is going to be fun. She was crazy. But the environment that this community citizenship program creates for you, it's an environment where you can be who you are, no matter what you are. And it's an environment where you can have tough, difficult discussions, and you know that whatever is said in that room, it stays in that room. It stays all between you guys. My dad is a police officer, and the first year that I took the community citizenship program, it was about the time that the whole police brutality thing was happening. And kids would give me nasty looks. They would make nasty comments to me about my dad being a police officer, and every time I turned on the news, it was another story about how a police officer was killed while he was eating breakfast or lunch in the car. And I had a student in my class who he felt very strongly, and he didn't really like police officers. But because that class created an environment where we can actually sit down and we could respect each other's opinions, we were actually able to sit down and have that conversation where I found out why he didn't like the police officers, and he found out why it was so important to me because my dad is one. And then when we were able to get that flow of that important conversation going, other students started joining in as well. And what's really important is that this program it works for everybody. There are some classes or some programs that work for certain races, certain cultures, but this class, it works for everybody, because you can't say that, like an Asian person wouldn't do this or an Asian person wouldn't say that, because this class, it's for everybody. It works for everyone. And we did a unit where we worked on like self-discovery and about who we were and stuff. And like I said, when I was adopted from Ukraine, I grew up not really knowing who I was or where I came from. I saw all the different kids around me who pretty much really knew where they came from, knew their heritage, all that. And I would see advertisements on TV for like the 23andMe or like Ancestry.com and stuff, and I didn't know any of that because I felt like I couldn't actually get that. But when we did this section in the community citizenship program and we came back into class and we talked about what we had found, I realized that I wasn't alone, and that there was so many people around me who were going through the same exact thing as I was. And having that feeling that I wasn't alone, that many people were going through the same thing, it finally let me break all my walls down, because I saw that they understood what I was going through. They're going through the same thing, and it's a complete judgment-free zone where everyone accepts everyone for who they are, no matter who they are, no matter how many flaws they have. So. No.
When this course was before the board in 2017, there was discussion of the intent to make it available to all 12 high schools. The success we have seen at Arundel, combined with events of hate and bigotry across our county, have led us to this point of opportunity. Dr. Arlotto has decided that not only will this course be implemented at all high schools next year, but that it will be a graduation requirement for all incoming freshmen. A growing body of research confirms that students in schools with a strong sense of community are more likely to be academically successful, ethically engaged, socially and emotionally competent. They become smart decision makers. We believe that this course will go a long way in bringing that about. This course will be offered through each high school's signature or magnet program, with every student, beginning with the incoming freshman class, taking this course. Each school will personalize the course with information and influences related to their signature or magnet theme in their community. We are truly excited. Our schools will be ready in September. Our belief is that this is a moral imperative as we prepare our students for college, for career, for community readiness. As we know, today's students are our future community leaders.
And while there's a richness and authenticity about this course and how it's taught, what I equally value is how community citizenship is confirmation that what we wanted at Arundel is desired through the district as well. On February 7, 2018, this body approved a new strategic initiative, a plan where all means all, a plan where students are prepared for college, career, and community, a plan where we are sound stewards of the human and fiscal resources within our buildings, and now a plan that is exactly what community citizenship is all about. It's a near perfect alignment. By design, our strategic plan's indicators of success are progressive in a growth mindset philosophy that expects annual growth versus numerical goal measurement. The same framework applies to community citizenship. While there is contextual and theoretical-based information embedded throughout the curriculum that can be easily tested, the success of the course is evaluated by the growth of the student understanding and utilization of the skills they've been taught. Are students able to communicate more confidently about who they are and their beliefs? Are students able to embrace differences of opinion? Are students engaging in more dialogue that asks questions and seeks clarity rather than making assumptions and operating under false pretenses? How many more times did the student that never says anything in class open up themselves to share about a particular thought or emotion? How many new relationships are built? This is the progress, similar to the strategic plan, that we use to know our students are learning. Our district's indicators of success are also directly consistent with the content of community citizenship. The plan's first success indicator focuses on relationship building. It is by no accident, ladies and gentlemen, that the community citizenship course begins with connecting relationships. The ability to effectively relate to and as human beings is the cornerstone of this course. It is the heart. It is the pulse that allows every discussion, every idea, and every form of expression to take place unjudged. I can't share my story without a positive relationship with those in my spaces. I can't let you know about my assumptions and perceptions about you if I haven't built a sound foundation to have those difficult conversations. Or how can I civilly disagree with you if I haven't learned what you value or build a trusting environment to understand different points of view? A significant amount of time is spent developing student-to-student and student-to-teacher relationships, creating norms and specifying expectations. It builds a classroom culture where student voice matters and is essential to the dynamics of the course. Students who take community citizenship get to know one another and their teachers on purpose, in ways that they may not be given the opportunity to do so in other courses. There's no question that this is a tall order for students just leaving middle school, but it's a step that we must take to begin moving forward. The second indicator of academic achievement is also consistent with the rationale for why we believe every ninth grader should take this course. Last year, Arundel High School boasted the highest ninth grade promotion rate in the county at 98.7%, largely in part of the community citizenship course. Our intentional focus on the ninth grade promotion rate led us to analyze their academic performance across a variety of courses and found that there were scheduling opportunities to take a class where there may be more freedom of expression and thought to help boost confidence and improve the overall social, emotional well-being that's crucial during the ninth grade transitional year. And the final indicator of success under our new strategic plan that focuses on blended areas where relationship building and academic achievement intersect is part of why this course was created, to increase instructional opportunities to explore multiple cultural and ethnic perspectives. Community citizenship is our future. Community citizenship is also a process. Teachers, administrators, students, and any other school community stakeholder must realize that changing this culture doesn't happen instantaneously. It evolves over time with collaboration, with input, and experiences of those it seeks to serve. Community citizenship is our hope, and we hope that it's yours too. At this time, I want to thank you, and we're happy to take any questions from the board.
All right. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. This course sounds like a tremendous opportunity for our students. I do have a few questions. Can you give us some information, and I'm not sure who this question is for, about how we will identify the teachers who will be teaching this course? I'm concerned it takes a special kind of teacher to be able to, let's put it this way, I know a lot of adults who are not comfortable seeing someone else's perspective. So getting students to have those really difficult conversations, can we get information about how those teachers will be identified for this, for teaching this course?
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Ellis. And as Dr. McMahon approaches the podium, your question is our question. Right, and so it's a great question. You just don't want anybody teaching physics. You just don't want anybody teaching calculus, and you just don't want anybody teaching this course,
Correct.
right? Because it is about generating those relationships and those conversations. I've had that same question. I've posed that same question to our high school principals, and they're going through, the high school principals and counselors are going through a training process about how we're going to implement this course. And Dr. Moran can share more as she and Mrs. Jackson, our other deputy superintendent, have been talking with high school principals about making sure that we pick the right people to lead this.
That's correct. As Dr. Arlotto said, this is the key. The people the people in the teaching role need to be confident and competent in having amazing conversations. And so not only are the principals and counselors talking about who those right people are, they're opening it up to faculty. And we're going to be offering professional development all through the spring months. And then when final decisions are made, there'll be additional professional development directed at those teachers who are selected, as well as kind of an immersion camp for those teachers who want to participate in the summertime, so that they even have an opportunity to have students before them having those conversations, so that we build their confidence and their competence. So they're amazing, as these students said their teacher was.
Right. My concern would be, I mean, this program developed basically on the front line as a result of some very concerning events. So to implement this countywide, I just hope it has the same richness and
yes,
effect.
And in fact, we're learning from Arundel and Principal Davenport, Miss West, and the other teachers. We're listening to the challenges they had, and we're going to grow the program in a very healthy way based on what we know and based on what we've learned.
And then I have another question from a psychological standpoint. I'm concerned about how we're going to assess student progress, because there's obviously different personality types, and I think we do need to respect students who are not comfortable opening up. They could still benefit from participating in the course, and just seeing other people open up in that way, they will benefit from that. But how are we going to assess them? Are students going to feel pushed beyond their comfort levels?
So that's a very good question. And so we do offer opportunities for students who aren't quite there yet. Students always start the day with a reflective journal. So there's journaling. We use lots of AVID strategies that are more self-reflective, so that they can participate in the discussion in their own way. So our teachers are highly trained in differentiated instruction, and so they have various ways that they can engage the learner who is not quite there yet to open up.
Is this going to be a graded course or a pass?
It is a graded course. There are assessment pieces. A lot of our assessments have been more project-based assessments. I guess this year we have embedded more of the contextual piece of it, so that we can test on what are what's the theories or the hierarchy of needs and those kind of things. So there is a contextual base to that. But a lot of our assessments have been project-based and just forms of expression and things of that sort.
Okay. I would just only express my concern that a student not be graded on their lack of comfort with sharing.
And the content of what they share isn't what gets graded, right, in the sense of their feelings. Right. It's really the skills, the ability to actively listen to their peers and repeat what they hear, and the ability to converse. I mean, we've lost that art to some degree, that conversation art among people. And so that's another skill as these young people are getting to be 14, 15, 16 years old, their ability to interact socially and appropriately with one another.
Thank you so much.
Just real quick, just a point for the board up here. If you have a phone that's up by the microphone, it kind of causes a hum. So if anybody here on the board that has a phone up top, if you could slip it underneath, because I think there's a hum going on for some folks out in the audience. So that's just a little piece out there. Miss Antoine.
Thank you. Wow. I appreciate so much. And me being very soft-hearted towards Meade High School, I have to tell you, I'm a bit jealous that Arundel took this kind of initiative first. But it is great. I appreciate, first of all, that you took the attitude, rather than being apathetic and disconnected, you became actionably connected. I commend you for that.
Thank you.
The students, it took a lot to, first of all, as you shared, you were concerned about what in the world are we getting into.
Oh, yeah.
And I have to tell you, that was okay, because that ignited a lot of conversation, built a lot of relationships, it sounds like, and based on your testimony today, it was something that I believe will take you long into your future. So my question to the students is, do you apply this outside of your high school, and how?
I definitely do. Being able to build those relationships with the students that were in the classroom because of such the welcoming and comfortable environment that the community citizenship program created, it helped me build closer relationships with my mom and dad and my brother and everyone else in my family. A lot of times I would be in my room and I would just ignore them because I had those walls built. But when I saw that the teachers and even the students in my classroom wanted to break those walls down because they wanted to actually get to know me, I started realizing that there are people in the world that care about me. And then it helped me look at my parents as people who really did love me and care about me, and not just some people who just had another kid on their hands to watch. So I apply it everywhere I go, with friends, in church, at home, like everywhere.
Anything, what I apply a bunch, almost everything I've learned from this class of the way, because I used to watch a lot of videos that just explain a lot of outside problems, what's going on with the world and stuff. And taking this class, you get that why part of it. Why is this happening? Why are these people doing these things? And then you get that why, you can you conversate with other people in the class, and you get to understand their perspective, and they get to understand like my perspective on it, right? And that can just bring up so many, that fixes so many problems with the world. Like right now, for example, colleges have separated groups, and they talk with themselves on each side of the spectrum instead of talking to the other side of the spectrum. It doesn't bring up the conversation. Instead, it deletes it, takes it away. And with this, something like this class, it revives that conversation. Instead of texting, we speak. We use tone instead of emojis. We get to that conversation piece instead of texting.
Thank you for that. I also want to point out to those watching you guys, these are sophomores. And they have this level of maturity, and it was always there, but it was brought out because of a program that you initiated. So thank you. Thank all of you.
Ms. Corkadell.
I will be brief. I just want to tell you how encouraging your stories, first, your willingness to share at a personal level in a public forum is not easy for most adults, yet alone a sophomore, so I totally concur with my fellow members. But I also think that you've transcended beyond advocacy into ambassador. And we need ambassadors out there that are willing to understand how to have the hard conversations. And I'm so encouraged that we have one of, not that it needs to be riding there exclusively, but this will be another tool to hopefully create and build a foundation of prevention that'll carry on. Because we know when we establish a good foundation, that good foundation carries on for multiple generations, as the crumbling ones do, regrettably. So thank you so very much, and particularly yourself, for creating, I think, a model that we'll be able to use for many years to come. Thank you.
Ms. Scholheim.
I'll be brief as well. I just wanted to say thank you. This course sounds tremendous. What a wonderful opportunity. It continues to blow my mind how articulate our youth are these days. I was not, and public speaking was far down the list. And I just commend you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to come. And I enjoyed hearing about the course. I enjoyed hearing your stories. And this course sounds long overdue, and I'm just grateful that it's here now. And so thank you for being part of the pilot, as it were.
Ms. Urea.
So I just want to concur with everything that's being said by my fellow board members. But my question is, how has this, like, you guys explained how it's changed your mentality and, like, your confidence and inner reflection of your character, but how has this changed your, like, aim to relate to different people? if you know what I'm asking.
So, like, okay, so every high school has their stereotypes. You know, the jock, the nerd, whatever. But after this program and stuff, all my other classes, each class would be divided into those basic stereotypes, and then after that class, you would probably never talk to those students. But when you were in this class, because you were so open to talking about your personal problems and stuff, and talking about your ideas, your opinions, morals, and values, you were able to see that you relate to everybody. And then when you walked down the hallway after that class was done, you did talk to those people that were outside of your friend group, outside of your friend zone, and because they would actually engage the conversation with you or wave at you in the hallway or something, you started realizing, like, hey, this isn't just a one-time thing. And because it wasn't a one-time thing, you were able to actually take the time to look at other people that didn't have that class with you, and trying to actually sit down and find that time to find something that you could find some common ground on for something.
What was your last? You said aim to relate. What is
Yes, because like I feel personally, and in this community right now, there's a lot of problems with people and students, especially trying to relate to students only similar to themselves.
Oh, yeah.
So how do you think this class has really, has really opened up your mind to relating to other people?
So something that we did almost towards the beginning of the class, and if this is a little off topic, my bad, but
no worries.
It was a huge activity we did that let us identify ourselves and know more about ourselves, and this is what empowered us. Well, we all talked about, hey, what makes us us? And no one in the class, in the beginning, the warm-up question, no one could answer that question honestly. No one could answer, who am I, right? Towards the end of that day, end of that lesson, everybody could answer. And with that, we got to know each other better. And what makes him, what makes her, we get to learn more, and then that's how you build friendships. We feel more connected. It's all about building those connections with each other, and that's how friendships and positivity connects.
Thank you.
Mr. Lott.
I'd just like to join my colleagues in offering my congratulations. What you've developed and what you are accomplishing is truly significant. And in the Navy, we used to have a term for that when you thought someone's done a great job. This is something people probably get used to hearing from me over the time, but bravo Zulu on a job well done.
Ms. Ellis. One more thought. As we're talking through this, I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for sort of follow-up and reinforcement. I guess the idea came to me when you talked about seeing kids in the hall, and you took this course when you were a freshman, and to carry it all the way through high school, I know those pressures can start to kind of work on you. So is there perhaps maybe once a semester an opportunity for a workshop or a social or something just to reconnect these students to carry it through their high school career?
Well, it's a good question you're asking, and there's a few answers that I know Arundel's already started, which is using the tools and the skills within advisory lessons, in teacher advisory lessons and times with students, but also throughout the signature program in Arundel, open to all school and all the other schools as well, open to all the students. And then elements of this course, as more and more teachers begin to teach it and we offer the professional development, then the skill set and the knowledge that Ms. West shared today about the teachers that are teaching in Arundel and the students we're so happy about, that will permeate other classrooms throughout the school building. And then I know Ms. Davenport, who I'd like to recognize in the audience, has a plan to continue these efforts as Arundel moves forward as the pioneering group that brought this to life.
Ms. Urea.
Ms. Ellis, just to follow up as well, when speaking to Ms. Davenport, as I went and I've seen this class in person tons of times, she also said that it changes the culture of the school, which is the big target, that it promotes positivity and appreciation of each other. And so those pressures will continue to dwindle a little bit as students realize that their character and their values are of integrity and everything in that school is supported as well. So
If I can add to that, what it also does is it empowers the students and also the faculty in the building to kind of put forth their own passions. And so students will come up with ideas for programs or for assemblies or for field trips that they might want to do to help continue this work.
So I have a couple of the logistical questions around this. So this will be coming to the policy committee next week. To be considered to be included as a graduation requirement. There are already a number of graduation requirements that are required by the state that we cannot interfere with. For some of our students, especially in our magnet programs, their schedules are already pretty tight. Has that been looked at to make sure that this is not going to impact their pathway programs moving forward as another required class?
Yes, that's a great question, and yes, we've looked at the signature programs, the programs of choice, students in AVID, students with special needs. We've looked at all various groups, and we've worked it out such that all ninth graders, no matter who they are, will have an opportunity through their courses, some of which will become this course, and some of the other tenets of a course that might have been there in prior years will be woven in through this course, because we believe in the tenets of this so much. Mm-hmm. This is going to be the driver.
So do we have any other courses that are required for graduation by AACPS that are not required by the state? Do we have additional ones that we require?
Yes. And what will happen here, this won't be an additional graduation requirement. We have 8 credits on the books that are electives for students. This will become one course, 0.5 credits of those 8. So I guess legitimately what you'll have is the 8 will go down to 7.5 elective credits and 0.5 credits of mandated credit for the freshman year.
Okay. So now what if we have a student who transfers in as a sophomore? Will they be able to take this class as a sophomore?
Yes. So the notion is, we know we have students, based on the stories that the students tell today, we know we have students at Arundel and all the other schools who will be upperclassmen who may want to take this course. So freshmen will have it for sure, and then based on room in the schedule of a school or room in a classroom, it will be open to others.
So it will not be a required graduation requirement if they are not one of our students in 9th grade?
Right. They have to enter with this class.
Okay.
Coming in.
All right. You said it could be woven in with some other classes, such as some AVID type classes, or I'm thinking of, and I don't know the name of it, you will know though, I'm sure, there's IB that has a kind of global discussion class.
So the students in the IB magnets, STEM magnets, and performing and visual arts magnets, it will all be handled uniquely. We've looked at each one of those magnets programs uniquely, and we'll be crafting a class that will be driven by all the tenets of this class and will be different for all 3 magnets in the sense of thematically different. So the arts are a good one to look at. Much of the freshman year foundation PVA arts class has many of these tenets, but it's all through the lens of the arts. And so that class will be, when it's finished, will look very different than the STEM class contextually, but not at the core. The core will be this course.
I want to echo what everyone said. I think this is fabulous. I think the part I love about this most, and we've seen this from the culture that has been built at Arundel, is that this came from Arundel itself. When these horrible incidents this happened at Arundel, the hurt of the staff and the students was palpable, because they did not believe that that was their school, and it was disheartening. And to see the response of the students at that time and how they came back out and said, this is not us, and then the staff even more so took the even deeper look at what elements were we missing in this community that we found. And so when we have negative incidents like this throughout the county, we do need to do an immediate response right away. But there's also a deeper systemic of how to do, and this is the perfect example. Arundel responded the kids did, I don't know if people seen it, did this fabulous video right away, and the kids came out very openly, and that was needed, and that was part of the healing, but then also getting into this deeper, and what y'all have come up with is something that will benefit all the students of the county that came here, and now we can spread throughout and build that, and it's one other step that we're taking to deal with the lack of being able to have a conversation in our community, the lack of understanding of each other, and that now this is creating a system-wide program to do this. So I commend you, because this is just, we have to have a variety of tools in the toolbox for everything, and this is going to be a very powerful one throughout the system. So thank you very much. So are there any other board questions or comments? So is there any public comment? Come on up. And please state your name.
Good morning, Board of Ed members, and welcome to our newest members. My name is Janet Norman, proud Annapolis High parent of a current student and a graduated student. I look forward to getting to know you better. Annapolis High is one of the most diverse high schools of all the Anne Arundel County schools in terms of ethnicities, economic backgrounds, program offerings, and Naval JRTC, Performing Visual Arts, Cat South, International Baccalaureate, Change Signature, and others. My sons will tell you there's no other high school, either public or private, in all of Anne Arundel County that they would rather be at. I'm so heartened to hear these students talk about this course. It sounds like a great thing, and it's a lot of what is modeled at Annapolis High, where you can be who you are. It's a very, very diverse and very welcoming and accepting situation. I respectfully ask that you include the high school PTAs in your discussions of proposed mandatory courses and seek our input. Well, this totally sounds like a great course, but what are you willing to remove or change from the mandatory requirements to make additional room? And if you are doing specific things within the IB track, or the PVA track or the STEM track, let parents know beforehand, before we have to commit to these program offerings. There are so few electives as you go through high school that you're able to take. And so I know my son, having applied to colleges, the colleges are asking for more computer science classes. All the service academies want you to have a year of computer science. And we're limited in offerings of that. So I would propose to you, perhaps you could make additional changes to the 2 semesters of tech ed that are now required, which many students feel is a very weak course and kind of a waste of their time. So if you want to change that course around and make it more into computer science because it's a required mandatory course, while you're fitting new courses in, please include high school parents and students in the discussion and seek our input. We would like to give you the background and the perspective of current students. So thank you. I would also ask that hopefully you make it a honors level course so that it is not punitive on GPAs, and consider that taking away one of the electives is difficult for many students. Thank you very much.
Just a clarifying question, Dr. McMahon, the tech ed classes are a state requirement, aren't they?
Yes, the
Okay.
tech ed classes are, and computer science is in the mix of that conversation already.
Okay, thank you.
Is the curriculum for tech ed a state requirement? Like you can't change the
It's,
tech ed
it's
So the standards for tech ed are, in fact, statewide.
I just had a very brief comment after listening to the wonderful presentation and also the very important questions that were brought up in terms of how to fit this into a very jam-packed school day. I do highly recommend that you tap your social studies department. Everything we're discussing here are part of NCSS standards. Also, in addition to that, speaking and listening is a curriculum standard. We are trying to produce global citizens. It's what we do every day. So when you start thinking about the kinds of faculty members that you would like to include in this, your social studies department, I think, is an excellent first go-to.
And just for a point of clarification, our team is comprised of a social studies teacher, an English teacher, a math teacher. So we have hit all the levels and all the different content areas, so they can bring in their certain skill sets to improve the experience of the whole course. So
I think making it a social studies requirement would be a good way to maybe not negate other requirements. Thank you.
I'm sorry, could you give your name?
I'm sorry, Teresa Courier.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Julia Howes, and I am a ICST partner with Southern High School and work with the Signature program quite a bit through our business partnerships as well as curriculum building, real-world experience for our students. And I encourage you to also reach out to ICST members, business partners, and see some of the programs that we've already started. So we are 3/4 of the way through a program with Anne Arundel Community College, as well as continuing next stages for part 2 and phase 3, and this would tremendously impact all of the work that we have done. Not that I think this is an awesome program, and I definitely think that it is needed and it should be in all of our schools, but I just hope that you consider ICST partners and business partners when creating this type of requirement so that we can integrate it into our already existing programs. Thank you.
Thank you. And another point of clarification, Dr. McMahon, it sounds like that y'all are looking this is going to be somewhat individualized for each school and signature program based on what their focus already is and things that are already being incorporated.
That's correct. The integrated community stakeholder team to which this woman refers to, we're very excited by the fact that at different schools, those people are stepping up along with the school people to contextualize this course over the next 5 months for their individual school.
Ms. Antoine.
Is this a place to ask them about the budget and the resources for the program, or do we wait until the 19th?
Well, you can ask if there's a fiscal note to this. If certainly, yes.
Just didn't want to be out of turn.
And that would be to Dr.
And the short answer is no. Okay. We're going to do this on this first year. We want to implement. We've got a bit of a tight timeline because while next school year seems a long way away, these young folks will be picking classes in the next couple of months, in the next month or so, to get ready for that next school year. So we've got to get this on the books, as it were, as approved through the process here at the board and through the policy process and regulatory process, so that we can get on the books so it can be part of their course selections for the next school year. And we're going to do this on a zero budget for next school year.
Ms. Ellis.
I just wondered if we could get clarification of how this would impact the programming that's already going on. I heard that concern, but I didn't hear what the impact would be.
So I don't want to speak for the prior speaker, but I will say all of our signatures have exploration classes throughout all 12 high schools, and they're all done very organically with the help of our business partners. And so what she may actually be referring to is something on the books right now that might get moved. We will speak to each one of the ICST groups at each of the high schools to really figure out the best fit, so that some of the content that might be one place right now may move a bit, but it will not delete or anything that of the good work that they have produced over the years. Each school so individually has created this that we have to go back individually and figure out how best to bring this to life within. Arundel did it within Signature, and some other schools have started the process now of thinking about it, and we'll be doing it with them over the next few months under Assistant Superintendent Talar's leadership.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Schallheim.
Can you just kindly define what ICST is for those who are new?
Yes. So each signature program at a school has an integrated community stakeholder team made up of business and organizational professionals related to each of the signature themes at each school.
Thank you.
I think that does it. Thank you all so much, and we'll look forward to discussing this next week in the Policy Committee. And we are going to take a very brief recess before we move on. we're going to call the meeting back to order. Next item is item 6.04, and that is the Shady Side Cell Tower Review item. And so, Ms. Schalheim, this was your item?
Yes, thank you. I just want to, first I want to acknowledge that this is still an ongoing debate, and then I just want to ask a bunch of questions. I think a lot of us have a bunch of questions that we need clarification on to see how in concrete that location is, because it's causing myself and members of the public some concern. Not the project at large. I want to be clear on that. I know that cell service is much needed in that location. My concerns stem purely from the location, the proposed site, and some questions around how that came to be and how can we move forward, seeing as, you know, more than half of us are new. We have a new county council and a new county exec, where we can go to have it be a win-win that doesn't destroy the environment or et cetera. So yeah, I just want to hear from Dr. Arletto, I guess specifically first before I jump into other questions, like where are we at, and how much leeway do we have to investigate new sites?
Thank you, Ms. Schalheim. I'm not really sure where to begin on those questions, because I'm not sure where the question is, but I'm going to start to speak, and hopefully I'll get somewhere in there, answer your question, but I'm not really sure exactly what it is that you're asking. We, as a school system, are not in search of spaces for cell towers. It's not something you do. It's not something my staff does. We're out there looking for land to build an elementary school in West County.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we're not looking for land to put on cell towers. Okay? Let me start there. So if there is another location to put a cell tower in the Shady Side, and that's appropriate for the service needed. I don't know exactly what the service is that needed. It's not my expertise. It's not our expertise. Certainly somebody could propose that and offer up a piece of property to put a cell tower. We are obligated by law, federal law, to review any proposed cell tower sites. Communications towers, I think, is the official word, but we are obligated by federal law that when somebody approaches us as a public entity, school system, and says we would like to put a cell tower in X location, you, as a board, are obligated to review that proposal. You're obligated by law to do that. You do not have the ability to unilaterally state Anne Arundel County Public Schools is not going to allow cell towers on any of its property. You're not allowed to do that by law. The federal law has that space and takes over that space in decision-making for school systems, for states, public entities, that says you must look at it, because the federal government, when the FCC moved forward that law, they were trying to, and I'm far from an expert, but get to read up a lot on this information, trying to build, since 9/11, trying to build the communications infrastructure around the country. And this was one way the federal government was trying to do that, was tell entities if there are, and again, forgive me for not using, I'm sure, the right language here, either as an attorney or as a cellular expert, that there are dead spaces, right? And so the federal government is keen on the idea of increasing communication and increasing commerce in terms of cellular service. That's how the law kind of reads, as I read it and I interpret it. Certainly your attorney is here and can give you more information here and into the future as this conversation continues. So we're obligated then to look at it. You are obligated to say, okay, Shady Side was identified as an area, not by us, by someone else, that cellular service, that this is a dead space. Again, forgive me if not using the right terminology. Yeah, that this is an area where cellular service is needed. Mm-hmm. Someone then brought a proposal to this board, well, to the Board of Education, to say we are proposing to put a cell tower on a site of the elementary school in Shady Side where it now increased cellular service, and then you are obligated by law to look at that process. That is what That is what Milestone Communications does for you. So as opposed to our staff taking that information and dealing directly with Verizon or T-Mobile or whomever the carrier might be that wants the increased cellular service, Milestone is the go-between for the school system and the cellular provider. We pay Milestone nothing, right? They're not under obligation by contract in terms of money changing hands, that they perform this for you. They perform it as a third party so that our limited staff and buildings and facilities doesn't have to deal with all of that legal work, the zoning and planning and permitting. That's not what they do. So we are obligated to look at it. So getting to, again, I wasn't sure what your question was, so I'm speaking to speak. Let me finish.
Sure, absolutely.
So then I think in answering your question, could we, the school system, you, the board, identify another space? Where I began, we are not out looking for space to put a cell tower. If somebody brings a proposal and says, here's a good space that will give the Shadyside community the cellular connectivity and service they need for both communication and commerce so it meets the rules and regulations of the FCC and the federal government, then so be it. That would be great. We could look at, somebody else could look at it. It wouldn't be, and I'm trying to be clear here, it wouldn't be us looking at it. If somebody else offered another space for a cell tower on a private piece of property or property that didn't belong to this board, we would be out. It would no longer be a discussion of this board about where to put the cell tower. It would be between the owner of that property and the cellular provider that wants to build the tower.
So I guess where my heartburn comes in this is that that is a conditional use property. It's zoned residential conditional use. And through the planning and permitting, it is mandated that all feasible locations within a 2,500-foot diameter be assessed. What is that diameter and how is that determined? What was presented to the board was, by Milestone, was a proposal to put a cell tower on Shadyside Elementary School grounds on an unconsolidated forested lot, and a circle was drawn around that measuring the diameter. Through this process, it's my understanding that that lot was consolidated, and that increased the circle. And now within that circle, there are multiple sites that can be assessed as feasible by Milestone, and I would encourage them to do so, strongly encourage them to do so, that would still meet the telecommunications needs of the area and not develop a green site. One of the new priorities of the new administration of the county executive office is to have a net zero loss of forested sites. And so my heartburn stems solely from the location, not the project, but the location. And so I want to know what steps we can take as a board to encourage Milestone to then look at, say, the ball field, which is also an evacuation zone, or any number of pink and dark pink bits on this map that I have in front of me that indicate commercial and or industrial properties. And those sites are already developed, and then that would not include the downing of trees and the possible draining of wetlands, et cetera, that we know is a part of that site. And I know that that's part of the site because we can reference the National Wetland Inventory on that and see very clearly that there's wetlands all mixed through this. So I have problems with the process that this is that this project has taken up into this point, and I'm concerned about the future of this project. And the reason why this is time sensitive is that I know it's in planning now, and so that's why I wanted to open this discussion now and get to a resolution December 19th, I'm hoping, on how as a board we can get this project to proceed. So that's my heartburn, and that's what I wanted to shed light on today. And if I'm wrong, I want to see proof that I'm wrong, with regard to the process that's come to this point.
So that's what I have to say about that.
Mr. Antoine.
Here we go again. Push. So I also want to share that it is my understanding that the relationship between Milestone and us, when in accordance to what the FCC has required, was established first in 2012, and I'm concerned that maybe a reassessment is necessary due to technical maturity in the IT realm and in the requirements for the FCC. I believe if we could request Milestone to reassess their decision on that, it would include some of the new standards that the FCC has put out since 2012.
Just as a clarification, that contract actually was renewed in 2017, so it's since 2017.
So based on what I was able to read about it, it did not fully address technical maturity, and that is why I'm recommending the reassessment based on technical maturity. And even whomever they are supporting, Verizon or AT&T, within those organizations, they have created standards as well.
Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have several things that I will tell you I do not anticipate necessarily being able to be answered, but I want to make sure it goes on record that we do get an answer prior to any action taken that could possibly occur next session. I'll try to categorize these in simplicity. And the first is surrounding Office of Planning and Zoning. I understand that an application was submitted and that there has been some back and forth with reviews of modification requests and a redirect recently submitted. So if we could get an update from the Office of Planning and Zoning as an entity that would include where we are in the phase. Are we in final? Are there additional permits through the Inspections and Permits Office that will need to be granted after Office of Planning and Zoning approval? There's been some, I've been hearing concerns for quite a while about the wetland delineation and how it relates to current maps and antiquated maps. I know that U.S. Geological Surveys get their data from, it starts at the bottom, goes to the top, and comes back down again. And there have been occasions that I've encountered where those maps have, once field evidence has been substantiated, that a technical altercation is in order. And they usually occur as a result of wetland delineations in projects. And so recognizing that you guys reviewed all of the comments you'd been receiving from the residents, I know that that was one that came up, and so I think it would be good to, for myself at least, to, and I believe our fellow members, to understand the wetland maps and delineations that were conducted and to what level of field assignment, just to make sure. My understanding is it's a green school, correct? And so I think that at least for the students' benefit is to understand how and why we're impacting potential wetlands for the project. It was brought to my attention by constituents of concern of the timeline of the lot consolidation as it related to there. If we could get a clarification on how of if the lot consolidations, if there was anything that impacts the project as it's being presented in its application specifically. What has occurred, obviously, but I just want to make sure that if that was something that is a review comment that you guys are meeting, or if that has already been remedied, if there was an issue. I'm not really sure if there was. And then was MDE part of the review process for the environmental assessment? Something I was not clear on. Or was it the county obliging the MD required code review as it relates? Operationally, if I may, just I understand that I don't know if it's been decided or not whether or not reforestation will be occurring on site for any impact of tree replacement, and if not, will it be done in lieu locally? I think there is some concerns of that. If we do it on site, will that be taking offline active land use that the students otherwise would have benefited from prior to or plan to be for that land? And then I don't know if you can, I definitely have uncertainty if you can answer this or not, but this may be a more legal question, but if the county executive had chosen to approach Milestone with a piece of property, would that be in violation of their relationship with AACPS, recognizing their funding authority as it relates to contractual matters and funding matters? If they were approached, if Milestone were approached, because I understand there is an approachable assumption going on that limited the county's willingness in the past to perhaps move forward with, hey, by the way, I have some land, because that's what happens a lot of time. It's how we get a lot of our parklands. Also, and lastly, as it relates to, I think it's a similar question, but not directly, as Ms. Dana had indicated, that if there's been recent acquisitions of the county of new property, what was nicknamed Turtle Run, in particular, coinciding with discussions with the state at Franklin Park, and I wasn't sure if that was necessarily now in the zone of that may be Milestone, because some of this stuff got vetted a while back. We obviously cannot do anything more than compel, but that kind of coincides with the county executive question of, do they have that ability without getting involved in our affairs? Because there seemed to have been prior concern. And I would lastly just request that any documentation that our members have on the topic, or things that the staff and administration would feel to clarify, if we could get those documents available to all members as quickly as possible. Not everybody, some people only have optics of constituency and not details or interpretations of it. And I'd like us to move forward as a body well-informed, and not just tackling one item, one optic of this. And I thank you very much in advance for your willingness to consider what has been a very challenging and very complex topic.
Ms. Ellis.
So what concerns me is it feels like there's a bit of throwing our hands up, or there has been. So what I've heard said was, we don't have a choice if a cell tower is proposed on one of our school properties. We don't have a choice but to look at that, correct? That is what you said. And
you have to consider it, yes.
Right, you have to consider it. And then you followed with, we're not in the practice of looking for land for a cell tower. So my view is that we're tasked first and foremost with looking out for the well-being of our students and staff. So if we deem it not in the best interest of our students and staff, then should we not be looking for alternatives if we are concerned about trying not to put a cell tower on our school grounds, recognizing, yes, we're not against a cell tower in the area to provide service. We understand the needs for that, but I feel like we need to be a more active part of this process. The tone of it just sounds a bit like throwing our hands up and being powerless, but yet we're part of the decision process. We enter into a contract. We as a board have to sign off on it, I believe. So I believe we must have some power here to influence this process. And I'll let you answer that, but I do have another follow-up.
You do indeed have power. I wanted to make sure that the board and the public understand, and this is not a new conversation. I've shared that same information in the past, as have staff, as has your attorney in the past. And so with the new board, I just wanted to make sure that we were abundantly clear that we have an obligation to look at it. Now, you have the ability to say no. Okay? You, as a board, have the ability to say no. But there are parameters around what the federal government says you can say no about, okay? And you're going to have to get advice from your attorney about what those areas are, okay? You have to consider it. That is within the federal space. You're absolutely right. You are not powerless. You, as a school board, can say, no, we don't want that cell tower on this piece of property. But you're going to have to say why. And those why you don't want it there have to fit within parameters established by the federal government. Otherwise, the FCC can come in and say, no, we don't like your reasoning, and we're going to make you put the cell tower there. I hope it never goes there, right? I just want to be really clear, because you're right on both cases. You are not powerless, but you do have to review when people make that request. And the last piece was, Ms. Ellis, in that comment was, we should be more proactive in looking for these spaces. My staff doesn't have the time or the expertise to go out there and trying to locate where to best place a cell tower, right? That's about the radio frequencies and the locations. We can't do that. Somebody comes to us and says, this is a good location. I can tell you where a good location is for an elementary school because my staff is expert at that. But I can't tell you where to place a cell tower. If somebody wants to take it away from Shadyside Elementary and put it somewhere else in Shadyside, as I said earlier, wonderful.
Right, but we could facilitate working with our communities to
absolutely.
Finding those alternatives.
I've heard the community say in the past, there are other places to put this cell tower.
Right.
Great.
Okay.
No one has ever come forward to me and said, here's a location and somebody's willing to have that cell tower on their land.
Okay, and then
that would be great. And then they could meet with Milestone or they could meet with Verizon or whomever, and they could offer that up to build a cell tower, and then you could withdraw with Milestone.
So that answers that question. My other question is, and this is not necessarily to be answered now, but just maybe to bring back, looking at our own policies and regulations, are we sure that we followed those the way they're written to even enter into the contract? That, for example, did this board ever give an up or down vote on this project? And the other question is, did we follow our own policies for timely notification for public meetings, which I believe is written as 2 weeks? And I'd like to have that answered.
I believe, unless your counsel can advise me differently, that all the board followed, this board and staff followed all the processes and procedures that written out in both the contract language as well as in board policy and regulatory language.
So we'll be able to go back and find the trail to indicate that we followed all of those.
If you've got a particular area that you believe it was not followed, we can go back and check.
Okay.
So if you've got those areas that you believe were not followed, then we certainly can go back and check to see if, but as far as I know, because board counsel signs off on that as well, that to make sure that we are following all the right processes and procedures, that those were all followed. But if you've got a particular area, let us know and we can follow up on that.
Okay.
Mr. Granin.
I'm glad Dr. Arlotto gave the answer that he did, because I was a little bit concerned about the tenor of the questions that was being asked. I guess I just want to respectfully suggest to the new members that we don't need to pose these questions in a may I kind of way. Whatever a majority of the board determines at the December 19th meeting about the fate of the cell tower at Shadyside Elementary is what's going to happen. So if we decide it's going to go there, it's going to go there. If we decide it's not going to go there, it's not going to go there. If we decide something in between, like we want to halt it until other sites can be explored, that's what's going to happen. And I guess I would say, respectfully, you can get whatever information you want, but how we got here is not as important as where we're going. So that's what's going to happen on December 19th.
Ms. Schalheim.
I want, going back to policies and regulations, that I know that this is the past, I'm sorry, but but I would really love to see the roll call on the vote to consolidate that lot before it was signed off on December 20th, 2017, because according to regulation RMDH, it says all approvals on easements, right-of-ways, and surplus properties shall be made by the board during a regularly scheduled board meeting. When I went back through the tape and the agendas, I could not find that. So just to add to your list, I would love to see the roll call on that vote. And I do want to also, between now and then being December 19th, have the conversation with whoever it needs to be had with to explore a land swap with the county executive's office regarding the ball field, because I understand that there is a revenue stream potential loss if it's not on Anne Arundel County public school property. But as I said before, the new county executive has a new policy that no net loss of forested spaces. Well, then I see an opportunity. I see an opportunity to swap one for the other, make that a forest conservation site as it should be next to a green school, and still get the revenue that would have been generated by that tower by putting it on another site. So I definitely want all that explored, and I just want to make that clear and on the public record about that. Let's see here. I'm just going to go back through this, make sure I haven't missed anything. Yeah, that's basically the crux of it. Like, did we follow that regulation? I'm not sure. It's been these other lots have been this. This isn't new stuff. People have come, and they're sitting in this audience now, that have come to this board and asked and proposed these other spaces before, and have been stonewalled and turned away. So I want to make sure that we're doing everything we possibly can to, again, meet the technology and the coverage needs of that area that I know is important, not just for emergency, but for just daily communications, and explore every other single possible already developed site. That is important, because we cannot put trees back up and refill a wetland, and we can't be wrong about this.
Ms. Corkadell.
I think this is a question we could maybe get answered today, and that is, I am not aware that the new county executives or their administration has reached out to this body or to anyone in conversation about this topic, probably in part because it was just added to the agenda today. So I just want to confirm that, or does that create an action of inquiry over there, or because I keep hearing that this is so, but I do not see anyone representing the administration affirming that, and I do not want to make decisions based on. I would prefer that we definitely hear from the administration if they are inclined to do so, as opposed to presuming that they may have an interest based on campaign rhetoric. Thank you.
So I think the answer, from my vantage point, the answer is we've not had a conversation with the county executive or his team as he's building it around offering a land swap for a proposed cell tower site in South County. No.
Mr. Live.
As we've all heard today, this is a very complicated issue, and I'd like to support and concur with Mr. Gannon's summary of it, and looking forward to December 19th with a lot of questions to be asked and answered. And I think your plate's pretty full, Mr. Superintendent, but I'm confident that you and your staff will put together the answers that we're going to need to make a really informed decision to move forward as a body.
Ms. Schulheim.
I wasn't trying to misspeak to say that had been decided, but yes, to answer your question, Ms. Corkadell, I have had conversations with both Stuart Pittman directly as new constituent services person as well. And it's just, nothing's been proposed. Obviously, nothing's been decided, but the idea has been batted around. And I'm not the only one sitting up here who's had those conversations.
I think there's a number of questions that we'd like to explore and that board members would like to explore and would like to look into with the county. I also, if any of this is going to come out, we need strong legal counsel on what we can do under the existing contract that we have and any penalties or things that may arise. And so that needs to come out as well, because we can't make any decisions moving forward without all the information in place, and I think that's an important element to have as well. So are there any other board questions or comments? I would also suggest, as we're moving forward, this will be on the meeting next time, that a number of questions were raised. If you think of some other ones, please, the board, you can submit them through Ms. Connolly to the superintendent if there's additional ones that come to mind afterwards, so that we can ask that can be covered at the next meeting. Ms. Ellis.
I just wanted to jump in on the question about the county executive. I didn't hear that proposed as an offer. I heard it proposed as, what if this were to occur? If this offer were made, is this something we could consider?
Ms. Corkadell.
That is correct. My original inquiry to the superintendent was, would there be any barriers prohibiting that from occurring? But I think us as a board should be approaching the county executive's office as a formal board, not as individual members. So I just wanted to make sure that there maybe hasn't been something because of the allusion that was made.
Ms. Schalheim.
You know, you talk to a lot of people on the campaign trail, and so this was one of those bodies, and so no conversations, I believe, have been formally had as a board member since I was sworn in. But to that point, is there anything prohibiting me from casually having conversations with members of Mr. Pittman's administration now that I am sworn in and on the dais? I'd like to know that.
Board members can certainly have conversations with people. You have to be clear when you're out that if you are speaking for yourself and not as the board. So you cannot represent yourself to elected officials that you're speaking for the board if it is not an issue that the board has voted on and taken a stand. And also, board members should not be negotiating with anybody. That means a corporate body, a company, elected officials on their own. Negotiations are in that realm about issues that does not fall under us, and that shouldn't be. So it's just, you can certainly have the conversations, and we all do as we get things out, but you need to always remember that there is a difference between your speaking as an individual and when you speak for the board, and we only speak for the board when it is something that the board has agreed to as a body. All right, we do have some public comment on this item. Peggy Williams, Randy Williams, Brian Dobbs, Jessica O'Kane.
I feel like I projected. Jessica go first. Yes.
Is it okay if we go out of turn from how you? Well, great. I would say good morning, but now it's afternoon. So, good morning, Superintendent Arlotto and members of the board. My name is Jessica O'Kane, and I live in Odenton, Maryland, and I'm a parent to 2 children in Anne Arundel schools. I think I would love a clarification from your board's attorney, Darren Burns, and you don't have to answer this right now, but in the future, when you all say you're obligated by federal law to look at these sites, I honestly don't think that it's because of the 1996 Telecommunications Act. I think it goes back to your initial master lease agreement that you signed with Milestone first in June of 2012, and then you did it again in 2017, which offers up to any Anne Arundel public school. You've signed a master lease agreement that they can place up to 3 cell phone towers at any elementary, middle, or high school. I would like to speak to Section 704 of the Telecommunications Act, which says it precludes any state or local government from denying a cell phone tower based on ill effects as long as it complies with the FCC regulations. I believe some members of the board are misinformed regarding their role in this scenario. The Board of Education is acting in a proprietary capacity as the landlord of this building, of this land, not in a regulatory capacity. Therefore, they can consider any ill health effects of the placement of these towers on school properties. Madam President, you stated on your Friends of Julie Hummer Facebook page on November 5th at 10:08 a.m. that you believe, and I quote, "I believe current research does not indicate a high health risk for students from these towers." A high health risk? A high health risk? Any health risk is not acceptable when it comes to our children. In addition, President Hummer, you stated on that same Facebook entry that the Board of Education has denied cell tower applications that have not complied with Regulation 704. I would like to know, as a member of the public, as a stakeholder, which applications you all have denied because they didn't comply with Section 704. Pardon. Let's see. Also, I think it's very interesting that Milestone, who you've entered into this contract with, has held themselves immune from liability, that they can't be held liable for any resulting harm in the future. Does that mean that down the line, individuals on the school board that have been or will be in favor are going to be liable if there are ill health effects? Better yet, would the school system be liable, or inevitably the taxpayers? You do have a choice in these matters. Someone else can speak to transparency. I would charge this board with please telling Shadyside Elementary that they must notify their entire student body and all the parents for the December 19th meeting, and not a robocall the night before the meeting is to happen.
Thank you, Miss O'Kane.
Thank you all for your time.
Okay. Ms. Schalheim.
So yes, Dr. Arlato, can you please add all of her questions to your list? And I thank you. And I just wanted to say I hear you and I understand and I agree.
Okay, next, please. Whoever's going to go next.
I'm here as another parent, and I have two sons that go to school in Anne Arundel County schools, not in Shadyside, but I'm representing the Shadyside parents. The FCC, I keep hearing people talk about FCC standards, okay? The FCC safety regulations for radio frequency radiation are significantly outdated and based on accepted practice in 1996, when cell phones were the size of a brick. No one here can deny a lot has changed since then. So when I hear that a device meets government standards or radiation levels from a cell tower are FCC compliant, how can this possibly be relevant today? Many researchers, doctors, and other scientists are saying that these obsolete FCC standards are meaningless when it comes to our health. This is an excerpt about cell towers near schools from a public health physician at University at Albany in New York. The World Health Organization, Agency for Research on Cancer, has classified the radiation from both cell phones and cell towers as a Class 2B possible carcinogen in 2011. Cell towers use similar radio frequency radiation as cell phones in the 1.8 to 5.0 gigahertz range. The difference between a cell phone and a cell tower environment, however, is that while the cell phone is used only intermittently and at higher power, a cell tower environment is continuous, serving many people at the same time. Cell towers direct their beam in all directions, such that anyone nearby is continuously exposed to radio frequency radiation. While the intensity is much less than one would receive holding a cell phone to your head, the emissions from a cell tower are continuous. Thus, the aggregate exposure over time coming from being close to a cell tower can be very significant. A child in a school with a nearby cell tower will be exposed every moment he or she is at school. Thus, there is a particular concern when a cell tower is placed near a school. I came here today to express my concern as a citizen and parent in Anne Arundel County and express the need for the use of safe technologies in our schools. Given the lack of current safety standards, we should be moving instead to wired technologies at every opportunity, not expanding and supporting the proliferation of wireless. Thanks.
Thank you. Next.
Hello. My name is Brian Dobbs. Like Peggy, I'm just a concerned parent. She just mentioned that in 2000, 2011, the World Health Organization officially classified wireless radiation as a possible carcinogen. Since then, new research has concluded that this classification is outdated and that it should be upgraded to an established known carcinogen. This is very troubling. I'm not making this up. In 2004, the International Association of Firefighters officially opposed cell tower construction on their campuses. It's not good enough for firefighters. It shouldn't be good enough for our children. Last year, the Maryland State Children's Environmental Health and Protection Advisory Council, this is a council that is governor appointed. They issued an official recommendation to the state of Maryland that our children's exposure to wireless radiation should be reduced and minimized, citing health effects. And since children have rapidly developing bodies, they are especially sensitive to environmental toxins such as heavy metals and pesticides, for example, and wireless radiation should be considered no different in that it suppresses the immune system. It is an environmental toxin. The health effects cited were attention deficit disorder, memory loss, fatigue, insomnia, and as I noted, most troubling, cancer. So we really need to reduce our children's exposure to wireless radiation. It's that important. We don't want to gamble with our children's lives. It's not worth it. Back in the 70s, the Navy understood this. They discovered for themselves something they coined as radio wave sickness due to proximity to radio antennas. You guys can look this up for yourself. I'm not making any of this up. This is enough for me as a parent to be especially alarmed at anything that's going to affect my child's health. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dobbs. Ms. Shulhan.
I hear you and I understand, and as a cancer survivor, I also agree.
Ms. Ellis.
I just want to thank you for coming and sharing that information. I think a lot of people are not aware that there actually is research out there, and parents should become informed.
Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, members of the board, and welcome and congratulations to our new members. I just wanted to give you some information specific. I pulled out the school board policy FB, which is your telecommunications transmission facilities regulation or policy, which requires that AACPS to work with the county government in considering the views of the community and principals and other interested parties as to proposed locations. So the fact that these young ladies brought up this wonderful insight about looking at other ideas, it's actually required in our policies that you all follow. To address something that Ms. Corkadal asked about the reforestation plan. So I was at the meeting last week, and they explained their reforestation plan, and it makes no sense to me. We're talking about the destruction of approximately 6,000 square foot of forest wetlands, and they want to put some trees in an area that's the last large field at the school, which is the corner, the back corner, which is a couple things. It's still got the little baseball thing there. It's migratory bird area in the fall. I moved here in 1969. From that point on, every fall we get our migratory birds, and they sit in that field. My dog used to go over there and chase them away all the time. And it's the last piece of property that when the kids have field day, that's the big place in Shadyside where they would have it if they're outside having field day. So that really isn't a logical place to plant trees when you're destroying 6,000 square foot of forest acreage and wetlands. So that, and I read about some other reforestation plans at some other schools, so I hope that that's not to look at cell towers. It had nothing to do with that, that I did see some other plans on your agendas over the summer. As far as transparency and making sure that our children are notified right away, Milestone neglected to notify 2 families that live directly across from the school, and one of them has a 5th grader and twin daughters that are 1 year old. They would be approximately 300 feet from the proposed cell tower. They were not told about the community meeting last week. We had that in writing from them, and the family that lives next door to them. So Milestone did not follow their part of the contract. And then they did not notify you all that there was a meeting until 2 days before, and when our
Thank you, Ms.
neighbors
Williams.
did.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Ms. Ellis.
Yeah, that testimony brought up a concern of mine. I mean, these are all very big concerns, but these are school grounds. They're for our students, and if we've got a field that's being, and I'm a big proponent of our kids getting more outdoor time. This is usable space for our students. I'm not sure that to me is grounds for not putting a cell phone tower where kids are outside playing.
Ms. Schulheim.
Thank you. Yes, it is in the policy, FB-RA, Section C, Item 2. The board authorizes the superintendent of schools or his or her designee to administer and manage the telecommunication transmission facilities program on behalf of AACPS, including but not limited to determining appropriate AACPS sites and property for the location of the telecommunications facilities, and working with the county government in considering the views of the community, principals, and other interested parties as to proposed locations. I just wanted that in the record. Thank you.
Ms. Antoine.
So while I appreciate that we've identified what may or may not have happened, none of us here can say for sure with all these moving parts. I wanted to know, can we contractually request that Milestone come and brief us publicly about the status, their decision to use that property, and even possibly some alternatives in accordance to the coverage efforts that they're trying to accomplish.
We'll add that. The next next comments, Lisa Taylor, Julia House, John Earl, Linda Wynn, James Soriero, and Mike Shea.
Good afternoon. Julia House, Shadyside resident and current Shadyside parent. I'm probably the only one, if I'm not mistaken by looking at the room, that is currently a parent of a Shadyside student. So I think that speaks volumes because the people that you are hearing to, not all of them live in our community, not all of them have students at Anne Arundel, and they certainly don't have students at our school. I have been a part of this process since March of 2017 and have watched multiple community meetings, have been here before you, have been out in the community, have been talking to families, have been talking to parents, have been talking to citizens. And I welcome you all here with the new elected school board. But with all due respect, I also think that you need to understand that this is a long process, and there are a lot of us that are nearing towards the end of the process and are excited to finally have this passed and have it move forward, and the citizens of Shadyside and the surrounding areas finally have the cell coverage that they need. So for you guys to come in at 20 months in and halt the process is disheartening to all of us. I do understand that there is a loud group and very organized group, I will say, and they have expressed very loud, very non-tactical ways. We teach our children not to bully, and they are a prime example of what I do not want my child to do later in life. They are recommending land that isn't theirs. They are bringing suggestions to you that isn't their responsibility. It's not their right to offer up other people's land. They have brought private ownership land. They have brought county property. They have brought various different things that they don't have the power or the right to be able to do. Taking away a park and recs, we already have a lack of park and rec land in our county. My child plays multiple sports throughout the year, and if you tell me that you're going to put in a cell tower where she's playing soccer or she's playing baseball, where's she going to play those games at now? That cell tower takes up a big section of it. You're going to remove a field just to put in the cell tower at a Parks and Recs. In addition to that, my child plays field day at our school. My child has gym at our school. She does not use that corner of the field. They do not go out there. It's wet. There's a lot of bugs and mosquitoes. I can tell you as a volunteer of 5 years, we have never used that portion of the field. So some of the things that they're bringing up to you, I just hope that you look into it and that you ask the parents and the people that are actually in the school, volunteering, participating, and that have children in the school system and that live in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. House. Ms. Ann.
So I wanted to clarify. I first appreciate you coming out as a parent. You were the first parent in a long run of people sharing information on both sides of this that came to us. So thank you for that. I want to make it clear we're not requesting anything be halted. The actions, the coverage, and things that you all deserve and need out there, we want that to continue. We are requesting an alternative because of the things that have been brought up.
I also wanted to say thank you for coming out, and I've seen you at a few meetings, and I appreciate your passion on this issue as well. But with all due respect, I've been involved in this process for the last year, ever since probably like the second day after I filed to run. So I have been brought up to speed. I do understand the issues. I do not want to take away cell service at all. I'm online all day long. You need it just for general communications, to get phone calls from the school, emergencies. I get it. I don't want there not to be a cell tower, so I want that clear and in the record. I just don't want it on that land. And to your point, if it's wet down there and there's bugs and stuff, well, it's because it's a wetlands. And so to me, that's an inappropriate use of that space. I want to protect our environment every chance we get. I also don't believe that it takes up much space, having seen multiple drawings of the site. And so I don't believe that that would be an issue if, hypothetically speaking, that is determined to be the site that it goes on. It's also an opt-in site, so you're not forced to be there 180 days, 1,080 hours. You go there periodically for a game or a practice, and it's not all day, every day. Thank you.
I just want to throw in, I'm not an expert on the definition of wetlands, but I have a spot in my backyard that's always muddy and buggy, and it would not be determined a wetland. So that's not necessarily, there's specific definitions of that would come about, but I just want to add that because I know my backyard. Ms. Ellis.
I just want to thank you for coming and sharing your testimony. I fully agree that we have to hear all sides when making a decision. I do think if there are solutions that can give service to the area without putting families in fear who are in fear, we certainly have to look at that. But I do agree that we need to hear all sides, and we are listening.
Ms. Corkadell.
I would just like to reiterate, under the new optics of this particular agenda item, because I had mentioned it under a prior one, that I want to make sure that every stakeholder that is involved in this project, directly and indirectly, have an opportunity so that we can make a conscientious decision. And I can assure you that your elected representative of our district will make sure that that occurs to the extent and authority I have. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Nguyen. I live in Shadyside. I have a child attending Shadyside Elementary School. I have another child who I hope will go there next year. I'm an active volunteer. I just spent a day up in Pasadena doing scavenger hunts with the kids, and I'm really enjoying my experience so far with the school and with the teachers and staff. I'm speaking today to urge you to vote Milestone out of Shadyside Elementary School and out of Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I'll focus my comments today on the company you are doing business with, Milestone Communications, and especially for the newer board members who may not be aware of what has been experienced by our community. Just last week, the company Milestone hosted a community meeting as a requirement of county planning and zoning and did not bother to inform the school. I ask you, what sort of business partner forgets or purposefully excludes the school it is proposing to place a cell tower on? Shouldn't the school be notified of this? Shouldn't the parents have adequate notice about project updates? What kind of company does the bare minimum to get by so that just their interests are met? It's the sort of company that asked for 3 permit modifications earlier this year in February, including a request to skip a community meeting. All those modifications were rightly denied by the county in March. This same company you are doing business with also openly contradicts this body and the superintendent. One example of this is when asked why lots were consolidated at Shadyside Elementary School in December 2017, Superintendent Arlotto says for overdue tax purposes. However, at a community meeting held by Milestone in April of this year, Len Forkas, the head of Milestone, stated the lot consolidation in December happened to allow the cell tower to be sited. So who is telling the truth? It appears that this board is allowing this company to do as it pleases without regard to the children of our school and the school community. When you look at all the facts, Milestone is the one profiting from its arrangements, not the school system, and most definitely not the students. I urge you to examine your agreement with Milestone Communications to see who is really benefiting and that you vote to ban a cell tower from being built at Shadyside Elementary School. Thank you.
Whoever wants to go next.
Do you want to go next?
My name is James. I do not like radiation. It's a bad thing. Could you see air? No. But it's there. We know that. And radiation is there. I am done now.
Thank you. You did an excellent job.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Taylor Serrero. I'm from Shadyside, Maryland. As you know, I actually left teaching last year to homeschool him when I thought that the tower was going to go up, and I kind of got stuck homeschooling him anyway because he was excited about that. But here I am. So I'm still strongly opposed to the placement of cell towers on school grounds. But I've been personally affected by the one proposed at Shadyside Elementary. A big part of this that I had prepared was also talking about the lot consolidation and how Len Forkas told our community during that recorded meeting that that it was done to move the tower north. And the FOIA requests I wanted to bring up that we have collected in our community. They've revealed that AACPS was working with Milestone on the lot consolidation and that they didn't want it to come before the board. So respectfully, I don't really understand why that shouldn't have gone before the board. Easements have been identified. It seems like something that just doesn't make sense to me. On another matter, the whole process when the tower came began with a private meeting between Milestone, Maria Sasso, the principal, and the PTO president, and that's in the the regulations, and she was instructed to keep the meeting private. It was later revealed, once everything came to light, that potential future use of the site was addressed in that private meeting, and the principal and the PTO leadership then refused to allow any discussion about the tower at the PTO meetings, preventing discussions of future use of the site, so there was no input about that. When the cell tower stalled and it seemed like it wasn't going to happen, I don't know if you remember, but a bunch of parents got together to propose the OWL Center, or the Outdoor Wetlands Learning Center, which would consist of raised walkways through the wetlands area, learning stations, outdoor classroom, kind of a STEAM theme, nature themed area for the kids. I was told directly by the principal that this we'd have to first see if the cell tower thing goes through. And this directly contradicts board regulations on telecom facilities, which says that the property can't interfere with current or future instructional or other activities. Shadyside is known as the Great Swamp for its vast wetlands. The land is not disposable. It's an integral part of our community. We owe it to our children to do something good with it and make it an asset to their education. And there are other options for tower placement, and I just feel that in the middle of the wetlands next to an elementary school should never be an option for the placement of a cell tower. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Earl.
Hey, hello. John Earl, Shadyside resident, 6 kids, and I live very across the street from the school. Just to put it on the record, Dr. Arlotto, on May 2nd, I came and asked you if you'd be willing to meet to discuss a win-win proposal of an alternate site, and you did tell me no on that day. So in contradicting what you said today.
I'm sorry, which was what? What was the contradiction?
I asked you.
I apologize if there was
it's
a contradiction.
Okay.
What was,
no,
what was
you said today that there was no one had come to you with a proposal for an alternate site, and on May 2nd, I was here and I was asking you to meet with me for a win-win solution, and you said no.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, I'd like to start over if I could.
It's still your time.
Okay, well, so it's kind of a personal story I want to share. We live in a world full of healthy and unhealthy choices everywhere, and we have the personal freedom to choose and make our own choices. So my sister Jessica chose to use her cell phone for hours a day, each day, for over 10 years. She suffered for 7 years battling brain cancer as a result of her choice. 2 weeks ago, my precious niece lost her mother. Jessica's loving husband lost his wife. And my poor parents lost their daughter. I wish every day that my sister had made a better choice. So when you choose to build a cell phone tower on school grounds, you're mandating round-the-clock exposure to the same radiation that killed my sister. Those children don't have the freedom to choose whether or not to be exposed. The cumulative effect may and could be devastating. If health and safety is a top priority for this school board, I just don't understand how you can choose to build cell towers on school grounds. I hope you can make a better choice than my sister did. Thank you.
Mr. Earl, I want to say how very sorry I'm to hear about your sister. I know that's something your family's been struggling with for a long time, and I'm very sorry to hear about her loss.
Of course. Thank you.
Michelle.
I also wanted to say that I'm very sorry for your loss. And I also wanted to point out that in regulation FB, telecommunications transmissions facilities. Section C, and then underneath that, 2C, item 2, it says telecommunication transmission facilities could be located on the site property without interfering with current or future instructional or other activities, just for the record. And again, I'm so sorry.
Mr. Shea.
Mike Shea, Shady Side, Red Top Farm in Shady Side. 3 generations of my family, including my 4 young grandchildren, live and work on historic Red Top Farm in Shady Side. It's less than 1 mile from Shady Side Elementary School, where one goes to school and the rest will be following him. We are in the mission of education, not cell tower service. You are not obligated to find cell service for Shady Side. If you turn this project down, cell tower service will come to Shady Side. Verizon will find a spot. It's not your obligation. Chris Trumbauer just finished 2 terms of the County Council. In his letter to the past board members, expressed his concern that with other limited school grounds, we should not be giving away land for other uses that would exclude land for future school use. The original Milestone Tower proposal has now morphed into inappropriate and enlarged insertion to our community and school grounds. It's been mentioned to you that you have consolidated legal lot lines without required board approval for this project to move forward. But most importantly, because of this proposed project requires clearing and removing of mature trees for the entire footprint of the project, 2.5 acres of new trees would have to be planted with an easement that no other use will be permitted on this school grounds. So you're giving away another 2.5 acres plus the footprint of the school tower. Prince George's County will not allow Milestone to do future business because of past problems with process and transparency. South Arundel Citizens for Responsible Development have had lawyers write 2 unanswered letters to Planning and Zoning. That is what the Shady Side citizens are experiencing, the same experience Prince George's County has had. We should remember that neighboring Montgomery County, in this school report today, their schools get a 5. Shady Side Elementary is in the lowest 8% of all elementary schools in the state. We should get back to the mission of teaching our kids and use energy and resources there instead of taking the time to help Milestone, help Verizon find a cell tower site in the Shady Side Peninsula. That's a job that they're professionals at. We're professionals in education. Let's do what we're supposed to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. Excuse me. Is there any other public comment on this issue?
India Oaks from Annapolis. This is just a very quick comment, but there were comments earlier that could have been interpreted to say, the ability to do a blanket ban on cell towers at schools was not allowed under the law. But I just want to clarify that, setting aside for a moment any legal obligations in the contract currently entered into with Milestone, such practices are possible under the law. Case in point examples right here in Maryland, with Montgomery County Public Schools banning cell towers at all elementary schools, and the city of Greenbelt banning cell towers at all schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you for that testimony. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? Okay, we're going to move on to public comment portion of the thing. I just want to add one thing after this. I think these are all very good questions that are raised. I look forward to getting more information and what we can do on this. But I want to reiterate, too, that I'm concerned about the transparency of this. It was very clear that some people who are opposed to the cell tower knew this would be on the agenda and were able to come and speak, and that others who may wanted to share things were not. And I think that's so important, if we're going to be transparent, that we need to be transparent for everyone to come out so that will all come clear. So now, no, you've already spoken on this. It's
just to say that
we didn't know
anything was going to be on the agenda.
Well, it's no.
Look at our cards.
That I took the cell towers because now it's an agenda item. So you spoke on the cell tower as an agenda item. There's no discussion. You're out of order right now to have. It's kind of, there may have been maybe people didn't know, but I just want to say we need to hear from all sides when it comes out. That's the only thing I'm asking for is the transparency. If we can find another location, I'm all for that, and I think this discussion is valuable, but I think we do need to inform everyone. So now we move into public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on an item not on today's agenda may offer testimony during this public comment portion of the meeting. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes each and may not allocate their time to others. A tone will sound when time has expired. The board asks that comments remain civil and appropriate for the various audiences that may be watching or viewing this meeting. Student-specific and personnel matters are confidential and cannot be discussed in this forum. It's not the board's general practice to engage in question and answer session with speakers. For the record, please give your name before speaking, and handouts should be given to the board assistant. So Colin Reinhardt, Lisa Van Buskirk, Carol Brown, and Janet Norman.
Good afternoon, Madam President, Mr. Vice President, members of the board, Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I'm Colin Reinhardt, regular guy from Linthicum. I come before you today to give a hearty welcome to our newest members of the Anne Arundel County Board of Education. This board is regarded by your peers among the most collegial and effective boards in the state of Maryland. With a hallmark of an open and positive relationship with the superintendent and board leadership, this board takes pride in resolving differences privately, avoiding surprises, and providing a unified voice once a decision is made. It is the hope of this former board member that Anne Arundel will continue to be recognized as an example of professionalism and effectiveness. With the elections behind you, I ask that attention be turned to the job at hand, making well-informed decisions that benefit all students across this diverse and remarkable county. Although you were elected by geographic district, the voters sent you from your district to represent all students. It is in that spirit that I bring to you a small gift to remind you of that charge. Jacqueline Woodson's book, The Day You Begin. The opening words read, "There will be times when you walk into a room and no one there is quite like you." These words ring true for each of you and each of our students. Share your story and listen to theirs. Welcome to the board, and help make this school system, and the county executive's word, the best place.
Thank you, Mr. Reinhardt. And he'll give you the books for your reading for the way home. Miss Ellis.
Thank you for that. Actually, when you came up to the podium, I was going to ask you where my book was because I came to the last meeting and I remember you saying that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I want to add a comment because somehow I didn't get the opportunity to, but to respond. There was testimony given here just a few minutes ago, and I have seen many of those citizens here testifying at countless meetings. So we need to be fair and, make sure everyone's aware of that.
Twine.
I just wanted to thank you for that reminder. I want to share with the public that each of us have made a personal commitment to the other, that we are all about all means all, and we are here to emphasize the needs of our specific districts in order to accomplish all means all. Thank you. And I was going to say something about my book too, so thank you.
Ms. Van Busker.
Good afternoon, Board of Education, Dr. Olato, and welcome especially to the 5 new members. I'm Lisa Van Buskirk of Start School Later Anne Arundel County, and I'm here to discuss school bus transportation. Thank you, Ms. Antwine, for including it on the later agenda item, asking for monthly reports on updates to transportation and all the other topics. For some of you, this will be repetitive from my September testimony, but new for some of the rest of you. In August, when the school bus routes were posted on AACPS's website, arrival times of the schools were included. That information was removed within days, and when I asked Mr. Douglas, the transportation director, if that would be reposted, I was assured that it would, but right now it was too confusing for parents. The bus routes were removed from the website in October and never again included the arrival time. So, suspecting that they would never get back on the website, on September 18th, I submitted a Maryland Public Information request for the arrival times for the 12 high schools and Phoenix Academy. I received some information on October 29th, which exceeded the 30-day limitation for PIA requests, and all the information I requested was there. So I had to involve the Maryland PIA Ombudsman to get AACPS to acknowledge the additional clarification information I had originally requested. My team identified 45 discrepancies within the 460-plus routes I was given. Those discrepancies included bus arrival time, bus numbers that were never posted on the website, but were should have been. So they had arrival times, but no first pickup time. There were buses that were on the website that had first pickup times, but no arrival time at the school. And there were some that their arrival time at the school was the same time as the first pickup from the website. I'm still waiting for that clarification that I was promised on November 13th regarding those 45 routes, plus a couple of other questions. Meanwhile, in October, I attended a start time conference in Connecticut, and there were transportation specialists from various panels. I asked them what is the ideal arrival window for buses, and their answer was between 10 to 20 minutes, with any earlier being a false tier such that buses could drop off their kids early and make it to their next route extra early. When I look at the arrival times and pickups for Phoenix Academy, which was provided on November 13th after PIA involvement, the Ombudsman's involvement, I'm struck that the longest bus ride of 71 minutes not only picks up the earliest at 5:45 a.m., it also arrives the earliest at Phoenix Academy 27 minutes before the bell rings. That seems excessively early for students who are the most at-risk students because they're at Phoenix Academy. I also asked the transportation specialists how much the bus arrival app would cost. They estimated about $30 per bus. So when I do the quick math of 600 buses, 10 months a year, I get about $180,000, $200,000. Divided by that by 60,000 students, that's about $3, $4 per student per year. I think most parents would be happy that $3 to $4 was spent so they would know when the bus is coming, particularly since the drop-off times in the afternoons are never on the website. So in September, when I had mentioned the bus app, Mr. Butcher had asked Dr. Arlato to provide information back on the smartphone apps, and if he hasn't yet provided that information to you, I would ask that you ask him again for that information. Sion has its own app, and so I'm sure it's cheaper than the third-party information I was provided.
Thank you, Ms. Van Busker. Ms. Brown.
Thank you very much. My name is Carol Brown, and I live near Broadneck High School. I don't have children in the school system, but I do have twin sons who were educated in a school system, as was I, of course. And my question today, or my comments today, concern civics and governmental instruction in the schools. It's been a long time since I've been in the schools, but I guess what I'm yearning for is that our students, beginning in elementary school, start to appreciate how vital their participation is, our participation is, to sustain our democracy. As we see in our times, our democracy and our democratic institutions, rule of law, is being challenged at every level and from all sides in our society. And unfortunately, with every election, we see that our voter participation is woefully low. And while I think that we learn about our democratic institutions, our balance of powers, our structure of government, the three independent forms of government, I think what we have to appreciate, and I'm hoping our instructors, our teachers, will say that you as a citizen, every single child who becomes an adult, who turns 18, must take their responsibility as a citizen to heart. And now I'm thinking, I think it should start in pre-K. 3 little blocks representing each branch of our government, but a big fat block that represents the child, the voter, the citizen. Because I consider our democracy not a, observation sport. It requires participation. And I think with the evolution of curriculum, and here's where I really don't know, but with the evolution of curriculum, what we lose in our school systems, are we teaching civics? Are we teaching government, how it operates, how vital our Supreme Court is, our presidential, executive branches, our legislative branches? I happen to be an attorney. I've been practicing law for over 40 years, and it hurts me, it pains me to see what's happening in our society. I urge you to impress upon kids the importance of civics. Without our kids and without what's happening here today, this is democracy. We have to hang on to it. We have to fight for it every single day. I thank you for your service. Congratulations on your election. You'll be seeing more of me. I want to know what's going on in our schools, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. Thank you very much.
And Ms. Brown, if you are not already, you better be volunteering in one of our schools and get in there and be helping with this.
Well, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for asking me that. I am a volunteer on the women's, the YWCA domestic violence. I volunteer all over the place, and now schools are on my list.
All right. Glad to hear it.
Thank you.
Ms. Norman.
Oh, by the way, I am part of the Anne Arundel, the Annapolis Rotary Club, and I have an appointment at 7:30 on December 10th to go to Annapolis High School to do mock interviews. So we help everywhere we can, and you'll be seeing more of me, that's for sure.
Fabulous.
Thank
Love
you.
to hear that. Thank you. Ms. Norman.
Good morning. Good afternoon. It's Janet. My name's Janet Norman. I'm like many thousands of the involved parents you have in your system who sweat equity over a decade, tries to make needed improvements. I know your job is not easy. In 2 weeks, Dr. Arlotto will be coming to the citizens of Anne Arundel County with a proposal asking for $1.2 billion plus of our residents' tax dollars. Only because of the National Day of Mourning am I able to be here at this daytime meeting. I've asked you many times before to consider moving meetings to the evening like the City Council. Normally, there's only a handful of the public able to come to the daytime meetings. I ask that you rescind the new procedure this year that a public member must be here at the very start of the meeting in order to have the privilege of testifying. That was 3.5 hours ago, and I was here. By rearranging everything else in our busy lives to come for the privilege of testifying to you. You need this information from your citizens. Do not put up false barriers to their participating in giving you input, valuable input. It's disrespectful to our busy lives, and especially disrespectful to the economically disadvantaged members of the Annapolis cluster. I'm glad that you got to hear at a night meeting from Annapolis 7th grader Jaden Hill about his concern of lead in his school. Now Annapolis Middle lead tests are back, and we find out that we had a consumable fixture, a kitchen pot filling station, with 1,420 parts per billion of lead, when a threshold has been set at 20 parts per billion. 1,420. Please focus on the health and safety needs of our students that are extremely overdue for taking care of. I'm also speaking for myself today, but I do want to let you know that the Annapolis Edge Commission, which I'm an appointed member by the mayor and city council, voted on Monday to ask Dr. Arlotto and the board to fully include the community ambassadors positions in the upcoming budget. These positions are essential in helping reduce our unacceptable levels of chronic absenteeism at our high schools, especially Annapolis High, and achievement gaps. I urge you to carefully read the Maryland report card summaries very thoroughly. They are eye-opening and outline the improvements needed. Annapolis High has a 37.8% chronic absenteeism. Glen Burnie, 36% chronic absenteeism. Old Mill, 28%. South River, 19.5%. Broadneck, 17.9%. Severna Park, 9.2. It's times in Annapolis when, like, our Robinwood girl who was not in school on a Thursday was accidentally shot with a gun and died. We need our kids to be in school. We need these community ambassador positions. We need all your help in turning things around that the data sheets on the high schools are telling you. We have an achievement gap where at Annapolis High, 17% of the African American students are proficient in math, and 73% of the white students are. So
Thank you,
please
Ms.
take
Norman.
advantage of these reports.
Thank you, Ms. Norman. Ms. Antoine.
I do want to thank you for your stats that you shared today. Those are very important stats. I also want to address the fact, especially on truancy, that there are some dependencies that cause those stats to be the way that they are, and we want to, within our system, ensure that we are giving information and statistics that accurately reflect those things, especially in terms of truancy. As a parent, I get a lot of emails about a certain person not being at school, and he gets in trouble when he gets home, only to find out he was actually at school and he was actually in there or whatever, and people just did not communicate. So those types of dependencies we want to actively address, and I'm with you. Those stats are a means of addressing those things, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we move on to consent items, award of contracts. Do I have a motion to bundle items 4.01 through 4.08?
So moved.
That's good. Okay. Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll?
Mr. Gravin?
Aye.
Ms. Scorpio?
Aye.
Mr. Reyes?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Shawhan?
Aye.
Mr. July?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mrs. Hubbard?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Okay. And then, so now, Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of the contracts as listed on today's agenda, 4.01 through 4.08.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
The second?
Second.
Okay. Are there any board questions or comments? I actually have some, so if there's someone. All right. Mr. Sheknovich, I have a question on item 4.02, which is the security vestibules at Broadneck, Chesapeake, Meade, Southern, and South River High School. When will, I see substantial completion by December of 2019. When do we foresee that construction will begin on these vestibules?
So for the record, Alex Shekno is Chief Operating Officer. We would anticipate to be able to enter into the contract for design. The unknown factor essentially is the regulatory review process. This is on the long side. Our preference and obviously our goal would be to have them in place before the start of school. But we don't want to create such a short time frame that we promise that to the vendors, and then because of situations outside of our control, i.e. regulatory review, that duration is extended, and then we owe somebody additional time or additional funds. So we typically err on the side of caution in terms of completion dates on endeavors like this. But again, the intent is not for the projects to take this long.
So when these are completed, will we have created the double vestibules in all of our high schools, or are there still some that are in the works?
Sure. So this will be to complete all of the high schools. We obviously have some completed. We have some presently in the process. This is the last batch of them for the 12 comprehensive high schools.
Okay. And this came from the extra security funds that we received from the county executive through the state grants and things that we received in the spring. All of this vestibule construction, this part of that. Is that correct?
Correct. The accelerated time frame on this and other security enhancements were enabled by the supplemental funding that we received from the County Executive's Office.
Okay. Then I have a question on item 4.04. It's an emergency shelter at Northeast High School. What type of emergency shelter?
So we have a partnership with the County Office of Emergency Management that our schools are used as emergency shelters should there be relocation requirements. It could be anything from large utility scale emergencies or flooding conditions, et cetera. We've had natural disasters here in the county. So we partner with them. Our schools are the largest, essentially, venues in which the county can work to shelter on a temporary basis its residents. But in order to do that, the facility has to be robust enough to essentially support that. So in this endeavor here, the county has a very large generator, a portable generator that they have. They actually have 2 of them. All of our schools, even Northeast, has emergency generating capacity, but it's got enough capacity to essentially support our emergency operations, not one designed to house an influx of citizenry 24 hours a day on cots, feeding stations, et cetera. So this would be to upgrade our existing emergency generation capacity, that school, upgrade it so that it can accept the larger emergency generator unit, one of the 2 that the county has, so they can plug their generator in. So there's our generation capacity plus this greater generation capacity, and therefore more of the school's footprint can appropriately be used as an emergency shelter. So that's the purpose of this project.
Okay. All right. Are there any other board questions or comments on items 4.01 through 4.08? Mrs. Corkadell.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up question from the prior discussion, Ms. Hummer and yourself, how many do we have? I'm aware of, we have Annapolis High School as an available shelter, and there's some other facilities that can hold, from the a couple of fire halls that can provide temporary. Is this the only one that Director Aftung has decided to work with you guys on, or are there future plans for bringing additional shelter opportunities online?
Sure. So currently, the schools in our portfolio that are essentially elevated to the level that would meet the needs of the emergency management are Annapolis High School and Severna Park High School. Crofton High School is currently under construction. When it is completed, it will be at that emergency sheltering level of service. This will bring Northeast High School up to that level of service, and we're seeking approval to begin the design process, the construction, so hopefully this school. And then the other school that we are partnering with them on, but at the very early stages, is Southern High School. The southern portions of the county, the portions that you and I reside in, has some different, unique natural conditions, environmental conditions, and so the Emergency Management Office here in the county has reached out to us to see if we can, what would it take to bring Southern High School up to that standards. We've met with the county a couple times and had some initial discussions. In fact, we've got a meeting coming up with them in the next 2 weeks to further those discussions as well.
I would just request if we could get an update on that, that would be great, as appropriate.
Sure.
All right. Are there any other board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? Oh, Mr. Grannon.
No, sorry.
Okay. Is there any public comment? All right. Okay, then, Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll?
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mrs. Hummer?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Shagnovich. Okay, next is item 5.01. This is an item that was added to the agenda, board election of officers. So, Mr. Grannon.
As I noted earlier, the legislature and public have sent a powerful message about a new direction for the board. There's no reason to delay an opportunity for that message to be reflected in the board's officers. I nominate Terry Gilliland for president of the board to serve until the next regularly scheduled election. Having Mr. Gilliland serve as president would strike the right balance of responding to the public's call for change and having an experienced person preside over our meetings until an elected member of the board can take over as president. And Ms. Hummer can continue to provide her insights and experience as a regular voting member of the board.
Second.
So just for clarification, there is board policy that stands regarding election of officers. Policy 201.03 states that the board shall hold its annual meeting on or near as possible to the second Tuesday in July. At the annual meeting in July, the board shall elect a president and a vice president from among its members by individually recorded vote. The public and other board members may recall that we have discussed changing this policy based on the new elections coming up. It's now been discussed. Now makes the 5th time in the past about 4 or 5 months that this has been discussed in public session. It's been discussed during policy committee meeting, and twice. This now makes the 3rd time here at the board. The last time it was discussed here at the board, the policy committee, and the whole board determined that no changes would be made to this policy until the new elected board came on, so that the newly elected board could be the ones that would make the decisions about board leadership moving forward. It is currently on the agenda for, I believe, the January, or Ms. Ortiz, I'm sorry to call you out, but it's already on the agenda for the policy committee to consider revisions. It's already on the schedule. Am I correct in that?
Good afternoon. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. So, yes, what was discussed over several months, I actually had initially brought the policy to the policy committee to review, and my intention was that, let's get it started so that this newly elected, partially elected school board would be able to have it presented today on second reading and move forward with how you would like the policy amended. However, based on feedback from some board members, it was ultimately determined to just go ahead and wait until this board was seated and move forward with amending the policy then. And so, yes, I can absolutely, if the board would like me to bring it to the January Policy Committee meeting, I can absolutely do that.
Ms. Antoine.
Thank you. Just for clarification, I'm confused. Are we to discuss today the policy on voting in July, or is this a discussion about the actual change of leadership?
So the policy, actually, your policy as currently written says that board leadership is selected in July, and that's because in the past, a new member, when we had appointed school board, they were appointed to begin their term in July. Obviously, that's not the case anymore, in that elected school board members will now take office in December. And so these were the discussions that we had in policy committee, and in this, in the front of the full board, with regards to, obviously that would need to change given the fact that new members would be taking office in December. However, there wasn't 100% consensus amongst the board, and so it was determined to hold off on that. So I'm not sure, if the intention is to vote on school officers, on board officers, that would be in violation of your current policy, since it was ultimately decided to hold on and wait for this elected board to move forward. Now, if you want to, move to amend the current policy, there's a process for that in accordance with your policy setting, policy BF, in which it would go before the policy committee, the revisions would be made, and then it would have a first, second, and third reading, as with any other policy change.
So,
No, I just want to, so thank you. Perfect clarification on Ms. Hummer's question. Ms. Antoine, it was, this agenda item was put on by Mr. Grant and then second by others and voted to, and so we don't have a presentation staff on what the next steps are, that will be dictated by this board. Just so that we're clear that Ms. Ortiz is not prepared to speak to. We were asked, and I'll use my terms, to sort of stand down. It was brought forward. Ms. Ortiz knew, looking at the crystal ball, that the policy no longer matched the reality because of an elected board. So she had brought it forward to the board policy committee to look for changes so that the reality and the policy would coincide. Correct. During several conversations, as Ms. Hummer alluded to, prior to your arrival on the board, it was decided to put this policy on hold. She was asked to stand down as policy counsel until further notice. So we're ready to serve you, but the conversation today at the board table is based on you as a board. You put it on the agenda.
Understood. So there were plans to change the policy in January. That's what's being made clear.
It is when an item comes before the policy committee, any item can be put on the policy committee at the request of board members, or sometimes the school system puts it on there and then we revise it, and it's discussed at policy. It's determined what changes can be made. Then it's brought back for this board, and the board then can also add things. There's board members that serve on the policy committee, so they would have the say in any revisions. Then it's come here where also changes could be made. It's presented. It has for first reading. Then it has a 30-day comment period where the community can weigh in. Then it has a second reading, a third reading, and we vote at the third reading. That's the structure. Mr. Grant.
Thank you for that.
As a point of clarification, my motion has been seconded, so we will be voting on that today. And just as a matter of reality, to whatever extent there's any inconsistency between, or a purported inconsistency between such a vote today, and my vote, again, has been seconded to nominate Mr. Gilliland to serve as president of the board. To whatever extent there is any purported daylight between that and this policy, obviously that's driven by the special circumstance that the legislature has never made this change before. And to be frank, the only person that would have legal standing to raise such a challenge to that would be Ms. Hummer, should she not be elected president of the board. So we're not going to face any lawsuits or anything like that unless Ms. Hummer were to file such a lawsuit.
So if I may, so I just have concerns, and maybe board counsel would want to weigh in. My concern is.
There's not a question. I've not posed a question. If you would like to pose a question, that's fine. I have not posed a question to the administration.
Okay.
I've made a motion that's been seconded.
And now it's open for discussion. Ms. Ortiz, do you have a point of clarification for us?
So just as your legislative and policy counsel, and in accordance with the fact that you're bound by your policies, just setting the precedent to be in violation of your own policies is concerning. So as legal advice, I would be concerned with that. Your board counsel may have something to add to that, but it just sets a precedent that if you make an exception today, then why won't we do it any other time with any other policy? So that, for me, legally is concerning.
Ellis.
Okay, so just so that I understand, this is a policy. This is not just I read this in the handbook, so this exists elsewhere. Is that? It is. Okay.
It is
policy BBC.
It is policy BBC, board organizational meeting, and board officers.
Okay, so is it not also possible to move to amend the policy now instead of dragging out the process? Because this election has been known about for a long time. There was, and actually, I do have a question first before I go on with that. So when did you first bring this concern to the policy committee?
So we brought the policy because the policy committee doesn't meet in July and August. So it's brought in the September meeting. We brought it to the September board meeting. Mr. Grannon actually had concerns with us moving forward on the policy and did not want us to move forward until this board was seated.
That was September of this year.
September of this year. And so then the policy committee, based on Mr. Grannon's concerns, took the policy back to policy committee, I believe in October, I forget which meeting, to discuss whether or not, we should go ahead and move forward just to set it up for this school board. So you would have had it today on second reading. But after, based on Mr. Grannon's concerns that were raised, there wasn't consensus on the board, the policy committee determined just to go ahead and hold off and wait to move forward with any revisions until this board was seated.
Okay.
And so that's why it's not before you on second
But
reading.
we've known about the election since nearly a year before the concern was brought to the policy committee. So I mean, I agree with Mr. Grannon that a statement has been made by the voters. So can we not move to amend the policy now as opposed to slowing down the process by taking it to committee and then bringing it before for public comment? We could move to amend the policy now, put it out today for public comment, and have the election.
So we have a process based on policy BF, and the process is that it goes to, I typically bring my suggested revisions to the policy committee, and based upon, what's determined at the policy committee goes before you on first reading. It goes online for a 30-day public comment period. Then it comes back for second reading, and then it comes back for a third reading. So not only would be in opposition, violation of your BBC policy of organization of the board, it'll also be in violation of policy BF, which is policy making process.
I just think the voters are not being heard. It seems like there's a resistance to that change. Again, this election was known about a year prior to it even being brought to the policy committee, and I think that's unfortunate.
Mr. Lott.
Yes. I would support Mr. Grannon's motion, at least the process to move forward and allow this board, which is a completely different board, to make a decision regarding leadership. I believe that's the right thing to do. But I also believe that the Board of Education has policy that's published throughout the community, and that businesses, contractors, citizens, staff look to see how we do business. And we do business by a process that is set in policy, a policy that we should follow as we execute our business. And if we take the opportunity to, circumvent that policy for decision A, someone in the future will come back and say, well, look what you did for decision A. I want you to circumvent that policy for decision B. So I believe that sets us up, and perhaps it's all theoretical, and this is all can be done, as Mr. Grannon says. However, I believe it puts us in an arena that we don't want to be, where our citizens say, well, this is how it's supposed to be done. For example, the redistricting committee that's going to report to us and during this time. If during the process of their deliberations, something has changed without going through the process, that completely changes the ground rules. So that's just my own personal concern. Do I think this board, as currently constituted, should, as soon as possible, vote on leadership? Yes. Do I think we should violate our policy to do that? No. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Ortiz, there is a policy committee meeting next week on the 12th?
Yes, correct.
So why couldn't we get that into that right now on December 12th and move forward in accordance with our policy as expeditiously as that policy allows? That's my observation.
Ms. Antoine.
That's what I was planning to follow up with. If it's about the policy changes, I heard that the contingency was to get the new board seated, and so we wouldn't necessarily be violating the current policy because of that contingency.
No.
However, with that said, I'm with you. I believe it is better that we sit down with you on the 12th to better understand how to move forward before we make that kind of decision, with the contingency that by the 19th we bring this back up.
Yeah, so just to clarify, the policy doesn't have a contingency in it. The policy is the policy, but the discussion amongst the board was just to hold off until this new board took office to determine how you wanted to move forward. So I'm getting that today. And typically with the policies, I will have worked on them for a while and would be sending out tomorrow to the policy committee proposed revisions. So I'm happy to bring the policy to the December 12th meeting, but typically we're not doing these sort of things with less than 24 hours notice for me to prepare
right. So
the information.
I hear you. I understand. There was a contingency to hold off on changing the policy
Yes, correct.
until we were seated. We also, though, just motioned and seconded. So now we're violating something either way. So my recommendation is to support sitting with you to better understand how to move forward, but to be fair to those who put us here, we need to do this up front and early.
Mr. Rea.
I concur with everything Mr. Leib said. I think as a newly elected board or partial elected, we need to be very careful in what we do at the beginning, because we do not want to start off by violating a very important policy that has been established, because that not only sets a very bad precedent for the future, but it puts off a bad message that our newly elected board does not concur with any policy, as Mr. Leib said. And I think it's important that it is brought up to the policy committee next week. So that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Ms. Corkadell.
I just want to clarify to my other board members who just spoke, are we proposing an amendment to Mr. Grannon's motion, or are we suggesting an entirely new motion that would need to be discussed after this one?
I'm sorry. I think there's still maybe a little more discussion before that can be answered.
Right. I
Okay.
think they would be two separate motions. That's part of the discussion. Ms. Schallheim.
I agree that this needs to come before the policy committee immediately, and that we really need to understand. It is unfortunate. I do echo Ms. Ellis's concerns. I mean, it's not as if one day we woke up and said, "Oh my gosh, there's a new elected board." No, we filed a run a year ago, just shy of a year ago, and so the fact that this has been put off this long is troubling to me. I also signed up to be on the policy committee too, so I would love to see where this goes, and I want to see this rectified immediately. So,
Mr. Grannon.
Thank you. I've got 3 brief points. First is just, I think for completeness, to characterize my statements about board elections at our prior meetings. I expressly moved that the new board be allowed to choose its new leaders as soon as possible. I mentioned December as an option. That was said December was too early. Then I mentioned January as an option. Then it was said January was too early. And to be frank, Ms. Hummer opposed that and made points about why newly elected members were not appropriate to serve as board leaders immediately. That's my first point. My second point is I take quite seriously my responsibility and my oath to serve as a board member, and as well, frankly, as an officer of the court and someone who's worked my entire life as an attorney, including as a prosecutor. I would not lightly suggest that we deviate from any published policy if I thought it were seriously going to suggest a precedent or suggest to the public that we would simply circumvent or not follow our policies whenever we wanted to. This is not the type of policy that will ever apply again. This is a specific moment in history when the legislature has spoken about the Constitution and this board. There was lots of wrangling done to push this to the side, and we're going to have an up or down roll call vote on my motion to do this. And if the newly elected members, to me, I think that's striking to me, the newly elected members vote no on their opportunity to change the leadership of this board, I don't know what you're saying to your constituents when you do that. And third, not to be sort of Pollyanna or dorky about this, but when our founders got together and at the Constitutional Convention and recognized that the Articles of Confederation were not working to run this country properly, you know what they said? There go the articles. And today we have the Constitution, thanks to their bravery and thanks to their ingenuity in doing that. There was not one document that gave them the ability to throw out the Articles of Confederation. Instead, it was ratified later by the states, and that took 2 years to do that. If we take this vote now, the vote's happening, but if this vote passes now and the leadership of this board changes, the only person on the planet who will have legal standing to challenge that is Ms. Hummer if she does not win the election for president. I will say, in addition to that, we can easily change this policy going forward. And by the way, note what I said about my nomination of Mr. Gilliland. I'm not talking about in perpetuity. I said, I nominate Terry Gilliland for president of the board to serve until the next regularly scheduled election. We can then go to the policy committee and do a first, second, third, 15th reading, if you all want, and decide when that next election should be. Should it be in January? Should it be in December? Should it be in July, as it has been previously?
Before we ask any more, I would ask Mr. Burns to come up and give us some counsel on this area.
Good afternoon, Darren Burns, Board Counsel. I'm glad you asked me up, President Hummer, because I was concerned in that something may have been overlooked. I was present for the conversation that ended up resulting in the tabling of the discussion of officers change, and I believe there was a pretty good consensus that it would simply be started after the new board was set. So I think everybody's recollection at that point was correct. The problem with moving to do something contrary to your current published policy does not stop at the convenience factor and the fact that you have a newly elected contingent on the board. There's actually state law that requires you to adopt and apply consistently policies, bylaws, procedures. It's state law 4-108 of the education article. That breathes the life into the process that Ms. Ortiz gets to spend so much time in shepherding the committee through its steps. Over time, you have developed a much more intricate policy and regulation, but that's a separate issue, policy setting policy that the public expects. They are allowed to come to meetings. They are allowed to see policy being made in all its glory. They are here for the multiple readings. They are here for the multiple amendments. That is in your policy. But beyond that, you have in that same policy today, as it was before this board was seated today, as it was 3 months ago, and will be in January or December, you have a provision in the policy setting policy, and I always hate to say it, but that's what it's called, policy setting policy, BF, okay, that says if you want to suspend your procedures for making policy, it requires a unanimous vote of the board. And so before you take a vote because it feels expedient, and Mr. Live made some good points. I mean, from an attorney's perspective, I appreciate them. I only care about whether the board makes a misstep today by simply not being aware, perhaps because of some folks being new, that there is a policy provision that allows you to suspend your policy setting policy. It's by unanimous vote. Absent that, Ms. Ortiz has already outlined for you, and you know that as soon as you can get on a policy committee meeting, you could address this topic. But I just want to make sure you're aware of that.
Ms. Ellis.
Okay, so if I'm hearing correctly, we have 3 potential motions to put forth here. One is to hold the election. 2, one would be to suspend our policy making.
That
policy
motion has
setting
not,
policy.
As a point of order, that's a potential thing, but as Mr. Grannon has pointed out, the current pending motion that has been seconded and being discussed is to actually do that which I was advising you could violate your policy.
Okay, so in other words, it doesn't require a separate motion to do that. If we hold this vote, it has to be unanimous.
Correct.
And we are.
No, this vote that Mr. Grannon's posed is a vote which I would deem in any other circumstance to be a majority vote carrying who would be an officer under his proposed action. What I'm advising you, and the reason it was important to come up, is that action of voting on that and then considering it your formal approved action is in itself would be a violation of that policy, because you wouldn't. This is of course I'm only giving an opinion. I'm not you are the ones who have offered to serve. I'm serving you. I'm offering you my legal opinion that you have a policy that requires an affirmative action if you want to go outside your policy setting procedure, because 4-108 requires you to follow a uniform set of policies.
Ms. Antoine.
Thank you for that clarification. I have a question for Mr. Grannon. Based on the premise that the voters have made a decision, I wanted to better understand your rationale behind just switching out president with vice president who was pre-existing before the elections.
Thank you for that question. My thinking there is that, as I noted, I think that Mr. Gilliland would strike the right balance of demonstrating our responsiveness to the legislature's and the public's call for change, and also provide an opportunity, because the second thing I'm going to do after this, whatever happens on this, is suggest that we table until the December 19th meeting the election of the vice president. Because to me, if we have a president who's not one of the elected members, in my view, I'm just one voter, but in my view, it's all the more important that the vice president be one of the newly elected members. And I think it would be best for you all to have a little bit of time to consider your willingness and desire to serve in that position. So that's what I intend to do. That's what I intend to do after this. Obviously, if you all disagree with the idea that Mr. Gilliland should be president, then you can vote against that, and then you could always nominate somebody else to be president. But we're going to have a vote on that.
Ms. Corkadell.
If I may, Mr. Burns, have a clarification here. So there is a procedure that we could enact today and now, but it would have to preclude and require a tabling of the existing motion that would allow the body, if they were inclined, to set aside the policy in the interest of the information being provided, and then re-propose today, right behind it, redirect Mr. Grannon's motion?
Yes, and there's different formats by which Mr. Grannon could either table or withdraw his motion or anything else. But just so we're right on point with what your policy says, and this is policy BF, so that you know exactly what you would have to do. It says the time limits for introduction, discussion, and action may be waived, this is with respect to policy, may be waived, 1, by unanimous vote of all board members at any regular or special meeting, or 2, by an affirmative vote of 5 or more members at any regular or special meeting following no less than 30 days of public notice, which kind of gets back to your multiple readings and all that standard process. So yes, today, if the pending motion were defeated, tabled, etc., you could still then have a vote as a body whether or not to suspend your policy setting procedures.
Ms. Ellis.
So even if we have a vote today, we should have another motion to add. Do we need a motion to add this to the policy committee for? No, okay.
No,
I wasn't
it does
clear on
not.
that. Okay.
No, this can be, this is referred right now. It's already been asked. It's
it's
added
already
to it's already on the list. It's added for next week. So that would already be on the table, right?
Because even if we chose to have an election today, we still have to address when the actual elections going forward will occur, right?
Because you would still have that policy on the books.
Correct.
That's right.
Right.
Mr. Grannon.
I call for a vote on the motion that's been seconded.
Well, I still haven't made my comments on this. I just want to say again, I believe that Mr. Grannon is mischaracterizing the discussions that we had regarding this policy. It did come up. There was extensive. People can go back and watch the meetings about this. And when it was decided, we had initially proposed that we would have first reading, and that here today at this first meeting, there would be second reading of the policy. And then on the 19th, there would be third reading and passed. And at that time, any changes that this board had done, the elections, could have been made at that point. based on large part on Mr. Grannon's discussion about that this should be decided by the elected board, it was decided to postpone that so that the elected board had the full say from the beginning and how the new policy would be shaped. The previous board had made some proposals that they could come, and then this board could have amended if they wanted to, if they disagreed. But based on those discussions, it was made that let this board have the say from the very beginning, that they were the ones to formulate. And when it was proposed and was brought up at the meeting to wait and have the new board, Mr. Grannon did not object to that at that time. So this was not a hidden thing that was in there to have. I fully believe that we need to make these changes going forward. I share Mr. Lives, Mr. Burns, everyone's concerns about us waiving policy on any issue. It's not about me personally. It is the integrity of policies going forward. Our policies, we lose standing. Even if you think that this policy has nothing to do with any of our others, we lose standing on all of our policies moving forward if we are not following them there. When we have the mechanism in place to move this along quickly, as this policy says, and if we can waive the timelines of the three readings by an affirmative vote of 5 or more members at any regular special meeting following no less than 30 days of public notice. So this policy could come before, I believe this is correct, could come to the policy meeting next week on the 12th. The policy committee can make changes, and we could put it out for 30 days comments, and we could waive the second and third reading, correct, and have a vote then. Am I reading that correctly, Ms. Ortiz?
Right. So, yes.
So it could be a shortened process to have that in there based on the current policies that we have. But the whole basis of this and why this was delayed, and yes, I know we had known for a long time, but the whole basis why it was delayed was because there was a strong feeling that the newly elected board members should be the ones making the decisions. We didn't want to make a say. So, for instance, would you have the old board say elections will be held in December, that the new board may want to say January, or vice versa, or to have that we wanted whatever the transition would be to the new members for the new board to have in there. And as I said, that was discussed very openly here, and Mr. Grannon did not object to us postponing this policy until the new board came in, so that they would be the ones from start to finish that made the decisions on this policy. So, but it could go to policy next week, be done, put out for put on the 19th agenda, 30 days, and we could waive second and third reading, and it could be voted on at that time. Mr. Grannon.
I guess I just want to say that anyone who was at that meeting and came away with the view that I was of the opinion that the newly elected board should not be able to determine its leaders as soon as possible, I don't know how anyone could hold that view. I also don't know how anyone could hold the view that the comments that you expressed at the meeting gave anything other than resistance to the idea of the newly elected board determining its membership as soon as possible. So we're going to vote on this motion today, and I do want to say, after the result of the motion, so for example, my motion is to nominate Mr. Gilliland to serve as president. If that motion were to pass by 5 votes and pass, we could easily then, all 8 of us right here, vote unanimously to suspend the very policy according to our own procedures, and there would be no problem. You would be the only one who would have cause to vote against that. The other thing that we could do is you could moot all of this right now and just voluntarily step down as president and let the new board elect the president. So I do not think it is at all genuine to say that what you are saying is somehow to help facilitate the will of the people. If you were to voluntarily step down right now, this board could elect the new president and move this entire discussion.
I will just say, because I believe this has now gotten a little personal, I'm not certain what the motivation is behind to remove me. My purpose has always been to keep this board functioning as well as possible. There's no hidden agenda for me. I was the one who brought the policy forward and wanted to move it forward. Your perception may be that I was resistant. I was the one who brought the policy forward to get this changed so that this board could vote on it have its second reading right now to vote on it. And you can go back and look on the agenda. You didn't You did not speak against that when we said we're going to table it because there was so much discussion. I did share, and I will share this going forward, that I think whoever comes in to this position, me or anyone else, it is to the benefit of this board, for the leadership, for someone that knows how things run. The main role that I serve is to keep things running. It doesn't have to be me, but I think that's a benefit to this board and any board moving forward. And so I said that looking at what's best for the board, not for myself. No one else on this board has served as president of this body, and I will tell you, it's not a power grab. It's a lot of work. It is easily twice as much work as a regular board member of different things, of planning things. It is, it's not. I don't think that new members will understand everything that comes on there. I will be, if this vote goes against, I will be more than happy and willing to work with them to do that. But I think this mischaracterization that I am, for some reason, trying to hold on to this for my personal view and my personal power is frankly insulting. And given the amount of time and dedication I've given to this school system and what I've done, that you would characterize me in such a way I find personally offensive. Ms. Antwine.
So I share that concern. This was brought up in order to accommodate what the people have said. It was not, is my understanding, it was not to be put out there as a personal strike against anyone, but against, rather than have us come on as the new board and not address what the people have requested that we do. And I don't want the tangent to become personal, because that will affect my vote. I do think, though, that we should, in this moment, vote. I think that it's important that we understand how to move forward through policy, but I believe a vote is necessary at this time. I do not agree with switching out existing officers with another existing officer if your intent is to address what the people have said to do. But let's not make this personal. We have stood up and said we will be unified. Let's continue to be unified.
Ms. Ellis.
I was present at the meeting, the last meeting where this was discussed, and to be fair, I don't have the minutes in front of me, but it was very clear that Mr. Grannon was fighting for the voice of the voters in that meeting, and that he did not agree to put off the process and prolong it. I feel it's being presented here today that the decision that was made was as a courtesy to the newly elected board, and I don't see how it's. I don't see how. I don't think any newly elected member would have been opposed to having the opportunity to choose their leader today. So I don't see how that was doing the elected members a favor or a courtesy. I believe it appeared to be a resistance to the change.
Ms. Schalheim.
It's very strange. We're in very unusual circumstances here, because this is the only situation that I can think of where in two different elections then you're now serving with your former opponent. So I think we have to take that into consideration. But I also wanted to say that I concur with what Ms. Antwine and what Ms. Alice has said about this matter as well. So, because I was also at the meeting too. Thanks.
Mr. Grannon.
Just so it's not lost on anyone, I said at the outset of my comments in making the motion, and Ms. Hummer can continue to provide her insights and experience as a regular voting member of the board, and I continue to share that, or I continue to hold that view. For a vote on the motion.
I'm going to weigh in if I can.
Yes.
This is a board decision, clearly, but I am in this capacity as an advisor to the board. Mr. Grannon, you said that you wanted to have, what your suggestion was to vote on your motion, and then, if passed, then to vote on suspending the rules of the policy. Those will be your choices. I'm going to advise you, as your counsel has advised you, and as policy counsel has advised you, that at the very least you're going to need to reverse that order. If you vote first, you are now, and that goes through, you are violating your own policy. If you choose to suspend the policy, then I think you're going to have to go through the work of a proposal to do that, to put that before the board, and then go back to a vote. But I would not do the prior first. That is simply my advice to this board.
Ms. Corkadell.
I'll just say that if Mr. Grannon is inclined, that I would be willing to state an alternative motion to present us in a better light to address some of the concerns or move forward. But I will defer.
Ms. Ellis.
So I believe that's what I mentioned much earlier. Maybe my questions were misunderstood, but so there is a motion on the table. Are we able to table that motion and vote to suspend the policy and then hold our...
I would ask policy counsel to advise you on Robert's rules.
Yes, so
That would be, yes.
board counsel.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I meant board counsel. Thank you for the correction. Sorry.
It's okay.
Without belaboring, again, Darren Burns, board counsel, without belaboring the nuances in all the Roberts rules provisions on motions, keep in mind you have a proponent of a motion, and I think Mr. Grannon's remind you of that. He is a proponent of a motion that was seconded. There is discussion, and he has called the question. Unless he's willing to table the motion or withdraw his motion for in a little more of a vernacular, at some point the board has to address his motion. I mean, you can't, if people could sort of vote down his motion after seconded, people's motions would never get through. So at some point you have to first, in a parliamentary fashion, address the pending motion if the proponent is not withdrawing it.
Mr. Grannon.
Yeah, I'm not going to withdraw it. With all due respect to Dr. Arlotto, thank you for that opinion. It is his view, certainly. It's just a view. It's not a certainty. And I frankly offered this suggestion of a motion for suspension after the fact because, as was described by legal counsel, that will require a unanimous vote, which is not the threshold that's required for passing the motion that I've made. And frankly, it was also done to give an opportunity to Ms. Hummer or anyone else to say, okay, we're done. The board has voted. They voted on who the new president should be. We want this issue to be over. There's not going to be any legal challenges after the fact. And as a result, the board is now unanimously voting to suspend this policy, and let's move on. Let's have a fresh start. And none of this is personal whatsoever. And it's still not lost on me that in terms of saying that this is not about resistance, if there is a sense in any body, in a parliament, if there's a sense that the majority of the members of the parliament want to change who the leadership is, it's quite appropriate for that leader to step down, stand election amongst the new members, and make any arguments you want about your experience and your ability to lead the organization. And if you can command the majority of the body, you will win the election. If you don't, then you won't, and somebody else will hold it. The other thing I'm going to say is this idea that it's so critical that one person be president. On the county council, for example, the county council members rotate the chairmanship of the county council once each year. There's not one person who gets in as president. And I think, the county is just about as difficult to run as the school system. So this idea that only one person should hold a position for several years is not something that is followed by the other elected bodies in the county. So I'm making the motion. I'm calling for a vote on the motion. Let's see what happens on the motion, and then we can take whatever steps are necessary after that.
Just a clarification, the board elections are held every year, and so there's not a continuing person. It's up to the board at the time as who they vote in. So it's not a given that one person will serve multiple years. That is held to vote every time. So the question has been called as to placing Mr. Gilliland in as president. I do think that the question was not asked if Mr. Gilliland's willing to serve as president, and so I think he needs to weigh in on that before a vote would be held.
I'm going to call a point of order in that. There is absolutely no such requirement. That, if he's nominated and it's voted and he decides that he's not willing to take the position, that's an entirely different story. But to pressure him before the fact to say something like that, there's absolutely no legal requirement that happen. That's just your opinion.
You're right. It is my opinion, and I would think somebody would want to be asked if they wanted to take on a position of leadership before they were voted in. But that will be up to Mr. Gilliland if he wants to speak. Ms. Ellis.
I think I'm concluding my comments, but in light of taking everything in totality and having been present in that meeting when it was discussed by this board, again, it's been presented as if it was a courtesy to this elected board, but it appeared to be more of a resistance to this board having the opportunity to elect their leaders. So in that spirit, I'm going to agree with Mr. Grannon's motion that we hold this vote.
And again, I'll repeat that may have been and actually it would probably be to the benefit of the members who weren't present at those meetings to watch the meetings and see. The perceptions may be different if people were to watch the actual debate that occurred over the course of 2 meetings that came with this. People may come with different perspectives. But this time we will call the vote. Ms. Connolly, would you call the vote? The vote is, if you would repeat your motion, Mr. Grannon.
My motion was to nominate Terry Gilliland for president of the board to serve until the next regularly scheduled election.
Okay. Ms. Connolly, if you call the roll.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadow?
Nay.
Ms. Urea is absent. Mr. Gilliland?
It involves me. I will abstain.
What was that?
Abstain.
Ms. Antwine?
I say nay because it does not serve the purpose of the intent presented.
Ms. Schulheim?
This is a difficult thing. And I only say aye because it's the will of the voters.
Mr. Leib?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Nay. What's the final vote, Ms. Connolly?
And the final vote is 2 in the positive, 5 in the negative, 1 abstention, 1 not present.
No.
Motion passes. Motion fails.
Okay, state the votes again, please, Ms. Connolly.
The aye is Mr. Grannon. Ms. No. Ms. Urea is absent. Mr. Gilliland abstained. Ms. Antwine.
Yes. No.
Sorry about that. That makes it.
No, it's not a tie. They even abstain. An abstain doesn't create
It's
a
kind
tie.
of, and any motion must pass with 5 votes.
So it's 2-4-1.
3-4-1.
I'm sorry, 3-4-1.
3-4-1. So the motion fails. Ms. Corkadell.
I would like to propose a new motion while we are still on the topic of chair. I think in light of the conversation and the advisement, I would like to present our members with an alternative proposal. Number one, and that proposal would be to vote that on the desire of the board to elect a new leadership and to expedite the policy correction that would be necessary in order to do that, and to do that with extreme, all that necessary haste on behalf of the staff. I believe I heard some concerns about the making sure that it is done in a timely manner and the concerns of the optic of that. And so I would like to include that as part of the caveat of the motion.
So your motion would be, as based on policy BF, section 2H, it says, by an affirmative, timelines for introduction, discussion, and action may be waived by an affirmative vote of 5 or more members at any regular special meeting following no less than 30 days public notice. So that would be, as we discussed earlier, it could come to policy next week. It could be presented at the December 19th meeting. It could be voted, put out for 30 days comment. It could be voted on there, and the other situations could be waived. Is that your motion, to follow that policy and doing that as quickly? The other option is that there could be, the other option for changing policy in that most expeditious way would be, we could have another vote now, and a unanimous vote of the board could suspend the policy as of today and change it. So I'm just wanting clarification for which route would you want to propose?
The 30-day notification of public.
Okay. So that's an official motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Do I have a second? Okay. Mr. Grant.
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to Ms. Corkadell's motion, that since this thing that we're running into, again, is never going to occur again. We're never going to be in this moment of time with this overlapping mixture of the board that's a result of the change that the legislature made. The legislature did the best that it could to try to deal with staggered terms, but obviously it was not sitting with our board handbook and policy and all of that kind of thing. So my friendly amendment is that the board take a vote now, and I'm moving that the board take a vote now, that the sense of the board, it's not binding, but that the sense of the board is that the current officers should voluntarily step down, and therefore there will not be any issue about waiting for 30 days, and then this board can vote right now on the new officers if they voluntarily step down.
Ms. Corkadell, are you open to adding that amendment to your proposal?
I will be candid. I'm not familiar with that type of emotion of a sense of something. Is this is this in a category of a resolution versus I'm a little confused, sir.
It would be in the very same way that the board has taken votes previously on matters like magnetic rails and other things that the board does not control, but the board nevertheless wanted to express an opinion on. And if the objection to my motion earlier was that it was not in accord with policy, that motion has been defeated, and I accept that. I'm moving on, and what I'm saying is if those positions are not occupied by individuals, they obviously can be filled immediately. And what I'm suggesting, or I'm moving, is that the board take a vote on the sense of the board as to whether the current officers should voluntarily step down. Now, if they choose not to do that after the board expresses its voice, that's their decision. But that's my motion.
So then that sounds like a separate motion from mine as opposed to an amendment. Are you requesting that I table my motion till your next one has been debated, second and debated?
If that makes more sense to you, I'm happy to do that in deference to you. Yes.
I will rescind my motion in the interest of the other conversation first then. But I do intend to make it depending on the outcome.
And just as a point of clarification, what I've said is not at all inconsistent with expediting the actual policy change that will take place after that. And again, my motion is for, and it needs to be seconded, for a vote, for the board to hold a vote right now on the sense of the board as to whether the current officers should voluntarily vacate these positions so that they can be filled.
Ms. Ellis.
I just have a quick question for when we take this to policy as far as moving forward. So we take this to the policy committee, potentially indicating that we want to hold our elections in December. But going through that channel, we won't actually be able to hold our election until January. So would we have to address that separately in the policy to be able to hold that election in January?
That's a great question. Yes, we can do a special section. For example, we have some board policies that because of a partially elected school board, some of it was consistent, some of up until December 3rd, and some of it had to change after December 3rd. We kind of revised it up until December 3rd and then changed it afterwards. So I can certainly draft some language in there that, however, in the, in 2019, they will
so
be
it can
held.
all be addressed
Sure,
within
absolutely.
the same policy.
Yes,
And,
correct.
that's just a question that I've had, but it's not to detract from the discussion that's currently going on, and I concur. What Mr. Grannon is proposing.
Is that a second?
That's a second.
Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. I know this could go on a little bit. Mr. Grannon, if you would be accepting to this, and again, this might break a little bit of procedural protocol here. My concern, and forgive me, everyone, but we've had a group from Crofton that's been waiting here since 10 a.m. Or before. And if we can proceed through the rest and then maybe get into this at the very end if the board would be willing.
I'm fine with that. The only thing I would say is if this motion could be voted on within the next 2 minutes, I'd like to have that happen, because there's been enough discussion back and forth. People have made up their minds on whether, when and how the board should choose its officers. So I don't know that it really needs to be debated beyond that. We can get a sense of the board right now where the majority is. So I would like to call for a vote on the motion to be held in the next 2 minutes.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to vote for, I suppose it's a resolution that the board would like the current leadership to step down and new elections to take place. So that is not binding to the current leadership, but it's to a sense of the board if that is what the board feels. Am I correct in stating that?
That's correctly stated.
Ms. Antwine.
Sorry, Crofton, but I got to vote in a second. So you want us to Mr. Grannon, I'm sorry. You want us to vote for the current board executives to voluntarily step down. That's
Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha.
All right, Ms. Connolly, please call the roll.
Mr. Brannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Well, regardless of my vote, I will still be placing the next motion in. So I will say aye to provide our chair and vice chair the opportunity to put closure.
Mr. Gilliland?
I'll still abstain.
Abstain. Ms. Antoine?
I see that as bullying, so it's a no for me.
No. Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Nay.
So that's 4 in the positive, 3 in the negative, 1 abstention, 1 absent.
So the motion fails. Ms. Corkadell, would you like to?
That's not accurate. That's not accurate. Can I get a roll call of who were the ayes? I counted 4 ayes.
Grannon?
She said that.
Right. This is not a motion. This is for a sense of the board. So the majority of the board was 4 of the current board. It's 4-3-1. The majority of the board, the majority sense of the board, the majority of the voting members of the board believe that the officer should step down.
It was a motion. All motions before this board based on legislation require a vote of 5 votes in the affirmative for any motion to pass that is in the legislation for this board. So it's not a majority. It always requires a 5 vote. So Ms. Corkadell.
Okay. I'm going to put forth a motion based on our discussion in the interest of fairness and to avoid things like bullying and to place our fellow members a continuum of this presentation. My motion is that we vote to elect a new board leadership and to present it through the expedited policy procedures that were previously discussed in my prior motion before I tabled it, so that we can engage in and restore some healthy conversation, as well as meeting the needs in a timely manner of all of our residents, since we are not able to come to enough votes today.
Is there a second for Ms. Corkadell's motion?
I second that.
Okay. Ms. Ellis?
2 things. I just want to concur with Mr. Grannon's assessment. We weren't voting for an action to occur. We were notifying of the will of the board. And so whatever, you can call it a pass or a fail, but it is now known that a majority voted in favor of that. But I'm sorry, Ms. Corkadell, I didn't fully understand your motion. Can you clarify a little bit? Sorry.
My motion is that we agree as a body to immediately expedite the voting of our leadership in accordance with the policy expedition and exemption, that by providing 30-day public notice, which would be effective immediately upon conclusion of the policy committee. No.
At the first meeting.
At the first meeting.
December 19th, 30 days.
Okay, 30 days therein, that we take with haste, and that the administrators follow our haste to ensure that in January we will be able to finalize our vote based on some of.
Am I correct? We've already set that in motion, correct? We've already instructed that this will come to our policy committee.
Correct, but the expedition to bypass the standard, which would be all those other multiple reads and carry into the spring, would need that, and that is why I'm proposing this motion, that we are basically taking a half of a step away from the policy, not a full step, so that we can expedite this process and make sure that the will of the people are being adhered to, and that we can move along.
So you're suggesting that on the front end we go ahead and choose to suspend the full.
Yes, we want to suspend the existing policy in order and invoke that the alternative policy to allow us to do this as quickly as possible and still meet our transparency obligations to our residents of the 30 days, which is where my biggest concern was, understanding that policy is always the people's policy.
I second Ms. Corkadell's motion with the point of information that by doing it within the policy that allows for only 30-day notice with a majority vote, we're actually acting completely within the policy and we're not stepping away from it at all.
Thank you. Sure about that.
I'd like to call the question.
Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Aye. Oh, sorry.
Say my name again.
Mr. Gilliland? Aye. Till it's 3 o'clock. Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
8-0. Motion passes.
Sorry. Item 5.01 is administrative personnel appointments, and this is just an information item for the board, so there's no action that needs to be taken on that. Item 5.02 is personnel. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend, excuse me. Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Schalheim.
Sorry, I just had my light on because I was wondering if we can, in the interest of time, move Crofton up, but maybe we're already there.
And
Almost there?
unfortunately,
Okay.
right.
Right. Never mind.
Yes. All right. So are there any board questions or comments about this item? It's personnel. Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll?
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye. And before is
7-0. 7-0. Motion passes.
Is Mr. Burns out there? I had a question for him. Oh, he just. Is he? Mr. Burns, holler in. I want it. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to ask him a question to see if we can move something. Did he step out? Mike Crofton people, I want to try to move you up, but we've already set this agenda order, and so I'm not certain I can do that. So that's why I was going to ask Mr. Burns if there's a way that we can do that, but we need to follow that policy. So I have another kind of Robert's Rules question for you. We have already established the agenda for the day, but these redistricting people have been waiting a long time, and if possible, if we could move them up ahead to take them out of order, I wanted to ask you if that's something that if we can do that.
Yes, you're still in meeting. What you're simply asking is that we change the order in which we conduct our business. You can do that by your simple majority. In this case, your 5 that you just read the rule on.
Okay.
Statutory rule. As long as you do it in the same process you do any other motion.
Okay, Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we move 5.07 Superintendent's recommendation on redistricting to be heard immediately.
Second.
Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll?
Sorry about that. All right. Wait a minute. Okay. Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
And Ms. Hummer?
Aye. All right. So here we go, guys. Thank you for being so patient. Item 5.07, Superintendent's recommendation on redistricting. Oh, this is an information item, and Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I'm recommending the board approve The recommendation for redistricting the Crofton area high school attendance boundaries and subsequent changes to portions of the Arundel and South River feeder systems as they are attached.
And we have a presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board. I'm Alek Chaknovich, Chief Operating Officer.
Greg Stewart, Senior Manager Planning.
And as you correctly identified, Madam President, item 5.07 is for an information-only item here this afternoon regarding the subject of the superintendent's recommendation regarding redistricting for the Crofton area. In accordance with board policy JAA and accompanying regulation, the superintendent is required to submit to this board his recommendation for redistricting in December. The board, pursuant to policy JAA and again the administrative regulation that accompanies it, will review the superintendent's proposal along with any other proposals that the board crafts and determine in January, so the action will occur in January initially, which option or options will go forward to first a public briefing and then a public hearing on redistricting. The superintendent did form an advisory committee to advise him on the redistricting of the Crofton and affiliated schools, including the portions of Arundel High School and South River feeder systems. The attached exhibit includes the recommendations of that committee. It is important that we take a pause to recognize and thank the committee members for the untold amount of hours, all 18 of them that represented 9 schools that worked diligently every Tuesday night, beginning in September, concluding in October, each and every night to bring forward the recommendation. The recommendation that the superintendent brings forward to you differs slightly from the recommendation brought forward by the committee, and as we go through the slides, we will speak to that. So there are a series of graphics, maps, that should be pulled up for you in a second. That's not the correct one.
Diane, do you have that other one I gave you?
Bear with us as we pull up the graphic. Nope.
Hey Diane, that was the one, that PowerPoint I gave you. I sent you an email. It's in your email.
We're trying to expedite it for you folks. Sorry about this, little technical glitch. Were they waiting for a quorum? Nope. Okay.
No.
I'm not going to call on you when we don't
Go ahead.
have quorum.
Just have her pull up the.
I see your buzzer's on. We're not going to.
Go ahead.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Turn on the keys, turn on the big thing.
Hey, Diane, just if you can't find it, just go back to the other one.
It's okay.
Just go back to the other one. We'll do the existing and proposed. Existing elementary. It's the first graphic.
Okay, are we back on the record?
We're back. Here we go.
So apologize for that, the best laid plans. So we will go about it. So everything that we had in the slideshow that we alluded to moments ago actually replicated what you have in your packets. It was just simply a condensed version to make it easier on the TV viewing audience, but we will go through this. So if you take a look at Exhibit A1 in your packet, and Diane will scroll up a little bit, you'll see the existing elementary school boundaries. And so for all of these exhibits, I'm basically going to use the analogy of a clock because it makes the most sense from a presentation perspective. So if you go to where the 12 o'clock hands would be, that represents Nantucket Elementary School boundaries as it exists today. Then going around to the 2 o'clock position, you'll see Crofton Meadows Elementary School as it exists today. Going down to the 6 o'clock position, you'll see Crofton Woods Elementary School as it exists today. Continuing around to about the 9 o'clock position, you'll see Crofton Elementary School as it exists today. And then in the far upper left-hand corner, kind of where the 10 o'clock hand would be, you'll see Piney Orchard Elementary School as it exists today. If you then go to the next page of your packet, Exhibit A2, it is a depiction of the superintendent's elementary school recommendations to become effective in the 2020-21 school year. So I will stick with that clock analogy and describe the intricacies of the proposal. So, beginning at the 12 o'clock position, this is regarding elementary schools, again, to be effective with the 2020-21 school year. The school attendance boundary for Nantucket Elementary School as it exists today would not change. So there's no change put forward from the superintendent regarding an attendance boundary shift to Nantucket. Similarly, Crofton Meadows Elementary School, the proposal would be in 2020-2021 that the Crofton Meadows Elementary School attendance boundary remain the same. So there will be no proposed changes to Crofton Meadows. With respect to Crofton Woods Elementary School, and again I'm going to ask you to briefly juxtapose this to the prior, Crofton Woods Elementary School will have a material change. And if you take a look, sort of in a 9 o'clock position, there's a small parcel 1038A that is Riverwalk at Crofton. It is a proposed project. It's not yet commenced. The proposal would be that 1038A project be moved out of the Crofton Elementary School attendance area and moved into the Crofton Woods Elementary School, again, effective the 2020-21 academic year. Continuing around then to the left, there's two parcels, 1038B and 1038C. They are both currently slated by landmass to go to Crofton Elementary School. 1038B is the Two Rivers project, and the 1038C project are the Villages at Wall Chapel Phase 2 and the Enclave at Wall Chapel projects. The proposal that the superintendent is putting forward would be that those parcels would be redistricted to the Piney Orchard Elementary School attendance area effective the 2020-21 school district. If you go back to the end of your package, there will be a graphic that has a series of numbers on it. So you're going to have to go forward about 5 or 6 pages. There you go. And if we focus on the top hand of that page, this is essentially a from-to chart. So it has the effect of the mathematical effect of the superintendent's proposal. So if you take a look at elementary schools, you'll see the capacity is the state-rated capacity is the second column over. The third column over is the actual enrollment, and the fourth column over is the occupancy. I will focus on the occupancy percentage in this part of the presentation. So the net effect of the redistricting recommendation for Crofton Elementary School would be to reduce Crofton Elementary School from 114% occupancy down to 101% occupancy. You'll see in the middle of the page in that gray banded area that is accomplished by removing the 34 students from parcel 308B and 308C. That's a total of 85 students would be removed from the Crofton Elementary School attendance area, as well as the removal of parcel 1038A, and again, there's no students there currently. Crofton Meadows Elementary School is at 91%. It would remain at 91%, again, because there's no boundary changes associated with Crofton Meadows. Crofton Woods today is at 107%. It would remain at 107% because we're relocating what today has 0 students at it. 1038A, we're moving that into Crofton Woods, effective the 2020-21 school year. It is important for the board to know that we are actively pursuing an addition to Crofton Woods Elementary School. So it will be a capacity addition to Crofton Woods. It's actually already actively under design. We'd be pursuing the funding. The completion of that project, pending successful completion of design, permitting, bidding, constructing, we fully intend that that addition would be in place in about the March or April timeframe of 2020. This redistricting would not take place until September of 2020. So the 107% number for Crofton Woods is a static today snapshot, but once the addition comes online, and again, the addition would come online prior to 2021 school year, that number would be materially lower. Nantucket Elementary School today sits at 98%. The proposal, it would remain at 98% because there were no attendance boundary shifts. And Piney Orchard Elementary School, which today sits at 91%, would increase to 104%. And again, it would be taking on the 85 students associated with parcels 1038B and 1038C. It is also important for the board to recall that in our capital improvement plan that this board reviewed in September and then will take up again as part of its combined operating capital budget proceedings, there is a proposal for a West County Elementary School. The West County Elementary School would be located in or about that parcel that currently contains the Two Rivers attendance area. So the vision essentially is that the redistricting to Piney Orchard would be in place conceptually until the new West County Elementary School was constructed, at which time a new redistricting effort would take place, because with the construction of a new school, you're going to have to identify the attendance area for that new school. The net effect that attendance area establishment would be then to provide relief for Piney Orchard Elementary School, as well as to take on the remaining elements. So in terms of geographic relocation at the elementary school, essentially it aligns with the recommendation put forward by the redistricting committee. There was one substantive change, and that is the redistricting committee actually wanted to provide more expeditious relief to the Crofton Elementary School community. So rather than waiting till 2021, which is essentially what was advertised initially and what the charge of the committee was, they want to accelerate the relocation of those students into Crofton Woods Elementary School and into Piney Orchard Elementary School sooner rather than later, to provide sooner relief rather than later relief, a one-year caused delay. Again, the superintendent's rationale is to keep it in the 2020 timeframe because that is what we advertised. That is when the addition will come online at Crofton Woods Elementary School, and we will have greater certainty with respect to where West County Elementary School is. Moving on to the middle schools, if you go to Exhibit B1, the middle schools, next page down, Diane. So the middle schools start, again, at the top quadrant, quadrant of this and the top page of this exhibit describes the existing middle school boundaries that in a pink shade currently attend Arundel Middle School. The schools in the green shade down below all attend the Crofton Middle School complex as they exist today. If you go to the next page, Exhibit B2, it identifies the superintendent's recommendation regarding the middle schools. If you study the map, then you'll see, again, going almost in that clockwise fashion, Nantucket Elementary School that today goes to Crofton Middle School will continue to go into Crofton Middle School, no change. Crofton Meadows today goes to Crofton Middle in its entirety, there would be no change. Crofton Woods Elementary School that today goes to Crofton Middle School would have no change, although Crofton Middle School would be picking up a small partial, will retain the small parcel of land, 1038A. Crofton Elementary School, as it exists today, will continue to go to Crofton Middle School, but it will shed the two parcels to the far left. So landmass 1038B and 1038C that today would be going to Crofton Middle School would be redistricted to go to Arundel Middle School, effective the 2020-21 school year. If you then go back to your exhibit to the numerical tabulation, that from to chart that we addressed earlier, and focus on the middle section there, Table B, that summarizes the redistricting impacts at the middle school level, you'll see that Arundel Middle School, as it sits today, is at 97% capacity. The recommendation that the superintendent's putting forward would relocate 35 youngsters designated from Crofton Middle to to Arundel Middle School, bringing the occupancy percentage up to 101%. Crofton Middle School, that sits at 101% today, would shed those same 35 students and drop down to 98%. It is important to note that the redistricting committee had a number of annex or ancillary comments, and one of them was for the school district to explore the option and the need for expanding Arundel Middle School. We do concur with that. It's not part of the recommendation, but it's important to note that ancillary comment from the redistricting committee is the same set of concerns that the superintendent's staff has as well, so we will be looking at that. And then finally, if we focus our attention back to the graphics surrounding the high school. So the graphic before you, which is Exhibit C1, shows the existing high school attendance areas. And in terms of the high school, everything that is shaded in pink currently goes to Arundel Senior High School, Arundel High School, and everything in green goes to South River High School today. So the effects of the superintendent's recommendations will be the following then. Nantucket Elementary School today goes to Arundel Middle School. In the 2020-21 year, if you're a student attending Nantucket Elementary School, you will be attending the Crofton Area High School. Crofton Meadows Elementary School today is actually split. It is actually split with some of the youngsters going to Arundel Senior and some of the youngsters going to South River Senior ultimately. The recommendation of the superintendent aligns with that of the committee. Crofton Meadows would be consolidated. They would go as a school together from elementary school through Crofton Middle School and on to Crofton Area High School. Crofton Woods Elementary School, which today attends South River High School would be redistricted into the Crofton Area High School attendance zone in its entirety, absent any change. And with respect to Crofton Elementary School, the landmass that would be Crofton Elementary School's proper attendance area would be redistricted into the Crofton Area High School. Again, with the caveat that the two parcels way off to the left there, 138B and 138C, because of some of the changes we made at the elementary school level, those parcels would go on to the high school in the 2020-21 year. If you go to the tabulation, then Table C, which is a summary, the net effect summary of redistricting impacts on the high schools, you'll see then the following. Arundel High School, which today sits at 105% capacity, or 105% occupancy, would lose, mathematically lose 716 students, bringing it down to a 70% capacity number. South River High School, that today sits at a 98% capacity, would shed 635 students in its attendance zone, bringing it down to 70% capacity. And Crofton Area High School, that today sits at 0 because it doesn't yet exist, would open up with a 80% utilization rate, theoretically, in its first year. In closing, I'd add the following. I already spoke to the capacity addition that we have programmed for Crofton Woods. I already spoke to the capital project that is already in this board's capital budget this year. It wasn't a capital board's budget last year. We have a standing request for funding for Crofton for the new West County Elementary School. We already spoke to the intent of staff and the superintendent to explore Arundel Middle School. And finally, I'll say that this is a snapshot. Redistrictings are a snapshot in time. This county in totality is growing. All the South River, the Crofton area, and the Arundel High School District is growing. We know that. And for that, because of that, we are continuously monitoring growth and development. We're continuously working with the county and the state concerning capacity additions, school additions, redistrictings, realignments. And in this board's plan, further out, as you may be aware, there's also the contemplation of another high school, what we're sort of colloquially calling that West County High School. So, again, recognize this is a snapshot. We all know that the county's growing. We have some plans in place near term, middle term, and longer term to continue to address some of the enrollment growth. With that, I will turn it back over, Madam President, to you. And again, I would just remind the board that no action is either requested or contemplated at all today. This entire matter will be revisited once again in January, at which time we will be seeking your advice and counsel.
If I could add, thank you, Ms. Sheknovich. Just add so that the board knows, Ms. Sheknovich went through what the recommendation that I've moved forward for you for consideration. What is also in your packet is the entire report generated by the committee. The chair of the committee is Mr. Boniface. He's there if you want to say hi to Mr. Boniface. Thank you for your work on chairing this committee and bringing this together. But I want to make sure that you've got not only my recommendation, but all of the options that the committee considered, and then you'll see their vote count. So this is all information for you to consider as you move forward. You won't have a decision to make until January to decide which of the options to bring forward for public comment. A final decision by this board will be in April.
And if I can just bolster the superintendent's comments, all of this information is also available on the website. There is a special site for the redistricting, and not just this information, but all of the progress, all of the work that the committee did from the beginning to the end, all of it is sequentially laid out. So if somebody wants to go back in time and see the different evolutions of this, the public is certainly has at their disposal all of that information as well.
And yes, and I want to reiterate again to folks in the audience, we are not taking any action today. We are listening, but there will be no vote today on anything moving forward. That will come before the board in January. That's when the decision will be made which plans to take to the public hearing. So I just don't want anybody to be expecting a vote today, but we are listening to everyone today. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. I have lots of questions, so I hope that's okay. But first question is, can you explain the representation on the committee? What because and I apologize if it's in here. I looked through very carefully. I didn't find it, but so in other words, how many representatives from each school?
There were 18 total. So if you go to the committee report on page 6 further back, you'll see by school, by name, by position.
Oh, it was by school.
Yeah, right.
Sorry,
it has the name of the individual, the position they held, and then the school that they represented.
I'm so sorry that I missed that. I looked through so many tables. Okay, and then, yeah, I'm just seeing this. Okay, I'll look through that. But so,
page 6 there.
Did we ensure that all the communities were represented? I'll give you an example. So every school was represented, but there might be no members from a particular community that were on. For example, Two Rivers has families living there now. Were any of the representatives from that community?
All of the redistricting meetings were very well attended. There were individuals that resided within Two Rivers. They had so the way the process works, essentially, the community, the committee has work time, and then there's public testimony time. And so the committee does the work that they need to do either as a body of the whole or through task groups in public, and then they see the floor, and then there's public input time, there's public comment time at the end of every purposeful, at the end of each and every one of those. And so yes, there was not only individuals who live within Two Rivers attended, but individuals who live within Two Rivers spoke and shared their concerns.
I was asking specifically about the committee because they did not vote, correct? They presented their information. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. Right. So they weren't voting members. They were there
Correct.
to serve, as Mr. Sheknovich is saying, a chance to share their concerns. So your policy on redistricting asked staff to build a committee from the possible schools impacted, and 2 people from each of those possible schools impacted would be represented on the committee. So 2 people per school. Certainly there may be neighborhoods that might not be specifically represented, but 2 members from each school are represented on as voting members of the committee.
Right. And your policy and reg dictates the process by which those 2 individuals are elected or selected.
I'm concerned about what you mentioned as a snapshot, knowing that there is an awful lot we do know about what's being built as far as community development, but also schools. Was there a possibility of looking at this in a larger scope? Because I can imagine we're going to have redistricting going on many times over.
And it was all that, again, it's contained in your packet, but later in projections were shared up on the website. You'll be able to see. So both near and long-term projections were shared. Potential build-outs of different communities were shared. So the process basically is we staff the committee. We give the committee any information that initially that we believe that they need, and then they always ask for a lot of supplemental information, and we provide them with all of that. So that's at their disposal. How they elect to use it is entirely up to them.
Right. The way we do this, by looking at it by schools instead of by communities, is what has me concerned. For example, there's some communities that are very close to this new high school that were not even at the table, like say the Martins Grant area. And I bring this up because people reached out to me who were not even at the table, who are their kids are busing all the way up to Old Mill High School, which then when the new Old Mill is built, it's going to be even further north. So I just bring that up as a concern about the scope of the redistricting, and could we look at it in a larger scope?
That's certainly up to you. You want to be inclusive, at the same time you want to make a committee that can make some decisions. right? And so that's the fine balance. And so this board over the years and staff has worked to staff these redistricting committees based on that rule in your policy, which has been 2 people per school. If the board chooses to change that, they certainly can look at that into the future.
Okay. And so you did provide the other scenarios. You basically are recommending what the committee voted and passed on to you, correct?
Yes, ma'am. And that's the reason I wanted to make that very clear as you are. Right now, you've got lots to think about between now and January, right?
Mm-hmm.
And lots to contemplate and ask questions as they arise with me or as I can involve staff if you've got questions that I'm unable to answer. I wanted to make it abundantly clear that there was a committee report that's written by the committee. And it's not edited by us, right? This is their words and their actions, and they're trying to give you the information. I narrowed it down to 1 with the caveat that it would be in the 2020-21 school year as opposed to the 19-20 school year. But other than that, it stands, but I want you to have all of the information so we share the entire committee report, not just what the superintendent and staff is recommending. I want you to have all the information. That's
Right.
what the report is.
So looking through, I believe there was a scenario that was pretty evenly split when they did their first vote, and this other scenario, if I looked at it correctly, did not put schools over capacity. I know, again, from voters reaching out to me, there's big concerns about Piney Orchard suddenly getting a whole lot bigger student population. So I think we need to give that serious consideration, considering it was pretty evenly split when they first voted on it. And can I ask can you give me the titles of the experts that were involved in assisting in this process? Because I felt a whole lot was thrown on the shoulders of parents. I know this is our process. This is our policy. I'm as a new member of this board, I'm kind of questioning the way we do this a little bit. Again, by so many people reaching out to me, I witnessed a sense of almost pitting community against community, sort of fighting for their students' rights to go to particular schools. And I'm just wondering if, as a board, we might want to look at the way we do this, the way we do redistricting. So in other words, community input is extremely important. But who was guiding them as far as the experts? What is your position?
I'm the senior manager of planning.
Okay.
With me was Scott Schuler. He's our student demographer. You may not hear Scott's name much, but he basically develops the master plan. It's about a 600-page document that we present to the board every single year. So basically it's looking at long-term projections. We work with the development community to see how the build-out is of certain neighborhoods. We try to get a feel for both, all the developers in the community. We talk to planning and zoning. As far as the graphics, I have a GIS technician, Mark Lucas, that handles a lot of the map making. We looked at different scenarios. We provided the committee everything from what they call dot maps, basically a pin map to say, here's where all the students live, just to give you an idea of distribution. We looked at a whole bunch of both the projections. We even went back to say, who are the students that are going to attend? Again, one thing you have to understand, this county has not built a new high school for 36 years. So this is the first basically ground up since 1982 when Broadneck was built. And what we did was not only that, but it also has a phased approach. One thing that's in the recommendation is it opens up with only 9th and 10th grade. And then we basically add in 11th grade in 21, and then finally in 22, school year 22, the 12th grade will be added. That's a little unusual.
Right, so, but I think your point is the subject matter expertise. So we staff the committee, and certainly facilities division has representatives there from the construction side, right? And then Mr. Stewart and his staff from the planning and demography side. Typically we have either 1 or 2 transportation specialists. We had two generally in this because one transportation specialist covers the Arundel side, another one covers the South River district. So there's transportation expertise. We call on our instructional data division, which puts together student body demographics, not geographical location of students, but they put together test score information, they put together student body composition. So our instructional data division is there. We have the Office of School Performance represented, so the regional assistant superintendent for that area attended each and every one of the meetings and is able to address questions that surround academic delivery or program offerings or magnet schools or signatures, you know, things that are of the instructional realm. And then I attend every meeting as well too, because a lot of this falls underneath of my auspices. So we do provide to the committee different sort of talent segments from staff, but again, you know, we are at their disposal. So we do provide them with a lot of information. We help them if called upon, interpret information or data to the extent that they want additional data. We then go to whichever relevant subject matter expert it is to generate that and bring it back to them at their very next meeting. So we have the expertise, whatever expertise the committee needs or feels that they need, we provide that by staffing the committee.
And so we've made a plan on what schools we're building. I guess there's a long-range plan, but we sort of have a sudden emergency situation where a community has been zoned differently and now suddenly we're going to have tremendous growth. So what is the earliest we could possibly get West County Elementary School open?
We don't have an emergency situation. You've got an the developments that we're talking about have been contemplated and in existence for a while. You have had that elementary school in this board CIP. It has been there now for about 2 or 3 years, sort of marching up the time frame. It's to the extent that the funding authorities will provide the funding for the design and construction. That really typically is the driver of how quickly we can deliver a school. The second issue is that we do not have a parcel of land that the Board of Ed owns in that area, but we've been working with the county government now for in excess of 2 years. They have a advanced land acquisition account at their disposal, and they use that account to support not just public school endeavors, but other public good endeavors such as Parks and Rec, et cetera. So it's been actively progressing forward.
The other thing to keep in mind, I mean, again, we do communicate with the developers. I happened to be meeting with Two Rivers developers last week, asking them how their build out is on what I'm going to call the non-age restricted. Right. They have a capacity of about 1,260 units. They've only sold 60. So, and again, I hate to say it, but interest rates went up. When interest rates go up, things slow down. So those are things that, again, with the master plan, we reevaluate how many students we have, and if we see things on the horizon, certainly that's when we start having to accelerate if we need to. And again, we have to communicate with the county because the funding comes from the county.
Okay, I guess that's why I was expressing urgency. Was I know it was slated to be an active adult community, and then suddenly we're talking about 1,200 more.
Correct.
Family homes. Okay.
Ms. Corkadell.
I just had a couple quick clarification questions, if I may. The percentage of South River High School after the percentage of the students that would end up being redistricted over to Crofton High School leaves, it was 600 and some, correct? I believe
635 if you take a look at Table C, which is the mathematical summary for high schools.
And we have 271 projected increase by 2027 at South River High School. It's new feeder, correct?
Again, the entire county is growing across the years. So
yeah, I was actually asking. I was going a slightly different angle here. So there's going to be some seats available, and then we know that not all those seats would be available. Roughly half will be populated. and even with an escalation when we get our census adjustments, that's going to leave still some seats vacated. Is there an intent to expand the magnet program given the vast waiting list, or to do the holistic intent of reducing the student population to a more person-oriented that we had been striving, I've heard, strive for?
So it's a great question. The short answer is right now we're not contemplating expanding the magnet program. That might be something that we consider down the road. We want to get through the build of Crofton, the occupancy of Crofton, the shift of students away from South River, away from Arundel, to build this new high school community. We haven't done this in 30 plus years before we consider what the next steps are going to be in both Arundel and in South River, in terms of now with empty space, to use that term. Some of it will be filled, as you say, through normal as people are moving into the area. But right now we're not contemplating any of additions to the programs until we settle the new Crofton High School.
Okay, thank you very much. It's actually very that's settling to me, because we grew about, I think, 40% faster rate in that same feeder area than projected 10 years ago. Because it's never in jive with the census, no matter how hard you try. I just had two other questions, and this may be something to table to a further discussion, but I would like to see the transportation impact of the proposals presented to us, as well as the facility budget impact, recognizing that perhaps Piney Orchard may end up having additional needs as a temporary, and what that looks like financially on the budget, because I do believe we'll be possibly voting on this prior to the adoption of the budget, so understanding that adjustment would be helpful.
No, you'll be, so this won't come to a final vote for you until April. Your budget is going to be completed in February. But I mean, we're still going to get you the information. I just want to make sure that in January you're going to be putting forward which ones we're going to take to that briefing and hearing phase, but your actual vote on the redistricting plan proper will take place in April.
Okay.
But we'll still bring you all the information. It's easy.
Okay. Yeah, I was actually referring to the council's adoption of it, because they have the final say in our money in that regard,
Right.
just to make sure that, if one thing happens, then I know if there's an impact there. Thank you very much.
Ms. Schulhan. First, I wanted to say thank you for all the wonderful hard work. This is a heavy lift, and this report is impressive, and I just wanted to recognize all of the community members and Mr. Boniface and the people from the school district that helped make this happen. And I also wanted to echo some thoughts and some concerns regarding Piney Orchard overcrowding, and direct everyone's attention, I know it's been a long day, to another option that was also put up here, and that's option 4LJ, because I think that going forward we need to review both to see if we want to, in fact, bring both forward to a public hearing, which I think would be valuable for everyone to have their say and to provide additional options. And that's all I have. I thank you so much again for putting in all this hard work.
Ms. Corkadell.
Just one clarification I didn't see in here, and I may have missed it in my reads. Is there a matrix or a report that could sort of an executive summary of the differences between the two proposals that would be helpful as a guidance as to what we're looking at in differences? Because there are a lot of tables, and it would be I didn't know if one was prepared on, okay, Plan A has A, B, or C, or what the major differences would be.
In the appendices of the committee's full report, there are both graphics and numerical backup for each one of the individual proposals. So if you're inclined to look at the one that was proffered by Ms. Ellison Schauheim, there are both the graphics and the numbers that support what the net effect of that proposal would be.
So it's easy to compare. There's nothing missing that I didn't.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
I mean, I would suggest you may want to unstaple them and sort of lay them side by side, because unfortunately but that's how I do it.
Well, you know me. I have my little notes in my little tabs. Don't worry, there'll be lots of that.
So are there any other board questions before we call up for public comment? Okay. Thank you very much. So now we do have some public comment. Leah Jaspers. I'm going to call in groups of about 5. Diana McMullen, Carolyn Fume, Dr. Julianne Halleck.
She had to leave. She had to pick up her children.
Okay. And I do know that she has emailed us, and we have received her information.
Yeah.
Dwayne Boyd.
He had to leave. His son had his specialist appointments waiting for 6 months, so he apologized. He just walked out.
We understand. And Amy Rondo.
She's still listening.
There you go. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Fume. I have kids at Arundel High School and Arundel Middle School. I was the Arundel High School representative for the redistricting committee, so that was my Tuesday nights you were thanking, so I appreciate that. Congratulations on your elections. We're here today. We know you're going to make this decision in January, but we wanted to get before you as soon as this topic was mentioned. The Arundel Feeder is asking you to consider sending an alternative plan in addition to the superintendent's plan up to public hearing. It's a plan that was discussed extensively by the committee, and when we narrowed the plans down from 8 to 2, it actually had the most votes. Your staff has let me give you our proposal and our supporting exhibits. You have that to look at, and you can read that over the break if you need to. What's the difference between our plan and the superintendent's plan? There's one difference. It's virtually identical. All the 4 Crofton feeder schools still go to the high school, Crofton High School. The only difference is it takes a neighborhood called 1038C, which Alex mentioned, and it puts it in Crofton Meadows rather than Piney Orchard and Arundel Middle. The reason we need to do that is Alex is right, it's 85 students now, but his office's projections say that in 2022 it's over 200 students. Piney only fits 600, we're looking at 800. And even when West County Elementary School is built, they all go to one middle school, a middle school that is at 97% capacity. And we have Odenton Town Center coming. There are no use restrictions on Odenton Town Center, and we have a substantial percentage of the population coming from that as well. Arundel Middle and Piney Orchard simply can't take all 3 neighborhoods. So we're asking you to have one go to Crofton Meadows. Crofton Meadows is at 91% capacity. They can absorb it. Here's what else is great about the plan. The parents from 1038C who have sat here for 6 hours, they want to go to Crofton Meadows. We would like you, since this is a public body, we think it's important to hear all sides and concerns. Your elections were all about hearing community voices. The parents of Odenton, Gambrels, and Crofton would like you to give you your input and ideas on both option 4LJ and the superintendent's plan. When Annapolis did this, they sent 7 plans. We don't think 2 plans is so bad. We think our plan actually covers the regulatory factors better than the superintendent's plan, and we would hope that you would support letting us go to public hearing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, members of the board and Dr. Arlotto. My name is Leah Jaspers, and I'm here on behalf of the Piney Orchard Elementary School PTA. I was a member of the Crofton High Redistricting Committee. My son is in kindergarten, and I have a 2-year-old. I have significant concerns for the projected impact the current redistricting plan will have on Piney Orchard Elementary School and Arundel Middle. I will speak mostly on the plan's impact on Piney Orchard Elementary School. Piney Orchard was originally built for 611 students. As you know, this means all common spaces were designed to match the capacity 611. The recent addition of a kindergarten wing expanded the capacity of Piney Orchard to 684 students. If the current plan was implemented today, Piney Orchard would have 709 students and would be at 104% capacity. This would not be an alarming number, except that there are over 1,500 new housing units under construction, all zoned for Piney Orchard under the proposed plan. It is not an exaggeration to project that those numbers will cause Piney Orchard to reach 900 students. The construction of a new West County elementary school will eventually alleviate Piney Orchard's overcrowding 7 school years from now, when my kindergartner is going into 8th grade. Item 1 on page 1 of the proposed plan states that Piney Orchard will be a temporary placement for neighborhood 1038C. If there is certainty that these students will not attend Piney Orchard permanently, please consider Plan 4LJ, which redistricts them to Crofton Meadows. Crofton Meadows is 4 miles closer to 1038C than Piney Orchard. It can accommodate this neighborhood now and in the future. This plan is not only what's best for elementary students, it allows the middle school students who live in neighborhood 1038C to finish school with their classmates and their neighbors rather than prematurely pulling them from their schools with the anticipation of what will be best 7 school years from now. In closing, I want to say that the committee process was very difficult, and at many times the rules changed, sometimes by the minute. It was very clear to me early on during my late night number crunching sessions that there was no perfect solution to keep all kids together and under state rated capacities. I'm not here because Piney Orchard will be overcrowded. I'm here because I think there's an alternative plan that benefits more students than the plan presented today. In the spirit of Anne Arundel County's all means all slogan, I would like you to compare the plans side by side and examine the proposed developments in Crofton and Odenton to ensure the plan you choose has truly considered all students equally. Thank you for your consideration and for your service to Anne Arundel County Public Schools.
Thank you, Ms. Jaspers.
Hello. My name is Diana McMullen. I'm a Piney Orchard parent to a 1st grader and a 5th grader. I'm a civil engineer, and although I'm not a member of the redistricting committee, I have attended all the redistricting meetings and have reviewed all of the iterations of the enrollment numbers as they've been made available to the public. While I share the concerns Leah Jaspers has just brought up regarding Piney Orchard Elementary, the focus of my time here will be spent looking at what my 5th grader will be dealing with for the next 3 years at Arundel Middle. The current public enrollment number at Arundel Middle is 1,042 students and has the school at 97% of the state-rated capacity, which includes 4 portable classrooms today. The public numbers that were reviewed in this committee looked at the development impacts centered around Crofton schools, with the focus on only a quarter of the middle school feeder area. The middle school numbers presented with the plans reviewed didn't take into account the 500 new housing units that are already under grading permit and active construction at this time in the Odenton Town Center and Odenton Elementary School District. There's also approximately 500 additional units at sketch plan in that same Odenton Town Center area. This is an additional 100 middle school students that were not considered in this process at all. These students alone, not counting any new students coming from the redistricted areas, will put enrollment at the middle school at 104% of the state-rated capacity. Adding in the projected students from neighborhood 1038B who will be attending Arundel Middle regardless of which option is chosen puts enrollment at approximately 1,226 students, or 114% of the state-rated capacity. This number does not include the 1038C cluster of students yet. This is why it's imperative to keep the 1038 students in the Crofton schools, which is what the 4LJ proposal will do. According to the information on the Anne Arundel County website, Arundel Middle School was built in 1961 and has only had one update in 1983. Crofton Middle School was built in 1982 and has had renovations in 1998, 2000, and 2015. Arundel Middle School has no auditorium, a leaky roof, and significant heating and cooling issues. It's listed in fair condition on the state facilities report. I understand a recommendation was included with the proposal to perform a feasibility study for an addition and upgrades to the school. But even in the best case scenario, this study, the preparation of construction documents, and the actual construction won't be complete in the 3 years that my daughter is at the school. The recommendation of this committee will blindside 3/4 of the middle school feeder system. Piney Orchard was the only feeder school invited to the process. Odenton, Watchapel, and Four Seasons Elementary parents were told of the meetings but not of the potential impacts, or I'm sure we would hear more from them. When I mentioned this proposal and its impacts to my friends in neighboring elementary schools, they were shocked at what this could mean for them. They don't understand how opening a high school in a neighboring town could have such a profound effect on their middle school. Thank you for your time.
Hi, good afternoon, Dr. Arlato and members of the board. Congratulations on your new election and appointments. My name is Amy Rondo. I am a resident of the Villas at Watchapel, 1038C. My husband and I have 3 children in the Anne Arundel County Public Schools, a 6th grader at Crofton Middle, a 3rd grader at Crofton Elementary, and a 1st grader at Crofton Elementary. So as you can see, we'll all be affected by these changes. We understand the need to redistrict as Crofton Elementary is over capacity. As a daily and a long-term substitute and now a permanent teacher in the county, I have seen firsthand the effects of overcrowded classrooms. From my experience, it is not in the best interest of students. If the Two Rivers community joins Piney Orchard, the school will be near capacity. If the Villas at Watchapel, 1038C, also goes to Piney Orchard, the school will be over capacity. So Crofton Meadows has room to accommodate the Villas at Watchapel and would keep Piney Orchard, Crofton Elementary, and Crofton Meadows from bursting at the seams. Another important job in the public schools is the substitute teacher, one that I needed to find today so I could be here. Substitutes step into the classroom oftentimes about 30 minutes before students arrive. They're given schedules, rosters, and worksheets, and go. It is well known that new teachers will get sick and call out during the first 3 years of their careers. It's just a hazard of the job. Let's not give these valuable substitutes an unfair load to carry with overcrowded classrooms. After moving 7 times in 10 years as a military family, we know the heartache of saying goodbye. Or as in Hawaii, we say, ahui ho, I'll see you later. We moved to Maryland from Hawaii almost 4 years ago. After settling into Maryland, we asked the children if they wanted to go back to Hawaii or stay here. They chose Maryland. After careful consideration, we bought a home in 1038C so that my son could stay at Crofton Elementary because at the time he was experiencing selective mutism, severe anxiety at school, and he wouldn't talk. And exhibited very strong school refusal. So I said, if we buy a house, which I had ached for the 10 years as a military spouse, I found 1038C so that we could stay in Maryland and stay at Crofton Elementary. Now, I understand that Crofton Elementary is overcrowded, but if we could, wait, let me get back on track. As parents, we know we can't give our children everything. We can't give them a pony. I'm not going to Legoland, and we can't even see Grandma. But when my 6-year-old comes to me with giant tears in her eyes and says, I don't want to leave Crofton Elementary, and will you get me chocolate milk? I did what any parent would do. My heart broke with hers. I wiped her tears. I told her, I know it's hard. Not even Santa can give children everything they want, no matter how hard he tries. But what I really admire about Santa is he always listens to the children. So please consider taking option 4LJ to public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rondo. Okay, Siobhan Ewell, Bonnie Schofield, David Heil, and Jonathan Boniface.
Good afternoon. My name is Siobhan Ewell. I'm a naval officer, resident of Maryland, graduate of the United States Naval Academy, and I've left Maryland and I came back to raise my children in Maryland while still maintaining my active duty status today. I want to say excuse me for my attire. I just had surgery this past week, and I thought it was important for me to be here to express my concern as a parent of a kindergartner at Pine Orchard Elementary School and also of a 9-month-old who will also likely attend Pine Orchard Elementary School. After speaking with several parents who attended some of the meetings with regards to redistricting, I feel that Odenton and the Piney Orchard community were very underrepresented. I also believe that some of us, including myself, were misinformed regarding how this redistricting would greatly negatively impact or just impact the greatness of the impact of Piney Orchard Elementary School in general. I believe that it's unfair to all the children from all of the communities that we mentioned earlier today to just stuff students, I'm going to use the term stuff, into particular schools when there are other schools that could also help alleviate that issue. Currently, capacity at Piney Orchard Elementary School and Crofton Meadows Elementary School are equal. I believe they're both at 91%. In option 4, as I read, Crofton Meadows Elementary School is completely excluded from being used as a feeder school, as we heard earlier as well in that proposal. Thereby severely stressing teachers and students of the other elementary schools identified that will be mostly affected by option 4, meaning that they will absorb a large number of the population, but Crofton Meadows will not. While I understand that these children must be placed somewhere, our focus should be on what is best for all students, and I think option 4LJ is the best option for all students. It evenly places students in the surrounding elementary schools. I am here as a concerned parent, again, of a kindergarten student who will be greatly affected, and I believe education negatively, I believe that the education or this proposal will negatively impact education, the proposal being option 4. As a child of a military member, there is already much uncertainty and sacrifice in my child's life. I would prefer if my child does not have to sacrifice his education unnecessarily due to unnecessary overcrowding. As we know, overcrowding negatively impacts the student's ability to perform in the classroom. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Yu. Mr. Lott.
Miss Yu, what class? 72 here. Go Navy.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you for allowing all of us to speak today on behalf of this really serious issue. I think what struck me, and congratulations to all those people who are newly elected. It's a big achievement. I think what really struck me as I was sitting here this morning, I was lucky to go out and come back and not have to sit and wait like a lot of the others. But what struck me was Ms. Corcadelli, sort of at the outset of kind of the agenda this morning, you guys started talking about transparency and the importance of transparency. I think it had to do with cell towers. And I think that really is relevant today because you heard from numerous people before saying that there was some questions about how this process went along, and maybe it wasn't as transparent as could have been. Now, the option 4LJ, that plan, I think all these people are asking, and all I'm asking for you today is to consider that, to push it to the briefing, to push it to the public hearing, and allow for that transparency, which we all know is so important during this process. Bring that to the table and give it a chance. Compare the plans. I think that's just common sense. Now, I probably should have started with this, but I am a parent. My wife and I are parents of a 6-year-old who attends Piney Orchard Elementary School. It's a wonderful school, and I know Arundel Middle is just as wonderful as well as Arundel High, and so are all the other schools throughout Anne Arundel County. I think during this process, and I'm going to go back to transparency. I know I jumped around a little bit, but the issue of transparency is really important to me. In my line of work, I'm an attorney. I think during one of the committee meetings, I believe there was some discussion about different possible options, different plans. There was a vote, and at some point, this option 4LJ plan did get the most votes, I believe. Somewhere along the process, I believe towards the last committee meeting, there was a discussion by, I think, one of the gentlemen who was sitting here earlier today presenting the plan to you guys a few minutes ago. And the discussion of contiguous borders, contiguous lines, became this factor, almost a disqualifying factor, at least as was presented, I think, from this gentleman, that because that was not contiguous, we could not vote on this and it was an illegal plan. As an attorney, I don't do this type of work a lot. I do it a little bit here and there, so I did a little research myself. And even looking at the policy, I think that was presented to you guys today in that packet, it's not a disqualifying factor. And the fact that it was presented as a disqualifying factor is not transparent. It's not genuine. It's not genuine. And I think at least give the people a chance and give yourselves a chance to look at these potential plans and decide for yourself if this is fair, if this is equitable, and in comparison with one against the other, is it better for the students of Anne Arundel County? Because I stand here as a parent of one child, but I don't speak for everyone. But at the same time, clearly there's representation here from not just Piney Orchard, not just Arundel Middle, from schools throughout Anne Arundel County that will be greatly affected. And if this moves forward as planned today, that's going to affect future plans moving forward and the way the process is being held. And I think it's important to make sure the process is transparent from the beginning, so whenever there are any other, I guess, redistricting issues moving forward, they will be held accountable, they will be held properly, and they'll be held appropriately.
Thank you, Mr. Heil. Mr. Boniface.
My name is Jonathan Boniface. I've been coming down here since 2012. I wear many, many hats. Been 3 superintendents since we started coming down here. But I was the leader of the Bill Crofton High School movement, and for some reason I volunteered to join the redistricting committee as the representative from Crofton Middle, because I felt it was my responsibility to get in there and see this thing through. I was elected chair of that committee, and I worked with 17 other very hard-working people. 2 of them, Leah and Carolyn, are here today, and I was honored to work with all of them. Your support staff was fantastic. We looked at an issue that was almost impossible. If you look at it and really say, okay, what is the best interest? We look at projections and where everything is. There's no way to get this to be perfect. Looking at all those options and stuff, we came up with the option 4, which the superintendent has pushed forward, changing the timeline just a bit. But there were some real key issues in that for option 4 to even be considered to work, West County Elementary has to come online. So you definitely need to push at the state for the funding for that. And in addition, needs to be put on, I recommend a feasibility study in my own recommendation, but we put forth as a committee recommending that feasibility study and an addition on Arundel Middle School, because that school is going to be over capacity. Looking at the difference between the option 4 plan, which was voted on by, it did get the most votes. It had 10 votes. The option 4 LJ plan, the main difference was it takes one of the areas, the Watchapel area, and it sends it past Nantucket, past Crofton Elementary's boundaries, through those boundaries over to Crofton Meadows, which does not have a lot of empty seats. My kids went there. They're no longer there. But that was kind of the defining factor where we kind of pushed and went with the option 4. The other thing was it overcrowded Crofton Middle School, even more so. And knowing that we were told Arundel Middle is looking good to getting an addition. We know, Alex Saknovich, our Chief Operating Officer, told us we know that addition's needed, and we are going to, push for that. We thought that would be a very important factor. So that is why we went as a committee with option 4, and we fully support it, and I'm here today to let you know that. I also am the one that put together the entire pages of the document from where it says redistricting committee on. I put all those spreadsheets together with all the different plans so you can look at all 8 options we looked at. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. I'd be more than happy to go over any of those, or if you want to question the thought process, or why did you choose this over that, I'd be more than happy to answer that. So thank you very much for your time, and thank you for all you guys do for Anne Arundel County.
So I just, again, wanted to thank all of you. We bragged in another capacity that I'm in a few years ago, and that was extremely difficult, all of the considerations that go into it. What I've heard here today is completely impressive, a lot for the board to think about and consider, and then you even offered alternatives. And so I want to say I appreciate that. And as a newly elected member, I appreciate the color coding, the organizing. I appreciate the perspectives. And most importantly, I appreciate that you guys kept this about the students and their well-being. So thank you very much.
Ms. Corkadell.
I just wanted to be brief. I wanted to first thank you guys for hanging in there today. I appreciate it because I'm sure that some of the efficiency is a result of my being new up here along with others. Most importantly, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. The amount of time that you guys had to do and the consolidated schedule was rather intense. And the residents can be, you know, they're passionate. These are our children we're talking about. And to be willing to work through that in a very large group in a short period of time, I want to particularly extend thank you out to Mr. Boniface. He had, of course, been doing research for years on this and was very well prepared, but nonetheless, as a board leading everybody to be able to render a decision in a timely manner in and of itself, I applaud you for, and I just may take you up on those offers to review some of the details as we work through it, and I do appreciate that. Thank you once again, all of you.
Ms. Ellis.
Yeah, I too want to thank you. I'm aware of what a strenuous process that was. And also, I want to thank you as well about the presentation of the information. It's also beautifully presented and color-coded. And that's why I couldn't find the names of the parents, because they weren't on a table like everything else. So I just missed it. But so I have two questions. Can we get an answer on that concern that was apparently raised in the committee meeting, that there's a issue with 4LJ with the contiguous boundaries? Do you know that to be a concern?
It's always a concern in redistricting. We would prefer redistricting to occur so we don't have so that areas serving schools are contiguous. And one of the other things is, and that's the reason Mr. Sheknova said transportation is at the table, is what will those routes be? And as Mr. Boniface said, in that particular option, and there's more information to come, obviously there's lots of time for us to talk and think, is that buses will travel through two other areas to get to what is being recommended.
And I have, so in addition to that, was it ever discussed to redistrict part of Nantucket to Crofton Meadows? And I'm sorry, I apologize too if that's in here. There is an awful lot, but was that ever discussed to put a portion of Nantucket to Crofton Meadows and then 1038C to Nantucket? Was that ever?
We didn't want to split up the actual schools and change the elementary boundaries to where you'd have to move a large section over. Looking at it, sections that were made for Nantucket, it would have been arbitrary to just take certain neighborhoods and certain communities versus others.
Well, I think we're weighing two different concerns here. I understand that concern, but the concern, then we're busing kids past two schools to go to another school. So I guess that's something.
Absolutely, that's something you'll have to consider and then make a decision. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Are there any other board questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Sheknovich. Thank you to everyone. All right. We will now go back to item 5.03. This is an action item, policy student sunscreen use, policy JM. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of policy JM, subject to final correction for style and format.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second. All right. So this is third reading for this policy. Are there any board questions or comments? Ms. Ellis.
To make sure I understand the policy correctly, this is providing the opportunity for students to use sunscreen. This is not instructing them what they must use. It's it's the opportunity for them to be able to use that, correct?
Correct. I'll ask those at the table to introduce themselves and share, but this is coming from legislation.
Again, for the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel.
Sally Egan, Assistant Superintendent for Student Support Services. And Karen Siska Krill was with us but had to leave. She's the Director of School Health.
So the policy has been established in accordance with new state law, which just authorizes students to use sunscreen at school without a doctor's note, essentially. But the language is almost verbatim the state law.
Are there any other questions or comments? Is there any public comment? All right. Ms. Connolly, call the roll.
Ms. Corfidel?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim? Aye. Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
8-0, motion passes.
Okay. Thank you. Item 5.04 is a first reading policy JCCB, gang and or gang-like activities. Ms. Ortiz.
So we have JCCB from the Offices of School Security and Safe and Orderly Schools. I'll have Alice introduce herself to the board.
Good afternoon to the board, Dr. Arlato. My name is Alice Swift. I'm the Director of Safe and Orderly Schools, Superintendent's Designee for Discipline for Extended Suspensions and Expulsions.
I'm Dole Batten. I'm Supervisor for Security.
So the Offices of School Security and Safe and Orderly Schools are bringing policy JCCB, gangs and gang-like activities, before you for first reading. This policy was last updated on July 13th, 2011. It has been revised to align with Maryland state law and the state's model policy on gang and gang-like activities. The policy will be posted on our website for 30 days for public comment, and we can answer any questions that you may have.
So, the majority of this is to update according to state.
Yeah, there are just some revisions, correct, just to align with the state law and the state model policy to ensure that, you know, everything that we're doing is in accordance with them.
Are there any other board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? So this will go forward for 30 days of public comment?
Yes, correct. It will be posted on the board site under, there's a tab for proposed policy revisions. The links will be there for a 30-day public comment period, and then it will come back to the board for second reading.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, item 5.05, student suspension and expulsion, policy JD. And again, Ms. Ortiz.
So we have the Division of Student Support Services and Office of Safe and Orderly Schools bringing policy JED, student suspension and expulsion, before you for first reading. This policy was last updated on August 20th, 2014. Similarly, this has been revised as a result of new state requirements under new state law and regulations. The policy will be posted on our website for 30 days for public comment period. And just to clarify, so in 2017, the state passed legislation regarding the suspension and expulsion of pre-K through second grade students. However, we were unable to update our policy and regulations because the state took over a year to update their policy and regulations, and there were some questions in regards to some of the intentions in the state law. So as soon as the state finally updated their regulations, we moved forward with updating ours. And so the revisions that you're finding, the language is, again, in accordance with the state law and the accompanying state regulations.
Are there any board questions or comments? I do. So the changes that have been made to state law over the past few years, and from the Department of Education, is very much so that we're trying to keep students in the classroom, and we're trying to reduce the amount of suspension or expulsion time that's possible for that. And so this clarifies that, but that is also our intent, is that we want children in school and in the classroom. And so an expulsion, those of us of a certain age, we used to talk about that a lot in school, getting expelled. That is an extremely rare, almost non-existent process, isn't it?
That's correct. 45-day minimum, up to a year. It's automatic for a firearm under the Gun-Free Schools Act of '94.
And if a child is removed for that, for instance, do we provide alternative education, homebound instruction?
Homebound instruction, online or a teacher.
Okay, so they are still receiving school, they just are not in the school building, and that's mainly for a firearm.
That is correct.
A firearm incident. Yes. Okay. Ms. Antwine.
I would just request from the policy, nothing specific on these, but you're referencing Maryland law or federal law or whatever for the purposes of understanding this better. Could we have a reference section on these that you present to us, please? When you do present it, not today, of course, but in the future, please.
Sure, on the yellow sheet, I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Ms. Ellis.
Can you give a little information about what is the reason or the goal of a suspension? Is so I understand there certainly are scenarios where students provide a safety hazard. So is suspension given as a punishment for repeated violations if it doesn't involve violent behavior?
Well, our goal is always to keep students in school, and we seek to provide interventions in those processes. A lot of times you have students that are chronically disruptive, so the goal would be to find out through assessments, counseling, mentorships, and things of the like, of course under parent consent, anything outside or inside, working with school psychologists and things to hopefully rehabilitate that student. We do have situations where students are addicted to drugs and alcohol, tobacco, have anger management problems and or bias motivated intimidation, harassment type bullying displays of behavior. And so then we would implore those types of interventions as well. More serious offenses, you're looking at your category 1 per the code, and I do, advise if you get in there and dig deep, if you have questions, we're on hand to answer that. But we're looking at level 4 and 5 type situations. We talk about category 1 and 2, students are excluded from school because they have hurt a student or a staff member of the district. Mm-hmm. And of course, we do have to send a message. Of course, our policies are aligned with state and federal law, but under our superintendent and recommendations from MSDE, we do look to align our code so that we are fair. We do remain impartial in all of these instances. Short-term and long-term suspensions lend themselves for conversation at the school level. Principal has up to 10 days to give when they suspend, but when they refer to our office for that 11-day or more request, then we have to do a little more extensive, seek intervention type things, consequences, and make decisions in the best interest of students.
So the purpose of suspension is it's not a punishment. It is to remove the disruption or the danger from the classroom.
Yes.
And the goal is to then remedy that situation with that student.
Yes, that's right.
And for them to be able to return.
Right, and there's students with disabilities. We do 45-day placements that are non-disciplinary, but that's to work on the behavior intervention plan, 504 plan, and to update the IEP. Not my office, of course, but allow the school system that time to do that as well.
And how does an appeal work in that process?
Any student that is excluded for any suspension, a parent, for short-term and long-term, 1 to 3 day, 4 to 10, they would submit a letter or an email request to the principal. Principal hands that off to the regional assistant superintendent. They weigh in, make a decision to uphold. Beyond.
Do they stay out of the classroom until then?
Yes, okay, but that would be for your short-term and long-term. When we do the 45-day, anywhere from 11 on up, after the process of the investigation and decision is rendered on behalf of the superintendent, the parent would appeal to the Board of Education. And then of that court, in that case, then Molly Connolly, she sets the meetings with the hearing officer, and we come and have the discussion, and that hearing officer makes a decision.
And so they don't return to the classroom until that decision?
Until that time, okay. Yes. Mm-hmm. But we do try to expedite that process very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Yes, you're welcome.
Are there any other board questions? Is there any public comment? Okay, so this will now be posted as well for a 30-day public comment period.
Correct.
Thank you very much, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you.
right. Item 5.06 is new course approvals, one of my favorites.
So as Mr. Lee and his
Entourage.
very merry band
His merry band. So
are arriving at the table, we've got several courses that they've been working really hard on and want to introduce to the board.
So
These are my passion
don't
people.
I need to do you first? But before we do the presentation. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
I delightfully recommend to the board approval of these courses beginning in the 2019-2020 school year.
Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Present away.
Good evening, President Hummer, Dr. Lotto, and members of the board. For the record, I'm Skip Lee, Director of Curriculum and Instruction. On behalf of the Grading and Transcript Committee, I bring forth 6 exciting new course proposals for your consideration. To assist me, I'd like to introduce many of my colleagues. Ms. Eleni Dykstra, Visual Arts Coordinator, Mr. David Kaufman, Senior Manager of Performing and Visual Arts, Mrs. Allison Delaney, our English Coordinator, Mrs. Christiana Walsh-Grew, Health, Physical Education, and Dance Coordinator, Mrs. Andrea Atwood Starkley, teacher at Southern High School and the author of our larger courses, and Mr. Kevin Wajak, our Secondary Mathematics Coordinator. You should have already received a brief description of each of the 6 proposals, and we'd be honored to offer clarification and additional information should you need it.
I have a question. I love these. I think these look fabulous. Does the plan to offer all of these at every high school starting next fall?
Yes, ma'am.
So at every one. Awesome. So I understand
Ms.
that
Hummer, can I clarify that?
Yes.
We'll make them available to all the schools. It is a site-based decision on whether or not schools put them in their course selection forms, but they will be supported and available for all the schools.
And so this would meet the fine arts credit, which is a state requirement for graduation,
That
correct?
is correct.
And so if they're each a quarterly one, which I also really appreciate that we're doing some quarterly classes that are coming along to give our students a little more of a taste of things. So they do not have to take all 4 of these classes. They can choose to take 1, or they can choose to take 2, whatever their interest may be, and that will count. That section of it will count toward their fine arts. Is that correct?
So ultimately, the number has to add up to 1.0 grad, but they would have to at least take 2 of the quarter course to get a half a credit, and then they could take a semester class of one particular prime, and that could be the additional course to equal the 1.0.
Okay. All right.
But you're correct.
Okay. Ms. Urea.
Thank you so much for putting hard work into this. As I've been reading these and reading them right now, they're awesome. I love them. Specifically, my question is with the arts and like the education one, or not education, the physical education and dance. It seems like these options are to give students more of like their own personal direction in their schoolwork. Is that kind of the aim of this, essentially?
For the record, my name is Christiana Walsh, Coordinator of Health, Physical Education, and Dance. And yes, the idea is really to allow them to kind of get a taste of dance in the fine art form. It's to create an opportunity for students who might not appreciate dance as an art form, but to give them the opportunity to explore movement through various elements of dance and storytelling.
Okay, thank you.
Bellheim.
Firstly, I want to say thank you. This is wonderful. But I since I'm so new, are these required, or are they offered under certain requirement silos as another offering? Like, how does this work within them?
So currently, the county offers students the opportunity to choose many different courses that add up to the 1.0 state graduation requirement under fine arts. What we've found is that students often take a class or 2 that aren't necessarily what they want, but they're obligated to do all 45 days and finish the semester. And we're building the opportunity for students to really have a chance to find their thing, if you will, and then pursue that further by making them the quarter courses as opposed to having to make them expect that they would do an entire semester of that particular line.
Wonderful. It looks wonderful. Thank you.
Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank
all of you for this and certainly for the long day, longer than expected, and certainly Mr. Lee. My one question is regarding, and I'm channeling Mr. Reinhardt. He's not here, so which is probably why this will go much more briefly than had he been here. But I got to buy a bunch of donuts tomorrow now. The logic class, just very briefly on that, I noted the last sentence in the needs assessment about being designed for students, blah, 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 not yet prepared for the rigor of Algebra 2. Is that solely based on lack of preparation, or is there an out for students who, let's just say, may have loved geometry, but they're afraid of Algebra 2?
For the record, Kevin Wajak, coordinator of high school mathematics. Great question, and the answer is really yes to both, right? Both logic quarter credit courses are available to all students. So if a student is interested in taking an additional mathematical opportunity, either for 9 weeks or for 18 weeks, they are welcome to take that. But specifically, we are always looking for additional course offerings for students who maybe are less comfortable with the traditional mathematics pathway. So logic is really a gateway course to computer sciences and a different strand of mathematical thinking. And it is not something that is typically experienced in a high school progression historically. So these 9-week quarters, whether you pair them together to make a half or you pair them with other math quarters as we create them, will allow students to just explore math differently and more deeply.
I appreciate that, and this means a lot to me because I was one of those students. I did not appreciate math until grad school, and my master's is in finance, so that's when I started to appreciate it. But what I think that the old day logical progression, I graduated here in '95, so just going back then, certainly my lens is a little blurred. I think for students at that time, the options were limited, and I think we've done a fantastic job over the last 20-ish years of providing these options, because I think what happens is people get turned off by math, and then when they find the need for it later in life, for not just the quantitative aspects, but otherwise, many other benefits that math offers, it's too late for them. And so that's why this means a lot to me. So thank you for doing this.
And Mr. Gillen, we're all math people deep down inside. We just have to find it eventually, right?
Ms. Ellis.
So if students use this as an alternative to moving on to Algebra 2, if they don't feel ready, is that what you're saying sometime?
It's a stepping stone.
It's a stepping stone. So if they're quarter courses, what do they do second semester since they have to stay in math?
Great question. So the description should have shared something about our function focus, and I'll let Kevin describe that as well.
Yeah. So we have, again, as Mr. Gillen said, we have multiple more course offerings now than we have in the past. So we have additional courses. There's an amazing course in our books called Function Focus that explores the reality of the world, and then we find mathematics through that reality. So we may look at earthquake data and modeling and then discover the mathematics behind that modeling. I will say Ms. Atwood has been instrumental in the last year of developing both that course and this new logic course. So courses like that can be paired together for students. We have a course on our books called Bridge to Algebra 2, which supports some of our students who struggled in our Algebra 1 course and need some really purposeful, deep remediation of traditional mathematics in order to meet the requirements for state graduation. So this logic course could be paired with that. It could also be paired with a semester of statistics or even a semester of Algebra 2. You may take a semester of Algebra 2 if that's something that is part of your sequence. Really, the sky is the limit for students in math after we finish with the Algebra 1 geometry state graduation requirements. And I see your confusion face, right? Not every student in our district takes Algebra 2 before they graduate, right? Some students choose alternate pathways. Some of our career and technology completers fulfill their math requirement in ways that are different. So I say a semester of Algebra 2 because it just very simply is an option for students. I could take a semester of logic and a semester of Algebra 2. It's atypical. We typically see more the function focus, the bridge to Algebra 2, statistics, and future, hopefully, courses that we will bring to you for approval.
So can they only take a semester of Algebra 2 if they start that in the fall?
No, they could. They could end up taking both, but it is possible. Just as an example, as a terminal course for a senior, right? A senior may take a semester of Algebra 2, decide that's not really for them, and then take logic in the spring. or logic and something else in the spring, right?
And
it just creates a more diverse offering for students.
That's great. Do we know how colleges receive these different types of math classes? Is there any information?
So most of our college completers will take Algebra 2, right? They'll take an Algebra 1, a Geometry, and an Algebra 2 course. The state of Maryland requires 3 math credits. We require 4. So really most of our college partners really speak to the fact that the diversity of our course offerings help students. Our community college partner at Anne Arundel Community College have just started offering a statistics option for students as graduation instead of the traditional college algebra. They're looking as well as we are at computer sciences. So I really would say that the diversity at the moment helps our students. We've yet to roll out many of these diverse courses yet, so our opinions on that may shift, but honestly I doubt it.
Thank you.
Ms. Antoine.
So that was similar to what I was going to introduce. These are great courses, but we're introducing them at the high school level, and so many of the students are preparing for that next level. So I wanted to understand how that coincided with some of those next level ambitions, how the curriculum matches, say, college or even some of the technical schools out there to support those students when they're being reviewed for these competitive opportunities.
Yep. So I'm going to just let Ms. Atwood-Starkey speak for just a second about a little bit of the content of the course. I know you have the proposal in front of you, but really just to make that connection to, as a math major and then really as that computer science technical background of engineering, where some of this content will fit.
So for the record, I am Andrea Atwood-Starkey, a teacher at Southern High School, math teacher and computer science teacher. So the first logic course would be the first quarter that you take. It would focus on encryption algorithms and cryptography, so focusing on the computer science aspect and focusing on just algorithms in general. And then we would go to conversions of different bases, such as binary, hexadecimal, things computer scientists use as well. So they would have an end of the marking period project where they would either have to create a password algorithm or they would have to design some type of project that focuses on hexadecimal and different conversions of bases, so it almost is like a color by number. And then for logic B, we would focus on Boolean logic, so that transitions into discrete math, which is normally a college level course, following graph theory, which is also in discrete math.
So, President Hummer, I had the same question for the dance classes and the art classes. How does it align with some of the requirements that universities and tech schools and colleges would be looking at?
For the record, Lenny Dykstra, coordinator of visual arts. As far as the writing on the wall, this course is really embracing the contemporary art movement of street art. And so I think the ultimate foundation of it, though, is that self-expression and offering opportunities for our students to express themselves in a very contemporary way. And as we move on to higher education and even in life in general, it's going to give our students an opportunity to really be able to showcase who they are, tell their story, and be critical thinkers and essentially communicate to the world and the people around them. Mm-hmm.
So in the dance piece here, it's a marriage of current trends and that choreographic process. So creating things, and we're creating things through movement, and we're going to be able to tell a story using that. Using technology, so it aligns right with those 21st century skills. So moving on to college, and that connection is really woven throughout the course.
And for the record, David Kaufman, Senior Manager of the Performing Visual Arts Magnet. I think to your concern, what seems to be a theme is whether or not it's going to be viewed in an accredited or in a valued capacity. For students who are pursuing an artistic direction, they're going to be taking a volume of other classes in addition to this. This is going to be a subject matter interest that they're going to get a chance to explore. But for students who are not pursuing an artistic pathway for college, this is going to satisfy their fine arts requirement for acceptance into a college. So I think it allows both groups of students to really be able to be served very well.
Ms. Corkadell.
Just briefly, the functioning focus that you mentioned, is that kind of like a pre-stat statistics? When you had mentioned that, you piqued my curiosity a little bit on that, myself
So-
not being familiar with it. Is that where we're driving at?
So a little bit of yes and a little bit of no. It looks at a lot of modeling, right? So we use we're going to use Microsoft Excel, and we're going to build data tables, and so in that component we're going to do some statistics works. It really focuses more on emerging skills for students before they're exposed to exponential functions, logarithms, sinusoidal functions, some of that meat of Algebra 2. And again, the opportunity in that course, thank you for approving that course last year, it's run really successfully, was to give students a taste of the real world and then find math within it, and then move back to some of that pure theoretical exploration of math that exists within the state standards of the Algebra 2 course curriculum.
So that could serve as a student exploring science that has not had the math foundation at that moment in time as well, or is it just to focus on a math preparedness?
Would you like to speak to the science component?
So we focus on both science and math. The science part of it comes in, we study pH a little bit, which is logarithmic. So we do partner with the science department with the pH strips, and they study that as well. Earthquakes falls into the environmental science component of it. But we do focus on the mathematics. Graphene, we went to Six Flags, and they got to ride roller coasters, which are periodic functions or may not be, and so they got to experience it in the real world firsthand.
Okay, great. No, I was thinking that because when you were talking about the logic, there's some other coexisting circumstances that it could be utilized for. So this would definitely be something you're going to be encouraging the computer folks at Cat South or wherever students to take.
Yes.
Even in addition, because it
Yes,
sounds like
absolutely.
that would
And
be an addendum.
as
on
I
top
said, the
of it.
quarters
Yeah.
are available to all students, whether that be as a graduation requirement credit or just as part of those 8 elective credits, or just for something else that they're passionate about experiencing or exploring.
Summer, may I make a comment? So, board, the 2 courses here for the mathematics and the 4 presenting to you for the fine arts are in addition to a number of courses that this board has already approved, that this will go into a menu, if you will, for students to be able to pair. Could be both the logic courses, but it could be a class in Python and then the logic, or a class in global technologies or business and one of these classes. So it really is, we're building the capacity for the student to have a lot of choice in their electives and some of their graduation requirement opportunities. And I understand many of you don't have that historical background, but this is in an effort to try to really add to that collection that we've already assembled. Sorry about that.
Mr. Rea.
Now, for specifically the logic class and they're both logic. The game theory, both logic classes. I know some schools, some classes, for example, taking dance can count towards your art credit or like a gym credit, depending on which credit you actually need. Mm-hmm. Would these classes only count for math credits, or because some of them overlap a lot with like computer science or other credits? Are you guys looking into that? Or?
So as I mentioned earlier in our sidebar, you ask very good questions. At the current moment, they're going to count as mathematics, but it is absolutely something that grading and transcript can pursue to see whether there's enough state standard connections to the course and other content areas where we can do the matching.
Okay, because I think a lot of students would look into this more if it could like cross count for different
You make a great
credits.
point.
Yeah, and I just want to again highlight how awesome it is that we're giving students these opportunities to explore, even if it doesn't necessarily look good for college, which of course these courses will. I think it's amazing that we give the students opportunities to even explore their passion in math that ties to a lot of technology and computer science, because I know a lot of tech students now really want to get those classes and exploring different arts. So I just want to thank you for that again. Thank you.
Are there any other board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? All right.
I just have one last thing to share. We heard a lot today from the Arundel Feeder and the importance of relationships and understanding who other people are. It was not necessarily meant at the beginning, but these core sequences here, the storytelling through the arts, does exactly that. It affords Eleni or affords Christiana or Allison the opportunity to pick something they're interested in and let others see and know a little bit about who they are because of the self-expression. So we're really excited about this opportunity for our students.
That's great. So, all right, Ms. Connolly, call the roll.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
8-0, motion passes.
Thank you all so much. Looking
We'll be
forward
back.
to these. All right. Oop.
That's right.
Not on. There we go. Item 6.01 is a review item, the Maryland report card data. We have a staff presentation.
Good afternoon, President Hummer, members of the Board of Education, Dr. Alato. We're very thrilled to be here. My name is Jason Dykstra. For the record, I am the Executive Director of the Instructional Data Division here, and I'll allow my esteemed colleague to introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Michelle Hall, the Accountability Data Administrator.
So yesterday, the Maryland State Department of Education released the new accountability plan for all schools in Maryland. Prior to this new accountability system, you may recall lots of discussions around No Child Left Behind, Race to the Top, AYP, AMO, SPI, and a lot of other acronyms that we've had for a very long time. The biggest difference with this new accountability plan is that the old one was based solely on test scores and whether or not students passed state assessments. That was really essentially it. The plan that Michelle and I will review for you today and provide kind of an overview framework today will show a much more balanced approach to how Maryland's accountability program works. So to help you with that, on the right side of that slide, you will actually see a visual that we will use to try to help you understand. It's a visual of a schoolhouse. It is color coded, and we're going to talk about four general categories with you this afternoon. First, at the foundation of our schoolhouse is school quality. We'll go into how the state defines that in their accountability plan. Next will be school progress, which is moving our students, meeting them where they are and moving them in a positive direction. We're also going to pay special attention to our English language learners and their language development, and ultimately we want students to perform on those state assessments. So you can see that there's a wide variety of categories compared to prior accountability systems. We're going to do this from the ground up, and so we're going to build a house, and we're going to take you through a little journey right now. So you may wonder what ESSA is. It's basically the new federal law. It was put into place in late 2015. We started seeing it for the first time in early 2016. States were given about 18 months or so to come up with a plan to get approved. Maryland's accountability plan was ultimately approved by the U.S. Department of Education in January of 18, so actually just really this past winter. So we finally got to start seeing it in the middle of last school year. There's a lot of stuff in it, and Michelle's going to highlight what is in this plan.
As Mr. Dykstra just mentioned, there's multi-measures that you will see in the new accountability system. On the screen, you'll see the graphic of the breakdown of those measures. Many of them are K-12 measures, so every student will be responsible for them. First, there's performance on ELA and math state assessments. Next is the progress of our English language learners in English proficiency. Then we receive credit for students completing a well-rounded curriculum. In the purple, the first line is chronic absenteeism. Having students that are not chronically absent is the goal. The climate survey, which is a survey from MSDE. And finally, the K-12 measure ends with access for all students to a well-rounded curriculum. Elementary and middle schools will also have a component of growth on ELA and math state assessments. And in the high school, that is replaced since the assessment is only given once in high schools. You can't track growth, so instead they have replaced it with graduation rate and on track for 9th grade students.
So what do these indicators look like in our house? So what you see in front of you is a representation of our schoolhouse, and this is for elementary and middle schools. So if you take a look at the purple, the foundation of our schoolhouse, you will see 3 of the categories Michelle just mentioned. Access to a well-rounded education, which is enrollment, chronic absenteeism, it's students who are absent more than 10%, and then the climate survey, which we'll give for the first time in spring of 2019. That green section is progress. That's the growth that we will hopefully see on our state assessments, and also credit for a well-rounded education, which is where we look for whether students are passing certain classes. We want to see progress with our English language learners around their language acquisition. That's the gray section in the middle of the top of the house. And then ultimately, if things are going well and we have good school quality, we're moving kids, students with language acquisition issues are attaining enough language competence to make sure they can access the content in the curriculum, and ultimately, at the top of the schoolhouse, we get performance on our state assessments. A little bit different for the high school.
As you can see, the percentages have adjusted just a little bit, and that was based on the U.S. Department of Ed requirements. So the only difference besides the percentages is in the green section of the house for high school. That growth component has been replaced by graduation rate and on track for 9th grade.
So what does this report card look like that came out yesterday? We have a snapshot for you. We'll get you more. The website for the state's been down most of the day. So this is a snapshot, a little hard to read, but we're going to just highlight 3 sections for you. So Ms. Howell's going to help me and click once. So the first thing you're going to notice is an overall percentage. So that is simply a school's points earned over points possible. So how many points did they earn in all of those rooms that were available over the points possible, simple division, and we'll get a percent. That percent leads you to the star rating. So the star rating, which we'll explain on the next slide, really represent what percent of the points you earned in this accountability plan. And last but certainly not least is the percentile rank. So in this particular, this is an actual one of our schools. So in this actual example, this elementary school performed better than 28% of the elementary schools in Maryland. So those are the 3 kind of key items. The rest of the report card goes into great detail with each room and shows you specifically where schools earned points in each of those rooms.
So we were originally told that the star ranking would be determined by the State Board of Ed and would include things like performance, growth, equity, and meeting annual targets. Recently, within the past several weeks, they have determined that the star ratings will be strictly awarded on the total points earned. So your total earned percent will afford you the points that you can, the stars, excuse me, that you can see on the screen above.
So what does that look like for AACPS? So here is a current breakdown of where our schools fall with the star rating system. As you can see, the majority of our schools fall in the 3-star column. We have very few 1-star and 5-star schools, and the remaining schools are somewhat equally split then between 2-star and 4-star schools.
So looking at the overall stars and the overall components of the program, big wins for AACPS. First, as was just demonstrated by the Curriculum and Instruction Division, we have a very well-rounded curriculum. So middle school access to well-rounded curriculum was an area where AACPS excelled. AACPS already has several measures in place for students to attain credit in our middle and high school for that well-rounded curriculum. High school graduation rate is also a big win for AACPS as it continues to improve. And almost in foresight, we implemented several years ago the high school intentional focus, which was moving students from 9th to 10th grade. Aligns very, very well and has provided us a big win in moving our kids to make sure they are on track in 9th grade.
In this first report card, our elementary schools will not receive 15 points in 2 of the rooms in our house due to the 5th grade health requirement in those rooms. Those 2 rooms are access to a well-rounded education and credit for a well-rounded education or curriculum. In 17-18, which was the prior school year that this data is based on, our health standards were infused and spread out through multiple content areas, multiple curriculums, and taught by multiple teachers. In addition, grades were not necessarily collected on specific health standards last year, the 17-18 school year. Since the Maryland Accountability Plan was approved and released in the middle of last school year, we were not able to accurately report the health course information for our 5th grade students to the state for the 17-18 school year. We've immediately addressed this situation with our friends and partners in curriculum and instruction, and we will be able to report all health course information to the state this year for all of our 5th graders. So you might be wondering, well, how would this potentially impact our report cards? So let's take a look at that for a second. So what you'll immediately notice is that almost all of our schools move up at least 1 star, and some of our schools would actually move up 2 stars from the prior slide that I showed earlier with what our current status is. The majority of our schools would be 4-star schools. We dramatically increase our 5-star schools, and the remainder of our schools, with the exception of 2, would be 3-star schools. So the health being reported next year for our elementary schools is going to be a significant player in our report card and accountability system next year. We also need to remember that our elementary schools will get points for their survey next year. All of our schools will, in fact, and also the new science assessment will be included in report cards for next year. So there's some other opportunities for our schools to earn points.
So we have lived in this world for quite a while. Everyone else has not. So we want to ensure that there are resources out there for you, for the community, and for principals to use when they're having conversations with their parents and the community. So we have implemented an AACPS website that will be the host for all AACPS information. Some of it we have taken directly from the state. Others we're taking from the state and making it a little bit more parent and community friendly so that they can understand where we stand as a district. This PowerPoint, along with a PowerPoint that we're going to provide for staff and community use in the schools, will be on there. The house graphic that you have seen has been something that we have used since we have begun this rollout of ESSA and the strategic plan. And the principals in the schools are very used to seeing the house graphic. We're going to provide them with a graphic for the individual rooms with the points that they earned in each room so they can see locations in the house where they may or may not have earned points that they would consider sufficient. We're going to put out an FAQ and key talking points for schools so that that can be referenced as they get questions, as I'm sure they will. And then we do a couple different reports from the Instructional Data Division. One will be a summary and comparison report that comes out that will compare Anne Arundel schools, but also Anne Arundel schools compared to the state. And then we will also provide schools with the student level data when it is released. It has not been released yet, so they can target individual students who potentially are not making the growth that they would like them to see and learn from that individual data which students counted for which rooms of the house.
So thank you for this opportunity to kind of give you kind of a high-level overview and framework of the new accountability system and the new Maryland report cards for all of our schools. We're just beginning this journey. This is year 1. This is baseline data. This is a 12-year journey. ESSA is a 13-year plan. We're in year 1, so we have 12 more to go. And we're excited about it. The great news is that 75% of our schools are 3 stars and higher, and we already know that with the health curriculum being aligned and reportable, that we will see great increases next year with all of our schools. The equally great news is that the timing of this new accountability plan and report card aligns perfectly with our strategic plan. So our schools are actually really excited about the work ahead. We've had the opportunity this afternoon to highlight some of the rooms in the house for you, and they just really do align very well. We've talked about the rooms in school quality. We've talked about the rooms in school progress and performance. When we look at school quality, we see all means all. And when we look at school progress and performance, we see ready, set, launch. And so our schools are already engaged in the meaningful work for our students, our teachers, and our community. They are already putting the strategic plan in motion. And there is just no doubt that the school improvement plans that they have already designed and are already implementing are going to move us in a wonderfully positive direction. With that, we will take any questions that you have.
So I just want to share that I served on the ad hoc ESSA committee for the Maryland Association of Boards of Education, and we gave a lot of input into the formulation of this from the school perspective. There's some things about this I really like. There's some things I feel are missing. I don't think it shows enough. It gives enough credit to our schools that are making really good progress. You know, so we have some schools that may be performing low on the star set, but when you look at their growth over the years, it's still significant for what they're doing, and there's not enough in there. I don't think it addresses equity enough. That comes in. Those are all things that are real focus for us here, and that's we're hearing from other state boards, other school boards around the state too. And so perhaps that'll be something tweaked. I'm concerned, as I know everyone is, that a portion of this is performance on state tests, which are going away after this year, and we'll get something new, and that will totally change the baseline and what comes up and how we'll come with that. I do want to share for the other board members to know that the fifth grade health issue that came up, 14 out of the 24 school districts had that same issue within their system, that rather than a standalone health course for fifth grade, it was embedded throughout the curriculum. And so there's 14 other districts that are also coming with that. I wish that the state had waited to roll it out when they had all the elements in place, because it's a total of 100 points, and right now there's only 85 because they have not, despite many promises, the climate survey and things have not come out yet. So that will be a real impact when those come out. I have a question for y'all about one of the accountabilities is for our English language learners and their percentage. We have some schools that really don't have English language learners. And so what do they receive for points in that category if there's no population?
Great question, Ms. Hummer. Just like where the state did not put in points possible for the survey because it wasn't available, those schools that don't have enough students or English language learners in their school, those points are just not possible, so they changed their denominator.
And so what's the threshold for number of students?
10.
That's what I thought, 10. So if they have less than 10 ELL students, they just don't have that. Okay, thank you. Ms. Antoine.
Thank you. So to the naked eye, 56% is still failure, right? Are we setting a targeted goal for next time that will get us way above that 56%, let's say projecting towards maybe even 75?
Great question, Ms. Antoine. At all schools, certainly when I was a principal, we really focused on continuous improvement, right? So this is baseline. This is where we're starting the ESSA journey. The ESSA journey is a small part of our strategic plan journey, where we really want to make sure that we're moving all kids, all means all, right? And we want to move all kids in a positive direction. So the goal would be improvement over time. We're going to see, a nice bump because of the inclusion of the health points for our elementary schools, based on the fact that we've given a climate survey in this district for the last 5 years. We know that the vast, vast, vast majority of our schools are perceived as very positive, which is going to also increase points for our schools and give a little bit more of a complete picture of our schools. Not sure what to expect with the science assessment. It's a tough test. It's integrated, meaning it covers multiple years of standards. So we'll have to see how that one plays out. But most schools approach their school improvement planning process with the lens of continuous improvement. Where are we, and where can we realistically get this year? Where are we now at the end of this year? Where can we realistically get the following year?
So can you put that in maybe a quantitative kind of figure?
Sure. My goal in supporting schools, I don't want Anne Arundel County to have any less than a 4 or 5 star school. And I want that as soon as possible. And my team will support schools to make that happen any way we can.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Corkadell.
It wasn't clear to me with the objective of the program and, of the rating, is of what the funding impact may be as it relates to state and federal programs. Is there going to be, is there a magic date where we run into consequences, or is this a way for us to self-improve? I wasn't clear on that in my findings thus far.
No, Ms. Corkadell, great question. That's probably where the program, the accountability program, is maybe most similar. So it's the latter. It's for schools to self-improve, working in partnerships with their communities and their students and their teachers and their parents and everybody else. There are schools that are required by law to be identified for support. There is targeted support and comprehensive support that is typically reserved for the bottom 1 to 5% of schools. And those schools then do have to submit a plan to the state that we approve, and additional resources at that point are sent that direction.
So it almost sounds like it may open up new opportunities for some of our couple schools that were sitting in the back there to receive in the ways I'm thinking. Of course, facility is the largest impact on budget, or additional teacher support, aid support as appropriate. I saw some of the schools of address some of our most challenged students in that mix. So
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct. We look at it from every angle. Correct. We look at it from every angle on how we can better support kids, where are our strengths, because every school has strengths, and where are we not meeting the mark, and what type of resources would it take then to hit that mark. The two schools that we have identified are special centers and alternative schools, and they're designed to meet the needs of kids who, are struggling in a comprehensive school setting. So we already have additional resources in those facilities to better meet the needs of those students.
But in terms of budget, the state has got a 7% set aside of Title I funds that they collected from all the different jurisdictions to hold on to as they release this. And then as schools are identified in the bottom 5%, the state would then work with locals. As the locals develop a plan to support those schools, we could then basically write for grant funding. I'm using the term loosely, but they have a 7% set aside from all Title I funds statewide that then school systems that have schools in the lowest 5% could then access to implement their plans of improvement.
And just to clarify, that the ones that have identified right now that are in the lowest 5%, they're all in Baltimore City. So ours do not qualify. It's all schools right now that have been identified. Those extra funds are all Baltimore City schools based on the report card that just came out. So, Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. Two questions. One is, Bubba, thank you again for this, and I love the house pictures. The performance versus progress, or performance versus growth, are you seeing any trends that indicate that it's a double hit for us if we're low in one, we're low in the other? Or are you seeing that we may be low on performance, but yet we're having significant growth?
It's that one.
Okay.
Yep. We're doing a very nice job as Park has evolved. We are getting a new assessment, the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program, MCAP. As we've evolved, we are seeing growth pretty much across the board in just about every school, which is exciting because it's not an easy test, as this board knows, and any student who's taken the test knows. Where we still are struggling is hitting the 4 and 5. So as you may remember, Park, you get 5 levels of performance. 4 and 5 is the only levels that a school gets credit for on their report card. So give you an example for high school. In high school, the graduation requirement is a level 3 and higher, so there is some confusion around that. So to graduate in Maryland, you need a 3 or higher on English 10 or Algebra 1 for Park. However, any of those students who received a 3 will not count towards your report card. Only level 4 and 5 is considered college and career ready.
And then you just raised it, Mrs. Hummer did as well, MCAP, and what that transition, I care less about the test, and at least in this instance, and more about the transition. So it was almost a given that the first year of Park, maybe even the second year of Park, there's sort of a quasi-pass to the LEAs. And, by the second or third year at the latest, we're going to get it. And then, of course, the State Board and MSDE, new vendor, new partner, and now it's a new test. And it gets frustrating. my concern, I guess it's less of a question, it's more of a concern to express, is that to the extent possible, we can get ahead of MCAP and what those transitions will be. It's my understanding there's a paper pencil option. I'm not sure if that's the case. It's 100% CBT?
That's the plan.
Okay. And I hope we've learned from the transition to Park with it being CBT. I fear that now that we've got this report card, and I'm all about the transparency, and certainly above all, I'm all about the accountability aspect of it, but I worry that 2 years from now, there's going to be a lot of scrutiny, not just on us, but on all of the LEAs, that performance has stagnated, or there's going to be something said about the transition, and it looks bad for us to say, well, it's a new test and it's the past year. So I don't know how to get ahead of that. You guys are the experts, but I think it's something we've got to figure out.
Yeah, stay tuned, because we have the very same questions that you have. The good news is that we do have access to state meetings. Many of my team and myself sit on committees where we do get firsthand information. At this point, they haven't even selected a vendor yet, so we're really early in the NCAP process.
And do you know, this may be an unfair question at this stage, but and Dr. Arlotto and I spent a lot of time throughout the spring and summer talking about this on our task force, but is there, well, you were there too, sorry, when you were absent. The bridge, we spent a lot of time talking about the bridge. Is that going to be part of MCAP, or is it still too early to know?
My understanding from discussions is that bridge will still be in place as long as MCAP is a graduation requirement. I believe that the only way that bridge would go away is if the State Board of Education obviously made some changes to graduation requirements with regards to testing. Mm-hmm.
Are there any other board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? Thank y'all very much. I know this is a great work in progress that we're moving toward, and I appreciate all your efforts on that.
Thank you all. It's a lot of work. Thank you.
So item 6.03 is a review item. These are award of contracts. Are there any board questions or comments on this item? I actually do have a question, Mr. Shaknovich. This first contract is for on-call electrical services, and it says the term is June 30th, 2018, with 4 one-year extension options. So that's already passed. I'm just questioning the date on there.
Sure. So for the record, Alex Shackno, Chief Operating Officer. That is the term. So we are piggybacking this contract, as you can see on the backside, off of Baltimore County.
Okay.
So the terms are coterminous with the Baltimore County contract, and then we're carrying forward after that point.
Okay. So that's one of the ones we were discussing that earlier, that we have the ability to piggyback on some other things and get on there. So that's where, so it didn't begin with us on June 30th, but it has began with them, and we're hopping into the contract at that point. Okay. And then, and I'm sorry, I think I'm out of order on this. My notes jotted in the sides. We also had another item that was added to the agenda, an information action item on monthly reports to the public. And Ms. Antwine, I'll have you speak on that.
Thank you, President Hummer. So again, my motion is to have public monthly reports from supervisors, directors, or department heads of the following, in the following areas: anti-bullying, diversity and inclusion, school safety and security, and finally transportation. I believe this builds on our effort to be more transparent with the public. It will also, as it was pointed out earlier, it can also highlight the positives when often our schools are highlighted for negative activities. Finally, I believe it builds the public's trust. If we're promulgating information that they may need openly and publicly, even though things are definitely accessible through the website, I believe this would be just another means of getting that done. So I'm requesting that the board votes today that we have those monthly reports. And those reports, I think we amended earlier, the actual reporting will start in January. Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Second, but I have a quick question.
Okay. Ms. Shaw.
You said monthly. Do you mean every meeting or every month at the nighttime meeting?
So in my mind, I was thinking that the reports could, by each respective division head or supervisor, could be maybe 2 to 3 minutes, especially now that we can see how if you take too much time, where we'll end up being.
See, yeah.
So I'm thinking that each monthly for each category, and that will allow it to be focused, and that will alleviate some administrative burden as well.
And
second,
and I would like to add in there that it's good not to specify which meeting, because some months we don't have evening meetings and some months we only have one meeting.
Perfect.
So it would be just if you say monthly. My question would be, do you have specific things in mind that you want them to report, or just, I mean, is there specific data that you want to report, or would it be that specified? It's kind of, because you're saying, so it could be, I love that be positive things and negative, but is there going to be specific things, or would that be more that perhaps a board member would say at the next update, could you provide me specific data?
I really would appreciate the flexibility between the superintendent and that department head to determine what is presented each time.
Goodell.
I had a question for Dr. Arlotta. So reports like this, is this something that, is there any consequences that you wanted to share or anything to that effect, or caution to us as newer members to make sure that we're getting good data and that we're being respectful along the way? Like, is there anything that we should know about prior to making the vote that would impact that in any way?
I'm not sure that I have a specific response to that, because I haven't had time to think about it. Well, no, I guess I've had 5 or 6 hours to think about it to correct that. So one is I will share that this is an idea that that we had and started to move forward with. I don't know if any of you all attended our summer series, but every Tuesday, under the leadership of our Deputy Superintendent, Ms. Jackson, each one of these areas, as well as 2 others, so we did 6 Tuesdays in a row here in this room where we invited the public to come in and learn. Were they incredibly well attended? The answer is no. But it was a really good start. And so it was a result of conversations at this board table with previous boards that said here, and listening to the public, that here are issues like transportation, like safety and security that continue to come up in conversations. You with your constituents, us with parents and students and staff, that we started the summer series, and that will continue into the summer. So we had a similar idea, and going. My caution as I think about it, are we going to have meaningful information and or data to share on a monthly basis? And I'm not sure that I have to sit down and talk with the team in each of these individual areas. I'm not sure that we'll have really meaningful information to share on a monthly basis, maybe on a quarterly basis, or each month we rotate and it's anti-bullying and then diversity, inclusion, safety and security and transportation, and you come back in a 4th month and go back to the next one and give an update. I'm offering a suggestion before you take a vote, because I haven't had time to think about it. I appreciate the question. I want to make sure that we're giving you, and I appreciate Ms. Hummer's question to you, Ms. Antoine, in exactly what you're looking for, because that's what we want to deliver, right? If you want a presentation, I want to make sure we're giving you what you want, and I don't know that monthly in safety and security, for example, things are going to have changed drastically, that I'm going to have a brand new information to share with you. And maybe that's just nothing to share, and thank you very much, and we move on to the next one. That will be up to this group to decide.
Ms. Ellis.
So it could be, I imagine, partially driven by what, Dr. Arlotto, you feel you have to report to us, and then what we request of you. So monthly, I could be interested in learning about, more about this particular transportation issue and someone else. So in other words, we sort of have a placeholder on our agenda monthly to address these issues.
But I really, this staff works incredibly hard, morning, noon, and night. And when they're asked to present to you, they want to do it in a superb manner. And so I want to make sure, I appreciate the word flexibility, but we want to know in advance, because we want to give you a professional presentation as you have seen already, because that's what you deserve, and the public is watching at the same time. We don't want it to be fly-by-night. So I would prefer to know well in advance what the topic is so that we can present it to you and present it well, because this team works incredibly hard on behalf of kids and behalf of this board. They want to give you what you want.
Ms. Urea.
Just an idea is, because I agree that sometimes 4 staff presentations could take a long time, and to give the staff more time to actually have substantial substance to discuss with us, maybe do like 2 a month and then like alternate the months. And I personally would like to see, specifically with the anti-bullying and school safety and diversity and inclusion, like current projects, ongoing projects, the progress of it, the statistics of how it's actually helping students and like declining bullying and stuff like that. So that's just stuff I want to see. That's just my personal opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Gilliland. Oh, you weren't on there. I'm sorry.
I can say something.
No, I'm sorry. I was looking at my buttons wrong. Are you awake? There you go. Ms. Shalhan.
Another thing we can do is just have it be, again, a placeholder, and then, you know, if we have questions, we can ask that of the representative from each department to then report back at a subsequent dates, you know, after that. So I like having the placeholder. It doesn't need to be a fancy presentation. It can just be like, you know, a placeholder where, you know, if there's something pertinent that we, you know, that falls in this venue that we can just pose, then to get a response back at a later time.
Ms. Corkadell.
Just a couple thoughts from my perspective here. I think that we should take it as an opportunity, if we're going to ask them to do it, to take it as an opportunity to make sure that those particular areas are things that are relevant to the public, because we have, in addition to that, at any moment in time, the opportunity to request data. So I would hope that our fellow members would use that as a positive impact of information to that effect. So I think it would be helpful, maybe as part of the clarification, if we could figure out as a body, you know, to make sure that there's not a redundancy there, and also to ensure that it's productive. I want to make sure it's productive because it will be transparent, and that transparency will flush out any redundancy or lack of, of being relevant. So I want to make sure if that's going to be the case in public, that we're in good shape there. And I think everybody has here probably quite a few ideas of how that could work from their own work experiences. So I look forward to us taking a couple months maybe to tweak it out and see, because I think there's some good opportunities here in your motion, and it's relevant.
And just as a clarification too, the board does periodically request fuller presentations that are longer. So these are talking about kind of updates, but then periodically throughout the year, there's some that are regularly scheduled, that there's a full presentation for the board that has a significant amount of data. So some of those are coming. So for instance, if we have on the agenda for 1 month to do an anti-bullying presentation, that is going to be a complete overview. That's going to be a big overview thing, and we may want to make sure that the other items on the agenda for that month are going to be short ones, because we're going to have a more in-depth, larger one on that specific topic. If you see what I'm saying, it's kind of, as we can see, the meetings can go very long, and to have, these are going to be things the public are interested in. So if we do a big, massive presentation, multiple ones in one meeting, we might be losing some people. So I like what you said, that we still have the updates, but perhaps like the first, transportation will be a quicker one of answering a couple of questions, and this one, and then that meeting will be a bigger for anti-bullying, and then maybe the next month it rotates to another, that they still all get an update, but we go more in depth in certain ones. That would just be my thought on that. Ms. Antoine.
Thank you. I appreciate all of the considerations, and because we had plenty of time to consider it, I have also considered all the things that you all shared as well, and specifically the time. We also don't want it to look like it looks now, where the audience was full, and at the end of the day, because we took so long, the interest failed. So here we go. What I am offering, first of all, I am offering this because you guys work hard, because there are misconceptions out there of your hard work, because you need the opportunity to tell the public what you're really doing so that they can have a better opinion of what our school system looks like and does now. You just presented one of the most exquisite curriculums on the planet, and you deserve to report your hard work. These areas specifically have worked to introduce what I call vulnerabilities to our system. And so these areas need to be addressed upfront and early. To your request, Dr. Alato, I will be glad to break out what that report looks like in 2 minutes. I do that quite often, at home, at work, otherwise, and I can do that on that board. But I would prefer, because you guys are the experts, that you present to the public what you want the public to know. That's it.
And I'll just add one more. Dr. Arlotto brought up the summer sessions that came about this summer, and as you said, that was a direct result from board suggestions and questions about how can we present more of what the great things that are going on and provide more information. And I know, Ms. Antoine, you attended a couple. I know Ms. Corkadell did as well. So you see that was a very good feedback, and that could be something that's modeled on same it is. It's sharing the excellent information and providing that more to the public so they can see the great things that are going on, but also that we can address the areas such as we saw with the schoolhouse. What are some areas that we need to be building on, and we can hear what efforts are going into strengthening those areas as well. Ms. Antoine.
So for example, let's go back up to the top of the agenda. There were several reports, there were several presentations, and none of them took a lot of time, but they were making the public aware of what we are doing, and that is the intent of this. I believe for moving forward, starting in January, those reports should be there, so long as the public is concerned the way that they are concerned right now.
Are there any other board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? All right, Ms. Connolly, call the roll.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Aye. Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
8-0, motion passes.
Okay. So that we have come to the end of our meeting. Our next board meeting is Wednesday, December 19th at 7 p.m. here in the boardroom. Our next policy meeting is Wednesday, December 12th at 1 p.m. in the bid room. And yes, to make a motion.
Madam President, we will not have closed session after this, so I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. We are adjourned.
Certainly Educational Systems Federal Credit Union, since that is what we do, that's how we were chartered, it's important to us to help fill those gaps.
I think it's important to give back to the school because, I mean, they taught us and they gave so much to us, and just the teachers, they support us and with our grades and all that. So I think it's important to give back to the school for all they've done for us.
It's important to give back to the school because